Half of it right. Zhang Bufang repeated with a frown. Yes, these pirates did capture us for people, but not for one person, but for all of us. The young man said with certainty. What do you mean? Zhang Bufang saw the young man speaking very confidently, and he could not help but choose to believe him, because this man had a convincing confidence when he spoke. Have you noticed any problems with these pirates? The young man did not answer directly, but instead asked Zhang Bufang and Chunhe. It turns out that they haven't found anything different, and even if there is a slight abnormality, they don't take it to heart. Now that Lin Na is asking this, it means that there must be something wrong. If you think about it carefully, you should be able to solve it. Thought of it. Zhang Bufang frowned tightly, recalling every scene in detail after seeing those pirates from the beginning, not missing any clues. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he said with some excitement, "Those people are watching. Everyone looks very unhealthy, and everyone's skin color seems to be darker than normal." When he didn't think about it carefully, he just thought that those people should be born like this. But he also recalled that there were also white-skinned people among pirates, and their skin color would look very weird after such a change. Yes, these pirates are all sick, or as they say, they are cursed. Lin Na nodded in agreement when Zhang Bufang gave the answer. So that's how it is. Zhang Bufang nodded thoughtfully. Then how do you know if they are sick or cursed? People like him and Chunhe, even if they discovered the skin color of these pirates. Abnormal, I don't think so much, but the person in front of me who calls himself Lin Na actually knows so clearly, which makes people feel a little strange. Because I can understand what they are saying. Lin Na saw that the two people were wary of him and said with a smile, "And I may be the only one among all of us who can understand what they are saying." Being able to listen. Being able to understand what they said meant knowing their intentions, and he didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Can you understand what they are saying? Zhang Bufang's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was captured by these pirates from the beginning because he had no way to communicate with these people, so he was passively brought here. He was even locked up in this place without even seeing the light of day. Now he has finally found someone who can understand what those people are saying. This is simply the best gift God has given him. Yes, my major is human language, so I have some understanding of their language. Although I am not very proficient in it, I still have no problem with basic communication. Linus still knows his major. He was quite confident, and there was a different light in his eyes when he said these words. That's great. When Chunhe heard this, he seemed to have seen the scene where he was saved, and he couldn't wait to ask Lin Na. Then what did you hear from them? This was what he was most concerned about now. You have to know what purpose these people have in locking them here. If they know, they can think of ways to deal with it. I'm afraid you won't be so active if you know this. Lin Na knew what Chunhe meant, but still said with a wry smile. Maybe things are not as simple as we thought, but no matter how bad the situation is, we must clearly understand the cause and effect of the matter. Even if we can't deal with it, there will be no regrets. Zhang Bufang is not like Chunhe, blindly optimistic, but he also wants to know the truth of the matter. I heard from their conversations that each of them was cursed by Poseidon. After being cursed, the blood in their bodies would change from red to black, so their skin would be this color. Lin Na told Zhang Bufang and Chunhe what he heard. Then what does this have to do with us? Do we have doctors among us? Or do they need our blood to replace their deteriorated blood? Chunhe felt that goosebumps were about to appear all over his body. His blood was drained and replaced with someone else's body. Thinking about this scene, he felt extremely scared. Put away your imagination. Zhang Bufang finally couldn't help but speak. Although he clearly felt that Chunhe's personality was much more cheerful than when he was on the desert island, now was not the right time. After Chunhe stopped speaking, Lin Na continued. Since they believe that the root cause of their physical problems is being cursed by the Poseidon, it means that they will not seek help from doctors, but from wizards. Zhang Bufang had heard earlier that people like pirates are actually the most superstitious. They do bad things, but hope to use some rituals to appease the sea god's anger towards them. It's quite stupid to think about it. If such a thing was possible in ordinary times, Zhang Bufang would have just heard about it and dismissed it, but now that they were in the hands of these pirates, and they were very likely to become victims of the pirates' attempt to appease the anger of the Poseidon, this had to be taken seriously. So what are they going to do? Although he already had a guess in his mind, Zhang Bufang was still able to remain calm and ask, They planned to sacrifice 100 fresh lives to the Poseidon. After Lena said this, he stopped going on, because it was obvious that they were now counted among the 100 people. Only then did Zhang Bufang realize that the reason why these pirates detained men, women, and children separately was very simple, because many of the men here came with women and children. If they wanted to escape, they must think. When I think about whether I really want to leave my lover and children here, this can actually be regarded as a method that can make people stay willingly. Although it is a bit despicable, I have to say that it is actually effective. Zhang Bufang on the other side had not yet given any reaction, but Chunhee on the other side was already very frustrated and seemed to be a different person. Although he was not very old, he had been locked up in that cave laboratory as a test subject for others for almost the first half of his life. Those days were simply his darkest times. He desperately wanted to escape, and finally encountered. It was successful when it came to Zhang Bufang. He thought he would be able to get a new life after escaping from that place, but what he never expected was that he would accidentally become a sacrifice for others. Maybe his fate really ended here. To be honest, I don't think the problems with those pirates have anything to do with the curse. Zhang Bufang said after listening to the commotion outside. Yes, I believe that is the case, but it seems useless if we are the only ones who believe it. Lin Na has thought about this for a long time. Although he understands it in his heart, the feeling of being unable to change the status quo will make people feel very empty. Feeling. How can you know if there is a solution if you don't give it a try? Zhang Bufang didn't have any nervousness at all on his face. He looked very relaxed. He didn't seem to be worried about what was going to happen at all, but like this. It also means that he already has an idea. What can you do? Lena asked. There are only two feasible ways before us now. Zhang Bufang said slowly. The first way is to passively wait here for them to offer us as sacrifices to that Poseidon, and the second way is to we take the initiative and solve their problems before they treat us as sacrifices. After Zhang Bufang finished speaking, he turned his eyes to the two people beside him and waited for them to make a decision. I choose to hold my destiny in my own hands. Lin Na simply paused and made his decision, and Chunhee chose this option without exception. Okay, if that's the case, let's discuss what we should do. Zhang Bufang nodded, and the initial deployment had already begun in his mind. The three people gathered together and discussed in whispers for a while before deciding to take action. Chunhee, you want to be able to clearly remember every part and step, and Lin Na, I will leave all the language communication matters to you. Zhang Bufang warned for the last time after the general details had been planned. Don't worry, it's no problem. Chunhee and Lin Na responded at the same time. Chunhee was used to obeying Zhang Bufang's instructions on such matters that required decision-making. But to Lin Na, Zhang Bufang was just a stranger an hour ago, but this man's careful thinking was already able to. Convincing him to trust him is actually a very magical thing. Then since everything is ready, let's not waste any more time. Zhang Bufang said, what should we do with these people? When the three people stood up and were about to start taking action according to the plan, Chunhee suddenly saw the helpless people sitting on the ground and couldn't help but ask. Hearing his words, Zhang Bufang and Lin Na looked around each other. Lin Na did not speak, and Zhang Bufang could only be the one to explain the problem to Chunhee. Even if we have an idea now, we can't be sure what the result will be after our efforts. Naturally, we can't guarantee that we can save them. Therefore, in this situation, since we can't save everyone, we can only. You can save yourself first. Although Zhang Bufang's words did sound a bit cruel, they had to admit that they were correct, so they still prepared to start according to the original plan. Although they now know the intentions of these pirates, they don't know when they plan to send these people as sacrifices to the Poseidon, so it is best not to waste time. After the pirates brought them all back, they would naturally start the next step, preparing for sacrifice. It seemed that these people were quite honest, but even if they wanted to escape, it would be almost impossible on their territory. Therefore, I was naturally much less careful about these people. I thought I would wait until they were sent out as sacrifices, but suddenly 3 people in the room where the men were detained suddenly started making a noise. The pirate leader who was originally discussing the sacrificial matters with the wizard frowned when he heard the news. He wanted to use his gun to kill the troublemakers. However, the number of people they captured was not large in the first place, and the fate of those few people was originally. It is also death. If we kill them now, It is better to endure it for a while and let their death be more valuable during the sacrifice. The pirate leader, who originally wanted to ignore them and let them make trouble, heard his subordinates come over several times to report that the three men claimed that they had a way to solve their problems. Let them wait for a moment. The pirate leader glanced at the wizard who was opposite him, and he saw that the sacrifice matters had almost been explained to him. The rest is for the wizard to worry about. The pirate leader said to the wizard respectfully. After all their names and lives now depend on this wizard. Please rest assured, leader, this is my honor and my responsibility. There are many very exaggerated things hanging on the wizard's body. It is these things that make him different and give him a sense of mystery that others do not have. This is also true. This is proof that he can personally save the lives of these pirates from the hands of Poseidon, and proves that he is capable enough. The pirate leader, who was watching the wizard leave under the escort of his men, remembered that there were 3 other people who were said to have been causing trouble. Bring the troublemaker here. He already had a headache. News of dead people came almost every day. Now he placed almost all his hopes on the wizard, but he didn't know whether it would be of any use. No. Now someone suddenly came out and said that they could solve their problems. If it were in the past, he would have thought that the person who said such things must be a madman, and would have asked his men to throw them into the sea and feed them to the fish without any explanation. But now he chooses. Meet these madmen, because he doesn't want to miss an opportunity. It seems that he is actually the real madman. When Zhang Bafang and the 3 men were brought to the pirate leader's room, he was really surprised, because it was completely different from what he imagined. The pirates in his impression should be like those in the movies, with big beards that almost cover their entire faces and very manic tempers. There should be scary things like shark bones hanging in the room. Something, but seeing is believing. The pirate leader in front of me is indeed very different. He is blond and tall, and his appearance can even be said to be fair. If he is a pirate, it would be more appropriate to say that he is a fallen prince. The decoration inside the room is also very simple and elegant, which is completely different from the image of pirates in Zhang Bufang's impression. Just as Zhang Bufang was looking at this person carefully, the people opposite were also looking at them carefully, as if they wanted to see something from them. I heard you were looking for me. Nam said something that Zhang Bufang and Chun he couldn't understand. Fortunately, Lin Na was by their side. Yes, we know what problem is causing you the most headache right now, and we are confident that we can help you solve it. Lina told the pirate leader what he had discussed before. The leader was a little moved when he heard this, but he did not dare to believe the 3 men in front of him easily. Who knew if they were talking nonsense? Why should I believe you? The man sat in his seat, squinting at the 3 people standing not far from him. Perhaps it was because he had been the leader for a long time, and his every move would show great signs. He had an aura, but such an aura was not lethal to Zhang Bafang, so he could always act neither humble nor arrogant in front of this person. You don't have to believe us, but I have to remind you, so you will lose an opportunity to save you and your men. Zhang Bufang stared at the man sitting opposite. Then why do you believe it? If you sacrifice everyone to the sea god, you will be able to save them. Zhang Bufang's question almost hit the pirate leader's soul directly, and the look in Zhang Bufang's eyes made him feel a little guilty. In fact, he didn't really believe the wizard's words in his heart. He could accept respect for those mysterious things, but he would never be superstitious or blindly obedient. The reason why he was like this time was because he really couldn't think of any other way. It turns out that he could only use that method to deceive himself and others, but now when someone says it openly like this, he is actually a little shocked inside. The pirate leader looked away at Zhang Bufang. He didn't know what he was thinking. The period of hesitation happened to be the time when Zhang Bufang and the 3 of them were the least confident. Although they are indeed here to negotiate terms with others, they first have a status as a prisoner and are controlled by others. They first want to see if you have a chance to negotiate with them. If I give you a chance, what do you want to do? After a long waiting time, they finally got this hopeful answer. According to our observation, the problem you have is not a curse, but a disease, so we need to temporarily build a device that can determine what is wrong with you. However, we do need you to provide us with certain information. It will take more time for support. Now that the other party has spoken, there is no need to continue talking in circles. Why do you make me believe that your method will definitely work? The leader was still a little worried, but this was also human nature. Zhang Bufang and others have already thought about the answer to this question, so they can answer him with almost no need to think about it. We will implement our ideas before your sacrifice. If we can't solve your problem, we will let you handle it. Lin Na's tone was light, but it sounded very convincing to the other party. Okay, then I will believe you for the time being. The leader agreed happily after hearing this. If you need anything, just ask, and I will do everything possible to provide it to you. But if the final result is not what you promised, then I can only be rude to you. Of course. Zhang Bufang felt relieved. This means they have found a way to save themselves. Whether they can go on this road smoothly depends on luck and their ability. But before things begin, I have one more unwelcome request. Zhang Bufang continued. Say, the pirate leader was now a little polite to Zhang Bufang. Perhaps in his heart, he was still full of expectations for Zhang Bufang. There is also a girl who came with us. If we are going to do this, she is also an important part of it. Zhang Bufang thought of Taylor early in the morning. The pirates separated them and locked them up and treated Taylor. It should be a very insecure thing. Although Taylor would not play a role in what they were going to do, he still wanted her to stay with him so that both of them could feel at ease. I understand. You tell me her information, and I will recruit someone to bring her to you. The leader seemed to be very talkative now, but I want to remind you, don't be too clever. After all, you are now on my territory. I don't give you much time, only 20 days. Having said all that needs to be said, the pirate leader asked Zhang Bufang and the others to be taken to a large space, which looked like a warehouse, but such conditions were considered very good for them. Soon Taylor was brought over, and some things Zhang Bufang and the others needed were sent over one after another. Zhang Bufang is now a little lucky that they accidentally found the cave on the island and repaired the machine. He originally thought that it might be used one day in the future, but he didn't expect that it would be used so quickly. When he asked Chun-Hee to study the machine carefully, it was just a sudden idea. He didn't expect to use it so quickly. Now that everything is in place, all they need to do from now on is to build the machine to perfection. The person with the most say in this matter is Chun-Hee, because he is the only one who knows the structure of the machine. Although Zhang Bufang was the one who completed the machine, he only did it. Complementary work for the second half. So for more than 10 days in a row, several people were almost in a state of forgetting sleep and food. Chun-Hee was responsible for the structure of this machine, while the rest of the people helped him. On the 13th day, the machine they had high hopes for already took shape. Brother Fong, I think we are done. Chun-Hee finally breathed a sigh of relief when his eyes were so dry that he couldn't open them anymore. In the past 10 days, he has always tightened his string, fearing that if he made a mistake, he would fall short of their success. The most important thing is that this failure is not just a simple failure, it is a failure. It will cost them their lives. Have you checked it yet? Zhang Bufang asked. From his point of view, the engine in front of him was almost exactly the same as the previous one, but the appearance was different because of the material. I've checked it repeatedly. There shouldn't be any problems. Chun-Hee answered with certainty. Chun-Hee was originally just a teenager, but at this time, his face showed a maturity that was completely different from his age. This sense of maturity makes people feel very reliable. Very good. You should take a rest. Zhang Bufang nodded. Chun-Hee's task has been completed so far, and he is indeed too tired these days. A child who has not grown up should not have experienced so much. Yes, but this kind of exercise can be considered a good thing for him, because children always need to grow up. After working hard for so many days, Chun-Hee's little face should be a little pale, but he has no intention of going to rest now. After all, there are several of them, and even nearly 100 people's lives. It's all in their hands. If they can succeed, it means that everyone can be saved. So if you can exchange your own hard work for everyone's survival, it is actually very worthwhile. Now the external structure of this machine has been completed, but the most important thing is actually the program inside. Zhang Bufang said slowly. Just like a person who has a body but no soul cannot be called a person. A complete person, even the soul, is more important than the body. There are no experts among us who can write programs. Taylor bit his lower lip. This is the most fatal point. There is no need to worry about this. I have already asked for the most sophisticated computer they can provide. As long as they can ensure that the power supply is always in place, I will have a solution. Zhang Bufang is not worried about this problem, because he has a solution. It is Zhang Bufang's ability to find a solution no matter what he encounters that makes Taylor unable to stop loving and admiring him. If the current occasion was not so suitable, she would probably pounce on Zhang Bufang directly. Bufang gave him a passionate kiss in his arms. I have to say that the pirate leader was very reliable in his work. Although he was still a little suspicious of Zhang Bufang and the others, he did provide them with everything they needed, including the most sophisticated computer that Zhang Bufang needed. This computer is really good. It's much better than I imagined. Thank you, Zhang Bufang said to the pirate leader with great satisfaction after looking at the computer. After seeing the machine they made, the pirate leader felt that Zhang Bufang seemed more trustworthy than he thought, so he spoke to him in a more polite and casual tone. You don't think that we pirates are still living in the barbaric era, right? We still have what we should have, the pirate leader said with a smile. But if you can really succeed, you have to say thank you. I'm afraid it should be me. I still need a little time to see the final result, Zhang Bufang said. Time is the most precious to him now. Even if it is just 1 minute late, he is making a joke with everyone's lives. I'm afraid you won't be able to help with the next thing. Take care of yourselves. I need a quiet environment, Zhang Bufang said to the people around him after watching the pirate leader off. Then he locked himself and the machine in a closed room. The reason why he was not nervous was because when he was in the cave, he used the system he carried to scan all the programs of the machine in advance, so he imported the scan data from his system into. The new machine in front of us is actually completely achievable, but it will take some time due to restrictions on conditions. After Zhang Bufang made all preparations, he began to try to wake up the system. However, after trying several times, he found that there was no response. This situation was completely unexpected. However, he remembered that since the last upgrade in the cave, he had. It seems that the system is rarely seen. Could there be some problem at this juncture? Zhang Bufang's muscles suddenly became a little tight, because this was the last card left in their hands. Without this card, I'm afraid they would really become food in the shark's mouth. If you don't show up, you may have to find a new host for the system, Zhang Bufang said in his mind. Although this method may not be easy to use, it should be tried anyway. However, after these words, there was still no response from the familiar voice of the system. Zhang Bufang had no choice but to think of more extreme ways to threaten it. Host, please don't waste too much energy. The system has been started. Fortunately, he heard the reluctant voice of the system when he just had a simple idea. Are you going on strike with me? Zhang Bufang asked, somewhat dumbfounded. He could feel more and more that his system had a temper of its own. There is a deviation in the system's estimated distance and the fuel consumption of the speedboat. Now I admit my mistake to the host and ask the host to be a tolerant and excellent host. The system paused slightly and then said to Zhang Bufang in an awkward-sounding voice. It turns out that your estimation was wrong, which is why we suffered so much in vain. Zhang Bufang was speechless. When he asked the system for help at sea, the system clearly said that it hoped that he would be a mature person who could solve problems on his own. The host, he thought it was also a task given to him, but after doing it for a long time, it turned out to be its fault. No wonder it never showed up. Maybe it was because of his conscience that he was embarrassed to show up. In any case, the host has arrived at the destination safely. Please put aside the past and look forward to the future, and use your energy to complete the task. After completing the task, the system will have portable space for the host to upgrade. Zhang Bufang could clearly hear it. The system has a guilty conscience, but he is definitely not a person who will let this matter pass like this. He must bargain. If I drove a speedboat by myself and came here to save the people like an unparalleled hero, the situation would be completely different from the current situation. I can only be regarded as a prisoner at best. Do you understand? Zhang Bufang said unceremoniously. Since I suffered in vain because of your mistake, you must give me some compensation. Threatening the system is not a wise choice. I'm not threatening you. I'm just following the principle of fairness to give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Don't you think so? Zhang Bufang said seductively. It makes sense. The system seemed to have been circumvented by Zhang Bufang, and he agreed to Zhang Bufang's request in a confused manner. Well, I'm going to tell you my request now. Listen carefully. Zhang Bufang secretly smiled in his heart and said, I want you to help me import all the systems of the medical machine at the base in the cave into the one in front of me, on one machine, And to ensure that it is foolproof, I also request to activate the retrieval of objects from different spaces. The first request can be supported by the system, but the second request is an illegal operation and the system does not support it. The system returned to its original impersonal state, as if it had forgotten that it had just agreed to someone else's request. Who is it? In that case, I won't do this task. At worst, I will be carried alive and fed to sharks, and then reincarnated. Zhang Bufang said nonchalantly after hearing this, as if he really didn't care what happened this time. Can these people be saved? The system fell into silence for a long time. If it hadn't made beeping sounds from time to time, Zhang Bufang might have thought it had escaped again. The system can make an exception and enable the object retrieval operation from another space for the host once. If you had agreed so readily, you wouldn't have had to go to so much trouble. Zhang Bufang seemed to have expected such a result. He was not very surprised, but he did feel relieved in his heart. The transmission of system content is already within the scope of his control, but what he needs most, and the most important thing, is to retrieve objects from another space. Because now he not only needs the machine to be in place perfectly, the most important thing is, treatment requires not only a scalpel, but also medicine. The medicines he had stored in the cave before were quite complete. If necessary, he could use them. Even if he needed something else, he could use his authority this time to ask the system to get it for him. It was not a difficult thing. The bargaining between Zhang Bufang and the system finally produced substantial results, and under Zhang Bufang's threat, the system seemed to work harder. The data import and system work that might have taken 5 or 6 days to complete. The composition actually only took 3 days to complete. However, this is only the first step. Next, he needs to know what disease those people are infected with to cause them to behave like this, and then he can give specific prescriptions and treatment plans. Zhang Bufang, who had been alone with the machine for 3 or 4 days in the small room, finally opened the door and walked out. Zhang Bufang had always been a handsome young man, but this time he didn't notice himself at all after staying in the small room for a period of time. Now he has a scruffy beard. However, everyone's surprise when they saw his appearance only lasted for that second, but they were quickly ignored. Almost immediately, they came over and asked anxiously, "How is it?" Zhang Bufang took a deep breath, and then felt that the air outside was indeed much fresher. He had not breathed so freely for several days. "It's basically completed." Zhang Bufang nodded, his eyes turning red in the past few days. Although all data transmission is completed by the system also needs a medium to perform this operation, and Zhang Bufang is that medium, so these days have indeed consumed a lot of energy. Great. Then will all of us be saved? Chani has been freed from the original, very tired state and has regained his energy. Only in this way can he have enough energy. The sense of youth. But now it's only part of the process. We have to find a person to receive the diagnosis, and then we can know how to treat it. But this step may be difficult. Although it sounds simple, it may not be possible to actually do it. So simple. Sure enough, his worries were not unnecessary. After he showed their results to the pirate leader, he could visibly see the look of joy in the leader's green eyes. But when he heard Zhang Bufang's next request, at this time, the smile on his face slowly faded away. "Do you need me to allow one of you to conduct experiments on this machine that I don't know if it is useful yet?" the pirate leader said with a frown. "It can't be said to be an experiment. Although we don't want to do this, this step is necessary, and only in this way can we detect what the problem is and prescribe the right medicine. This should not be understood." Zhang Bufang explained very patiently. "Road, I can indeed understand this truth, but I dare not trust you easily, nor can I hand my people over to you casually." The pirate leader's attitude was also very firm. Although he was a pirate, there was nothing wrong with him. He has never been the kind of pirate who regards life as trivial. He will absolutely cherish every life of his men. "Is there really no room for negotiation?" Zhang Bufang continued to ask, and then the other party nodded firmly. His simple nod means negating all the previous efforts of Zhang Bufang and the others. This is equivalent to 100 steps. You have taken the 99 steps in front of you, but you can't take the last step. If you go down, all your efforts will be in vain. The two people stood opposite each other, looking at each other. Zhang Bufang hoped that the other party would let go, but the other party's eyes revealed that he was unwilling to back down. Now I only need one person, and this one person may save all of you. Besides, we will not sacrifice this person, but if we don't, I'm afraid everyone will lose the chance. Zhang Bufang thought in his heart. I sighed but still wanted to persuade him more patiently. Stop talking. In short, I will never agree to what you are talking about. If you have no other way, then we can only shelve this plan and wait for the final sacrifice. The pirate leader, he said very firmly. Seeing him like this, there was no room for negotiation at all. The huge warehouse suddenly became quiet. Everyone originally had hope, but now their only hope has been shattered, and it seems that they have no way to deal with it. At this time, even Zhang Bufang was helpless, and the atmosphere was so cold that it was almost breathless. Time passed minute by minute. I don't know how long it was, and suddenly I heard Zhang Bufang's cold voice. I don't need your people, but I still need some help, but I have a request. The pirate leader looked at Zhang Bufang and saw something very decisive in his eyes, and subconsciously wanted to believe in Zhang Bufang again. Okay, if you have any requests, tell me first. As for whether I agree or not, it depends on the situation. Zhang Bufang nodded slowly, glanced at Chun-Hee and Taylor, and said to the pirate leader, These two friends of mine, you can't embarrass them. Please arrange a more comfortable place for them now. They have a good rest. This is no problem. The pirate leader nodded and whispered a few instructions to the people around him, and then the person went to arrange everything. Brother Fong, we are not tired and we don't need to rest. Let us stay with you. Taylor reported that there was something wrong with Zhang Bufang, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. He just subconsciously didn't want to leave. Zhang Bufang, be obedient. Only if you two are settled, well, can I have no worries. I know that you two will never cause trouble for me. Zhang Bufang walked up to Taylor. He was not very intimate in front of outsiders. After all, he doesn't want the other party to know where his weaknesses are. Only the three of them and Lin Na could understand this. None of the pirates could understand what Zhang Bufang was talking about, but they could guess that he must be persuading his friends to leave here. We understand, Brother Fong, don't worry. The two of us will work well and not cause you any trouble. But Brother Fong, you must also ensure your own safety. Chen-He understood what Zhang Bufang meant and was better than Taylor. Although Taylor was a little reluctant to speak first, in line with the principle of not causing trouble to Zhang Bufang, she decided to go with Chun-He to a safe place to wait for Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang kept Lin Na by his side, because he relied on Lin Na for all communication with the pirate leader, until he saw Taylor and Chun-He leave his sight, and then turned to look at the pirate leader. Can you speak your mind now? The pirate leader was very considerate and waited patiently until Zhang Bufang could speak before he asked. Okay. Zhang Bufang nodded, with a very serious expression on his face. I don't need your people, but I need your people to give me some blood. Some blood. The pirate leader seemed a little confused about Zhang Bufang's intentions and asked with a raised eyebrow. Zhang Bufang was always able to give him some extraordinary answers. Yes, our machine has certain limitations. I have not set it up to directly detect the contents of the blood, and I am not sure whether all the problems you have are coming from the blood, so one person must be examined. Well, since you don't agree to use your people to undergo examination and treatment, then I can only do it myself. What do you mean by coming by yourself? Lin Na had always translated for Zhang Bufang and the pirate leader. This sentence was both the pirate leader's meaning and Lin Na's own meaning. Although I don't know much about medicine, I know that some diseases can be transmitted through blood. When Zhang Bufang said this, the other two people already knew what he meant. Are you crazy? Lin Na looked at Zhang Bufang with an incredible look before the pirate leader could say anything. I am very sober, and it is precisely because I am so sober that I made such a decision. Zhang Bufang smiled and said, If our machine is easy to use, then both me and others will be saved. But if this machine can't solve their problems, what's waiting for us is death. What's the difference between death like this and death like that? Although Zhang Bufang said this, he was actually very confident in his own things. Zhang Bufang's method seemed to shock the pirate leader. He thought of many possibilities, but he did not expect that Zhang Bufang would solve the problem in this way. This was simply gambling with his own life. This method will not hurt your people's lives. I will bear all the risks alone. If it is effective on me, I will use the same method to save everyone immediately. Zhang Bufang said in a sonorous tone. The pirate leader frowned tightly, as if he was thinking about something. After a long time, he nodded solemnly and said, "Okay, just do what you said. If it really succeeds, you will belong to everyone. Savior, at that time I am willing to hand over the power in my hands to you, and let you accept everyone's respect and thanks." Although it hasn't started yet, and he doesn't know what the outcome will be, Zhang Bufang's current behavior is enough to make him look at Zhang Bufang with admiration. Those are all things for later. Let's talk about them when I can really succeed. Zhang Bufang is not as great as others think. To be honest, what he is doing now is not for those pirates. He didn't want his friends and girlfriend to suffer along with him and possibly lose their lives, so he must do everything he could to protect them. Then what do we need to do now? The pirate leader was now very polite to Zhang Bufang. As long as Zhang Bufang made a request, he would definitely try his best to satisfy him. I need someone to give me a tube of blood and inject it into my body. Just wait until I have the same symptoms as you. Zhang Bufang simply stated his thoughts. There's no need to find anyone else. The pirate leader nodded. He had no intention of finding anyone else, but said lightly, "Just use my blood. Anyway, everyone here has nothing. I was lucky enough to contract this strange disease. There is actually no difference between using other people's blood and using his own blood." "Are you sure?" Zhang Bufang asked. "I have to say that this person is indeed an admirable character. There's nothing certain about this." The pirate leader smiled, as if he was mocking himself. "You have done a good enough job," Zhang Bufang said from the bottom of his heart. Before he knew all the reasons for the matter, he might have thought that he was just a pirate leader, but now it seems that he is actually a pirate leader. "Protector, after talking to you for so long, we actually don't know each other yet," Zhang Bufang said with a smile. "Hide." The blond man with blue eyes said his name lightly, his emotions still not freed from the previous sadness. Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang only said 3 words of his own name. Although there was very little communication between them, they were already able to understand each other on some things. At this time, all it took was a look and a clear understanding. A smile can make them friends. In the first hour or two when the blood entered Zhang Bufang's body, Zhang Bufang had no reaction, but from the 3rd hour on, Zhang Bufang could clearly feel something flowing from his blood vessels. However, every time at this time, I would feel a tingling sensation, and it was very obvious. It seemed that I finally had a reaction. "I feel it." Zhang Bufang frowned and whispered. Those who didn't know thought he had been constipated for a long time and suddenly felt it. However, now is not the time to make such a joke. Lin Na and Hade were the only 2 people there. At the same time, he rushed to Zhang Bufang's side and lowered his head to look at his wrist arteries. Sure enough, his blood vessels were no longer the usual cyan color before, but were replaced by a jet black color. Hyde also raised his wrist and looked at it. Zhang Bufang's was almost exactly the same as his, so Zhang Bufang's method had actually worked. On the premise of ensuring that I won't die today, I actually recommend using machine testing and treatment tomorrow. Although he has symptoms now, everything may be superficial. If you want insurance, you should still. To wait any longer would actually allow the virus to take root deeper in his body. So far, there has never been a case where people lost their lives in a short period of time after being infected with this problem. Hyde said with great certainty, and he could guarantee this. In this case, let's wait one more day. This is Zhang Bufang's own fate, so only he can make the decision. This night was ordinary for others, but for Zhang Bufang, it was indeed a bit difficult. Maybe because he is different from normal people who are infected, others hardly feel anything. But his feeling is much stronger than that of normal people, as if there are countless bugs crawling around and biting him. Although it is not very painful, but it makes people restless. The night was already very long, and now it felt as if a century had passed. But after this night, he could see hope. This feeling like peeling off a cocoon almost emptied Zhang Bufang after 2 or 3 hours. Finally, he could no longer hold on and fell asleep very tired. When he woke up in a drowsy state, he saw several people standing there. In front of him, he looked at him with his head slightly lowered, as if he was looking at a human specimen. "Why are you looking at me so strangely?" Some of them are available here, but for others, Zhang Bufang really needs to ask the system to get it for him. Zhang Bufang has already connected to the system before it comes out. This has been decided. So some of the medicines in it are not easy to obtain, but it still has to fulfill its promise, and it seems that the amount of medicine required is not small. Zhang Bufang cannot show his system in front of others, so for those drugs that cannot be found here, he will have the system placed directly in the machine. As for those that are easy to find, Zhang Bufang will ask Hader and his people to. Look, in such a big pirate base, it's impossible that no one ever gets sick. If someone gets sick, it's impossible that there's any medicine. So after finishing the examination, Zhang Bufang walked out and said to the others present, "You should have seen the diagnosis results. What you need now are some of the drugs listed in the solution." At this point, he turned around and looked. Xiang Haid, do you have any medicinal materials in stock here? He can't say that he can get the medicine out of thin air, then people might think he is crazy. Hearing this, Haid did not immediately answer Zhang Bufang's question. Instead, he turned around and looked at the doctors he had brought with him. He whispered something unknown. After a few simple exchanges, he said to Zhang Bufang, "I will have people gather all the medicines and bring them here, and then let you choose what you need. If not, I will find a way." Zhang Bufang nodded, thinking that Hader understood quite well, and that was exactly what he meant. Fortunately, he didn't need to explain too much. After seeing Zhang Bufang nodding, Haid immediately asked his men to go about the business at hand. What Zhang Bufang had to do was to wait here. After all the drugs were concentrated here, he would choose from them. They need it, and although this process may be time-consuming, it is indispensable. Hyde is very good at managing this place, so as long as the tasks he orders are completed at a very high speed and quality, it doesn't take long for all the medicines that can be found here to be sorted and placed in an orderly manner. In front of Zhang Bufang looked around and found the medicines he needed, and then put the relevant medicines into the corresponding medicine slots according to the machine's instructions. After the machine determined that the medicines were effective, it would respond accordingly during the treatment process. The ratio matches, and at this point, a machine without emotions will do better than a human. "I'm ready, we can start now," Zhang Bufang said after confirming that all the preparations were completed. Heidi and Lena said, "All the previous efforts are actually based on the last moment. If it can succeed, if so, it means that everyone can be saved." Everyone except Zhang Bufang became nervous. Watching Zhang Bufang walk into the machine, it was like watching a hero who was desperate to die. Not only did their eyes fall on Zhang Bufang, but also their hope is also placed on Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang walked in and sat on the chair very skillfully. Because he needed medical treatment, the chair quickly turned into a bed. Zhang Bufang could feel liquid being injected into his body, which must be an anesthetic. He would fall into a coma in a short time. There are two possibilities waiting for him. One is that he may never wake up, or even if he wakes up, he will be instructed to wait for the next death. The other is that everything will get better after waking up. Not only will he be cured. Okay, everyone here will be cured. After being pulled into the chaos for an unknown amount of time, Zhang Bufang felt that his whole body was limp and powerless. The first thing that woke up was his brain, and then he slowly became aware of every part of his body. Nerves are being activated. When he slowly opened his eyes, he only saw him lying on the hospital bed inside the machine. The machine was always powered on and was also testing Zhang Bufang's vital signs after receiving treatment. Zhang Bufang took a closer look. "I find that except for being a little weaker now, nothing else is normal anymore. Are you awake?" Just as Zhang Bufang was about to get up, he suddenly heard Lin Na's voice coming from outside. "Wake up," Zhang Bufang responded outside, then got off the hospital bed, typed out his report, and walked out. I originally thought that Lin Na might be the only one outside because I could hardly hear other people's voices, but when I came out, I was shocked to see people outside. In addition to Linner, Hyde and his people were also there outside. If he remembered correctly, these people were here when he entered. When he woke up, these people seemed to have not moved. How long did I sleep before I woke up? Zhang Bufang felt that his whole body felt much more relaxed and asked the people outside. "Half a day," Lena replied. "It seems that the time will not be long." This time is indeed within Zhang Bufang's expected range, so everything is actually within the controllable range. "How do you feel now?" Haid looked at Zhang Bufang up and down, feeling that his face looked good, and it seemed that the effect was very good. Zhang Bufang raised his wrist and looked at it. Sure enough, the dark blood vessels before had disappeared, and the original cyan winding blood vessels had returned. Everything was normal. All the indicators of my body are very normal, and there is nothing uncomfortable, so I think we should have succeeded, Zhang Bufang said with confidence. Haid already knew this in his mind, but now that he heard these words coming from Zhang Bufang's mouth, he immediately felt much more at ease, and there was a look of joy in his eyes. Since this method is feasible now, what should we do next? Zhang Bufang asked Haid. Although there are two methods, it has to be said that the sacrificial method is completely self-deceiving. At the moment, they can adopt. In fact, this is the only way. I can trust you unconditionally now, but in order to give everyone enough convincing, I want to be the first person to receive treatment. If he can recover through this method, then all his people will see him. They will also believe in the effects on their bodies. Only if they accept this matter from their hearts and are full of hope can everything go smoothly. Of course, if you are ready, you can start now. Zhang Bufang stopped his smile and said to Haid very seriously. There was no longer a joking expression on his face. Likewise, he said to this. The young pirate leader is also full of admiration. He is indeed different from those leaders who care about human life. In this place, his identity is not like a leader, but more like the head of a family. I'm ready, we can start now. Haid nodded. He had already made this decision the moment Zhang Bufang came out intact. Okay, Zhang Bufang nodded. But don't worry, I will be here with you throughout the entire process to ensure that no special situation occurs. Thank you. After Haid glanced at Zhang Bufang, he walked into the machine very firmly and lay on the machine like Zhang Bufang. Although he believed that the machine would be successful, he really didn't want to sit on it. I still feel a little nervous here. Because the machine was made by Zhang Bufang and several others, Zhang Bufang operated it by himself when he entered. Now that Haid has entered, the operator is naturally Zhang Bufang. As Zhang Bufang said, there are. With him in charge, although there may not be any substantial difference, it still makes people feel a lot more at ease. After Haid entered, Zhang Bufang followed the most formal operation step by step, without any omissions in the middle. Everything went on normally. But because Hader has been infected with this virus for a longer time and is relatively more stubborn, he needs much more time and dosage than Zhang Bufang. Fortunately, Hader's physical fitness is relatively better, so it took Haid a day to wake up. When he slowly got off the hospital bed, his men had already come over to support him. How do you feel now? Zhang Bufang asked with a smile. He had read Haid's diagnosis report in detail. Not bad, but can you tell me what this is? Haid lowered his head and looked at a gauze-wrapped area on his abdomen, where he still felt a dull pain. Don't move. Zhang Bufang saw that Haid was about to lift up the gauze, and he quickly stopped him. Fortunately, Haid was still a little weak, and his hand movements were not that fast. When he heard Zhang Bufang stop, although he was a little curious, he still chose to obey and just looked at Zhang Bufang with questioning eyes, hoping that he could give him an answer. Actually, you should know that your digestive system is not very good. When the machine was monitoring your symptoms, it found a small thing in your stomach, so it also cleaned it up. Now you may feel that the location of the surgery is. There is a little bit of stinging, but that doesn't matter. It's just a normal reaction after the surgery. Zhang Bufang explained very patiently that this kind of buy one get one free service is actually very cost-effective. After Zhang Bufang said this, Haid did remember that he had always felt a dull pain in his stomach. Because the feeling was not strong, he never took it to heart, but now with the explanation given by Zhang Bufang. After that, everything felt reasonable. All your problems have been solved. If you don't believe me, you can ask your people to check all the indicators on your body. Zhang Bufang felt a big stone in his heart when he saw Haid's physical report. He completely fell to the ground. Maybe he was a little worried before, worried that his success might have a certain element of luck, but the possibility of two flukes happening at the same time is really too small, so now he is 100% able to. I really trust this machine. I believe you, but now there is another problem. Although it has been proven that Zhang Bufang's method is effective, Hader is still not happy, because in fact they still face great challenges. What problem? In Zhang Bufang's mind, there was never a problem that could not be solved, so he never worried about the emergence of problems. On the contrary, what he was most afraid of was not being able to find the problem. If we proceed at the current speed, it will take nearly a day for each person, and it may take longer for the weak. We have nearly 1,000 people, And even if this machine works nonstop, it will take 2 or 3 years to cure everyone. This time is too long, and some people may not be able to wait at all. Besides, we have no way to guarantee that this machine can always operate normally. If the machine is overwhelmed and breaks down, maybe we have no hope again. Zhang Bufang really hadn't thought about the problem Haid mentioned, but it wasn't impossible to solve it. You don't have to worry too much about this issue. Since we can build one machine, we will definitely be able to build more machines later. It's just a matter of time. Zhang Bufang's first reaction was this. Other than that, I really can't think of any better way. That's true. If there are really many machines for treatment at the same time, the efficiency will be higher, so that everyone has a greater chance of being saved. Hyde nodded. But I'm afraid you will have to work hard in this way. Already, if Zhang Bufang and the others are allowed to build 1 or 2 machines, there will be no problem. At least there will be no problem in terms of assembly. Such mechanical assembly is just a matter of practice making perfect, but the procedures are different. We still have to rely on Zhang Bufang's system, but it will consume a lot of Zhang Bufang's energy every time. Once or twice is okay, but if it is done too many times, it will be unbearable. But if you think about it, there is actually no other way. Since the machine can diagnose everyone's condition very carefully and can give very accurate treatment options, so if there is a doctor, just follow the treatment plan step by step and you'll be fine. After repeated discussions, Zhang Bufang and Haid finally finalized the final plan. Zhang Bufang will take Chun He to build 2 machines, plus the previous one. The main task of these 3 machines is to diagnose everyone. Then a feasible plan will be given for the symptoms of the disease, and Hyde needs to call in some doctors with good skills to carry out subsequent treatment based on the reports given by the machine detection. In this way, the effect of everyone working together will be much better. The only remaining issue that needs to be addressed is the medication required. All Zhang Bufang's drug reserves are limited, and they are only enough for dozens or hundreds of people. If they are to be used for hundreds or thousands of people, it will definitely not be enough, so this problem can be solved by Haid. Today, Haid has almost completely obeyed Zhang Bufang's command. If he and Zhang Bufang had discussed it at the beginning, now he is almost obeying Zhang Bufang's order. Zhang Bufang was not aware of this problem at first, but suddenly one day, he found that everyone around him was respectful to him. Brother Fang, have you noticed that these pirates seem to be a little too polite towards you? After both Zhang Bufang and Haid passed the treatment and were assured that there were no problems, Chun He and Taylor were released. Previously, they had been under house arrest, according to Zhang Bufang's wishes. Firstly, it was to prevent the 2 of them from worrying, and secondly, he hoped to ensure their safety when he couldn't keep an eye on them. So now Chun He and Taylor have been released. Although they were very scared when they heard about Zhang Bufang at first, they felt a lot more relieved when they saw that Zhang Bufang was now in front of them. He just always followed Zhang Bufang inseparably, for fear that something like that would happen again. Zhang Bufang was slightly stunned after hearing what Chun He said. He thought about his treatment in the past few days and found that it seemed that it was indeed what Chun He said. I have sent people out to look for the medicine. It may cost a lot of money to buy it back, but as long as it can save people, I will buy it back no matter how expensive it is. Hyde knew that they had indeed saved a lot of money before, but this time a little bit of news about their affairs leaked out. So some people would take the opportunity to raise the price when they saw that they were buying medicine, which would make them extra special. Spend a lot more money. That's right, no matter what time, money is never more important than people. As long as you can save people, no matter how much you pay, it is actually worth it. Zhang Bufang also agreed very much with Hyde's decision, so he spoke about himself. Idea. I understand. I will arrange everything, don't worry. Haid nodded seriously and said to Zhang Bufang. This tone of speech seemed to be the tone of a subordinate speaking to his superior. Actually, there is no need for you to treat me like this. Zhang Bufang felt a little embarrassed, raised his head and looked at Haid, who was taller than him, and said, I have long said that if you can save everyone's life, you will be everyone's savior. By then you will be our leader. But now that you have done it, then we will follow you willingly. In their eyes, no one has ever been able to occupy that absolute authority. What they may need more is a leader who can give them a sense of security, because such a leader can allow them to live a carefree life. In the past, Hyde was able to protect them from being harmed by others, which was considered rich, but now Zhang Bufang was able to snatch them back from the hands of death. Such great kindness made them willing to follow Zhang Bufang. I didn't have this idea, Zhang Bufang said with some embarrassment. This would make him feel that his responsibilities suddenly became heavier. Whether you have this idea or not, we have recognized you now. Hade is about the same age as Zhang Bufang. He has always been worried about supporting so many people, and he never feels that he is doing very well. It's just held on by force. Now there is a Zhang Bufang, who is far superior to him in both ability and management ability. So now he can safely hand over himself and all his subordinates to Zhang Bufang. I will leave after this is done. After all, I can't stay here for a long time, so you are still their leader and the person they should love the most. Zhang Bufang said emotionally. All of us have the same idea now. Even if you will leave in the future, we will always welcome you back. But Hade made up his mind to put Zhang Bufang in the highest position, regardless of Zhang Bufang. No matter what Fang said, he would not change his mind. He was so stubborn that Zhang Bufang had no choice but to calm down for the time being. From that day on, when Zhang Bufang went out, he would always see someone salute him very respectfully, and then call him Marshal. At first, Zhang Bufang felt a little strange. He didn't know why he suddenly had such an additional title. But later, after someone explained it, he found out that the title for the supreme leader here was Marshal. At the beginning, Zhang Bufang. I still felt a little strange and even uncomfortable when I heard this title, but I gradually got used to it. The manufacturing of the last two machines relied entirely on Chunhe, and only Zhang Bufang could do the data entry work. After these two machines were ready, the rescue work of all personnel was officially launched. Children are the first to receive treatment because they still have a long future, and we cannot let them be deprived of the chance to survive at such a young age. They will slowly become adults later. After Zhang Bufang's decision was proposed, no one raised any objection at all, and they simply could not agree with this order anymore. When all the rescue work here was being carried out in an orderly manner, just as the internal problems were about to be solved, a sudden external trouble came, which simply made things worse. On this day, Zhang Bufang and Chunhe were checking whether the machine was running normally, as usual, when they suddenly heard a rush of footsteps getting closer and closer, stopping outside the machine, as if they were coming towards Zhang Bufang and the others. Is the marshal here? Hader's voice came from outside. Zhang Bufang was in a trance when he first heard the title, but soon realized that it was him who was talking about him. So he walked out of the machine, looked at Hade and asked, "What's wrong?" Hade would often discuss some matters with Zhang Bufang, but he was never as serious as now, as if something big had happened. The news that we can cure the disease here has spread. There are also tribes in the north who are infected with the same virus. I heard that they have mobilized maritime troops to come in our direction. Hyde's speech was a little fast, which made him feel uncomfortable. After hearing this, everyone present became nervous. When people come, we just defend. There is nothing to be nervous about. Zhang Bufang heard this, but didn't take it seriously. How could those people come in and rob him? The marshal may not understand the situation here. Hyde frowned a little worriedly. We have always kept aloof from the world, so we rarely have any armed disputes with others. Because of this, our weapons, it's not advanced, it's even a little backward. Some things cannot have both worlds. If they want peace and quiet, they may be relatively backward. So if they really come here with the most sophisticated weapons, it will be impossible for us to defend them from the outside with our strength. Zhang Bufang understood what Hyde meant and asked with a slight frown. That's right. Although he didn't want to admit it, Hyde still had to tell the truth. What's the situation now? Zhang Bufang began to pay attention to this issue. He always wanted to understand the situation first and then make a decision. The news came back from our people, saying that they have just started to gather there, and they may set off in the next 2 days, but it will take a certain amount of time for them to come here, about 3 to 5 days. Hyde speculated based on experience. 5 days. Zhang Bufang muttered in a low voice, already calculating what he could do in 5 days in his mind. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Zhang Bufang, hoping that he could find a way to save everyone. Now everyone is working hard to cure their illnesses, but if those people come, not only their homes may be destroyed, but the things they used to save their lives may also be robbed. All their hopes for life now fall on Zhang Bufang alone. What do they want? Zhang Bufang's voice would be very low when he was serious, so that those who heard him could not help but follow his emotions. They want our equipment and treatment methods. Hyde replied, in fact, this is a reasonable thing. After all, everyone wants to survive, and they will naturally be jealous when they hear that they have a way. If the other party is willing to be polite and based on the principle of good neighborliness, it is not impossible to help. But if they want to use such violent measures to rob, he will not agree to it anyway. Zhang Bufang changed his usual smiling style and became serious now, as if he had become a different person, which made people who didn't know him very well feel a little uncomfortable. They didn't know where Zhang Bufang's eyes fell, let alone what he was thinking. They just waited with bated breath for his decision. They couldn't explain why, but they were willing to unconditionally believe that Zhang Bufang had the ability to save the people. Them. Since you have been calling me Marshal, Zhang Bufang finally said after an unknown amount of time, then I must shoulder this responsibility. If you trust me, then you will obey my orders in everything from now on. Follow the Marshal's command. Everyone present, led by Hyde, responded almost at the same time, with a sonorous and forceful tone. This more clearly showed their inner firmness. This was a matter that concerned all of their lives. Zhang Bufang turned around and looked at the people around him. Although there were not many people, they were all considered to be the core people here. With their support, things would go much smoother together. From now on, you must first comfort all the innocent people here, so that they don't panic because of this matter. We are responsible for everything, and they can just live their lives. Zhang Bufang began, deployed bit by bit. Also, don't stop working here. After all, this is life-saving. Only when we take good care of our bodies can we have the capital to fight against foreign enemies. After hearing Zhang Bufang's words, everyone nodded. Chunhe. Zhang Bufang suddenly clicked Shunshuna's name. Chunhe, who was distracted at first, didn't react. He raised his head and saw Zhang Bufang's eyes falling on him and answered quickly. I'm here. What do you want from Brother Fang? Chunhe looked up at Zhang Bufang and asked. Zhang Bufang looked at Chunhe and saw that there was still childishness on his face that he could not hide. He sighed secretly in his heart. Although he didn't know whether his decision was correct or not, he always hoped that Chunhe would not be able to hide it. Although it is somewhat difficult for him to fulfill the tasks entrusted to him, it is a good opportunity for him to grow. We need some handy weapons now, but I'm afraid there aren't that many here. So I need you to take some people back to the island where we were before and bring over the weapons we stored there. Not only must the weapons be safe, it will take the shortest possible time to bring them all back. You have to remember that if you come back late, we may not be able to wait for you. Zhang Bufang told Chunhe the worst possible outcome, hoping that he would be fully mentally prepared. He believed that Chunhe would not be a person who would shrink back when encountering difficulties. Chunhe might rely on himself when he was around, but if he was allowed to do it on his own, he would be able to grow very quickly. Don't worry, Brother Fang, I will definitely bring back what you need. This is the second time Zhang Bufang has given him such a big task after building the machine, which represents Zhang Bufang's trust in him. How could he waste this trust? Hyde, I hope you can send the best ship to Chunhe, so that we can get that batch of weapons as quickly as possible. Zhang Bufang turned to Hyde and said, No problem. Hyde couldn't understand what Zhang Bufang said at first, and was still confused. After hearing Lin Na's translation, he felt that his brain went blank for an instant. He believed from the beginning that Zhang Bufang would be able to save everyone, but he never expected that Zhang Bufang would take out his weapons like this and use them to protect them unconditionally. Hyde, Zhang Bufang said, and saw that Hyde had no reaction and called him again. Hyde suddenly came back to his senses when he heard his voice. When he raised his eyes, Zhang Bufang could see it in his eyes. I don't know why the ground is all red. I heard it. Hyde responded quickly. I will send the best ship and the best sailors here, and I will definitely ensure that the mission is successfully completed. Hyde could hardly express his inner excitement in words. Without Zhang Bufang, he simply couldn't imagine what the situation would be like now. With your words, I feel relieved. Then I will leave this matter to you. Zhang Bufang nodded and immediately arranged for Chunhe to leave now. He had already set the permissions for the cave at that time, and now only Chunhe and Taylor could open it besides him. After sending Chunhe and the others away, Zhang Bufang went back to continue arranging the next things. Hyde, I need some materials now. If possible, I hope you can help me find them as soon as possible. Zhang Bufang said to Hade. Although they now have a plan, that plan is not 100% safe. Chen He and the others didn't rush back in time, so they couldn't sit still and wait for death. Hade prepared all the things he needed according to the list given by Zhang Bufang, and then began to summon everyone in the army to take strict precautions to avoid being attacked by others at this time. Zhang Bufang locked himself in the laboratory almost immediately after getting the materials. Although he did not have the ability to equip everyone here with a weapon suitable for him, he allowed him to. It is still possible to build a heavy weapon that can play a defensive role within the sky. From the moment Zhang Bufang gave the order, everyone entered a state of emergency preparation. Almost everyone had something called nervousness in their blood. In addition, they wanted to defend themselves. Determination of homeland. Chen He was sent to perform the task, and Zhang Bufang was also busy in the laboratory. Only Taylor was not idle either. Although the language was different, she was very popular among the local women with her outstanding appearance. Women are also very magical creatures. Sometimes they don't need to say anything at all. As long as they look at each other, they can communicate. Therefore, under the premise that Taylor had a good foundation of female mass, he selected many women who were in good health and even considered very strong for training, and told them that in this world, it is not only men who can protect their families, but also women. Okay, so when everyone stepped up their training, a rapidly improving women's army emerged under Taylor. Although everyone hopes that time will go slower to give them more time to prepare, time is the most ruthless thing in the world. It will never change its speed according to your wishes, so 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, Hade would go to the door of the temporary laboratory where Zhang Bufang was located almost every day, hoping that Zhang Bufang could come out early, but Zhang Bufang made no sound at all inside. It was only 3 short days, and Hade almost turned into a watchman's stone. Fortunately, after the 3rd day, Hade still wanted to come over and have a look. He waited at the door for a while, and there was no sound, and he was getting ready. As he turned to leave, he suddenly heard the door behind him being opened, followed by the sound of familiar footsteps. Hade stopped walking forward, turned around, and happened to see Zhang Bufang walking out of the laboratory. The moment he saw Zhang Bufang, Hade's eyes also lit up. At this time, Zhang Bufang is his son and his hope. Marshal, you're out. Hade turned around and walked a few steps in Zhang Bufang's direction. He couldn't hold back the joy in his heart and asked Zhang Bufang, I was about to go out to find you, but luckily I can see you as soon as I go out, which saves me the trouble. Zhang Bufang deserves the title of a research madman. Once he locked himself in the laboratory, he would forget about food and sleep, and even less about shaving. Therefore, whenever Zhang Bufang locked himself in the laboratory for more than 3 days, he might become a completely different person when he came out. Why are you looking for me? Hade now feels that being able to do things for Zhang Bufang is a very meaningful thing. Sometimes when he thinks about it, he even feels that the first half of his life has been wasted, but at this time he met. It is not too late for Zhang Bufang. Find me 10 torpedoes and I'll add something to them. Zhang Bufang smiled mysteriously. Torpedoes are a very common weapon for those who live on the sea. Not to mention 10. Even if Zhang Bufang needs 100, Hade can easily get them. Half an hour later, Zhang Bufang had arrived at the weapons warehouse, and the 10 torpedoes were already placed in front of him. He originally thought that Zhang Bufang might keep him here for a long time, but he didn't expect that Zhang Bufang just took it out of his pocket. I took out several small needle-sized things and installed them one by one. After fixing it on the torpedo, I pressed a small button in my hand and saw that the needles on the torpedo glowed red for an instant, and then made a beeping sound every second. After this continued for nearly half a minute, the light and sound disappeared. Hade looked at Zhang Bufang curiously, but did not ask. As long as he believed that whatever Zhang Bufang did was reasonable. I have installed precise positioning and anti-detection systems on each torpedo. Before it blows up, it will never be discovered by the other party. In this way, we can gain a certain degree of initiative to a certain extent. Zhang Bufang. He took the initiative to explain. Ordinary torpedoes are likely to be seen through or even intercepted halfway, and it is just a small fuss. But with this, it is completely different. Hearing this, Hade suddenly became energetic. Indeed, with this thing, their original backwardness can now be turned into part of their chances of winning. There is not much time left. Zhang Bufang knows that he cannot do much in such a short period of time, so he can only slightly modify the weapons of several core leaders. After all, if there is a fire conflict, they want to be at the front. Lin Na has not been idle all this time, since he is a linguist, and now he has met Zhang Bufang, a person who is knowledgeable in all aspects. He will naturally find ways to maximize his abilities, so when Zhang Bufang locked himself in the laboratory, he compiled all the types of languages that he had studied for future use. He already has a preliminary idea in his mind, but this situation is not the time to do this yet. Only when they solve the current problem can they have the energy and time to talk about other things. Where have Chun-He and the others gone now? Zhang Bufang asked. It seems that Chun-He and the others should have returned with weapons. However, it cannot be ruled out that encountering special conditions such as weather at sea, and it is reasonable to delay some time. But the news they are getting now is that those people will be coming soon, almost pressing step by step. Maybe when they open their eyes tomorrow morning, those invading people will already be on the opposite side of them and very close to them. The positioning sent half an hour ago shows that they are not far away from us. It may only take 5 or 6 hours to return. We should be able to greet them before dark. Hyde has always been very concerned about this matter, so he naturally understands the dynamics of Chun-He and the others very well and can answer very neatly when Zhang Bufang asks. That's good. I hope everything can be under our control. This is the first time that Zhang Bufang has led so many people to fight against the enemy. Although everything that can be done has been done, there is still some feeling in his heart. There is no bottom, and you are crossing the river by feeling the stones. No one knows what the result will be, but as long as you try your best, no matter what the result is, there is no need to regret. By the way, where are those people who were brought here and almost became sacrifices now? Zhang Bufang was originally waiting for Chun-He to come back, but he couldn't calm down for some reason. He kept thinking wildly. Having something in his mind made him feel less uneasy. He suddenly thought of those people and asked casually. One sentence. Those people were originally going to let them go, but I didn't expect that something like this happened, so I had to apologize to them and stay here for the time being. Hyde replied. Most of those people don't speak the same language as them, but they have asked Lina to help communicate and temporarily relocated to a safer place, so what happens outside should not affect them. When this storm passes, they will give those people an explanation. That's okay. They might not be able to come back alive if they go out now. It's better to wait and see. Zhang Bufang originally thought that those people were captured, but later he learned that they actually encountered a storm ship at sea. It was broken, so it was brought here. According to Lina, they encountered a big storm at that time. Someone on the ship used an escape boat to escape, but they still did not escape. They had to wait for someone to be discovered, and at this time they happened to be discovered by these pirates. It turns out that they were not robbing at sea, but actually scavenging. Whether it was Lin Na or Zhang Bufang, they were all people who had stepped into the palace of hell. In fact, Hade's people brought them back. It's just a different way for them to die. In a sense, it's not like C has done anything bad. So from the beginning, they were not pirates who committed all kinds of evil, but they were very conscientious. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Bu was willing to help them. Zhang Bufang and Hade were sitting together. They didn't know what to say at this time. They could only wait quietly for Chun-He and the others to come back. Although they were about to experience a big event tomorrow, Zhang Bufang did not. They were not very nervous, because Chun-He would be arriving soon, and once they had weapons in their hands, they would have nothing to fear. Marshal, it's not good. It's not good. While they were waiting very quietly, a man suddenly rushed in from outside. He looked anxious and said something. Unfortunately, Zhang Bufang couldn't understand it at all, but Hade understood it very well. Z stood up and said something to the man. Then he looked at Lin Na and said something. What happened? Zhang Bufang knew something must have happened when he saw Hade's changed expression and asked seriously. They said that the people who came to snatch things suddenly came out of nowhere, much earlier than we expected, and are now not far from the port. Lina used the simplest language to describe the present situation. I told Zhang Bufang about the situation. It came so soon. Zhang Bufang frowned when he heard this. As Lin Na said, this was indeed beyond their expectation. They had missed this situation despite all their calculations, so before. There was simply no adequate preparation. What should we do now? Hyde was a little anxious. He was very clear about their own military strength. He knew that they would never be able to defeat those people with what they had on hand. Should they just watch here helplessly? Fall. Why panic? Zhang Bufang stood up and said coldly, "This is just a scene. Even if he hasn't brought the weapons back, what does it matter? We can drive them away with what we have on hand." Zhang Bufang said in a cold voice. The calm look in Fang's eyes was genuine, which also made the people around him feel at ease. "Install all the torpedoes I have modified before, follow the command, and launch as soon as you receive the order," Zhang Bufang said to Haid. Regarding military dispatch, it is most reliable to leave it to Haid, although he is now the Supreme Marshal, but because of the language barrier and not everyone being able to carry out his instructions 100% seriously, it is safest to leave it to Haid. "Yes, I'll make arrangements right away." Haid nodded. "As for us, we will go to the port and confront them face to face. If they want to take away our things, we have to see if they have the ability to step over our bodies," Zhang Bufang said in a very firm tone. Haid was about to arrange things when he suddenly heard Zhang Bufang's voice coming from behind him again, and then heard Lin Na's somewhat surprised tone but had to translate. "Bring a loudspeaker or something like that. It will come in handy in a while." Haid turned around and looked at Zhang Bufang. Seeing that he already knew what he wanted, he had no choice but to make arrangements according to his wishes. Only 10 minutes after receiving the news, Zhang Bufang had already arrived at the pier of the port. Sure enough, he could see at least 10 ships on the other side. It seemed that the other party really would not give up until it achieved its goal. After seeing such a scene, the people following Zhang Bufang couldn't help but take a breath. Such a formation does look a bit scary. They may have sent all their troops here. No matter how they thought about it, they felt that it would be really difficult to escape this disaster. The other party's ships did not come directly or even land, but parked there neatly, as if they deliberately wanted to give the other party a feeling of psychological oppression. Zhang Bufang took the loudspeaker handed over by the person next to him and put it to his mouth. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, he suddenly thought that the other person might not understand what he was saying. After a pause, he handed the loudspeaker to Lin beside him. "Nah." Lin Na took it with a helpless look in his eyes, but he was the only one who could do the job at this time, so he took a deep breath to make his voice louder. However, he is only responsible for passing on the message. What exactly he will say depends on how Zhang Bufang responds. "Is there anyone on the other side who can talk?" Under Zhang Bufang's instruction, Lin Na did a lot of mental construction before shouting out. However, after he actually shouted out, he felt much better. In fact, he was not that reluctant. "Open." The distance between the other party and them was not very far. Although there was a little influence from the sea breeze, they could still hear the words here very clearly. It didn't take long for the United States to hear the reply. "We have spent a lot of effort to get here, and we don't want to waste any more words with you. I think you should know what our purpose is. If you can hand over what we want now, then we will definitely not be in trouble. You guys, just pretend we haven't been here. But if you don't know what's going on, don't blame us for being rude." Compared to Haid, the man opposite him looked more like a pirate, whether it was his appearance or the tone of his voice. The most important thing was his behavior of grabbing whatever he wanted. After saying this, I saw that every ship on the opposite side was equipped with guns and cannons. Looking at the densely packed posture, anyone would become nervous. Zhang Bufang sneered when he heard this, and did not tell Lin Na how to answer. Instead, he turned back to Hader and said, "They are too confident in themselves. Why don't we give them some courtesy now?" They calmed down. After saying that, he took a computer from his hand, pressed a few keys, and then stared at the sea. The person on the other side didn't know what Zhang Bufang was doing here. He just felt that the waiting time was a bit long, and he was a little impatient, so he called over again. "The time to consider is not short anymore. It's best to be happy. We don't have that much time. I'll spend more time with you, and I want an answer now." When the people around Zhang Bufang heard this ultimatum, they all looked at Zhang Bufang, waiting for him to speak. But Zhang Bufang didn't look anxious at all, just looking at the computer in front of him, with a smile on his face. There was a smile that seemed a bit confusing. When no one knew what his smile meant, he suddenly saw his mouth slightly open and started to count down. When he counted to 1 in front of everyone, his ears, there was a sound like thunder. Following the sound, I looked over and discovered that a ship on the other side had suddenly exploded. The fire that filled the sky at that moment almost blinded everyone's eyes, and it took a long time for everyone, including the person opposite, to recover. What's going on? The other party's troops have begun to get confused. They originally had very complete weapons. Even if Zhang Bufang and his troops used torpedoes, they would immediately detect and intercept them. But they did not expect that this torpedo could actually. He quietly avoided their detection under the water and hit their ship very accurately, and it was a fatal blow. The leader of the other party lowered his head and looked at the sea. His men who fell from the ship that exploded just now were still struggling in the water. Some of them were injured and died after a few splashes in the water. This scene stung the opponent's leader's eyes, and he suddenly lost his mind. His eyes turned red, opened fire, and hit them hard. Before he started, he didn't expect that the opponent would take the lead. And it was so excessive. How could he swallow it? After hearing his order, his men immediately came to their senses and prepared, setting up artillery fire and preparing to hit Zhang Bufang's position. This is why Zhang Bufang did not let everyone come over. Firstly, if many people gathered together, they would be knocked down by the opponent's concentrated weapons. Secondly, he was confident enough that he could defeat them with the strength of just a few of them. If these people stop here, even if they can't stop them, they can reduce unnecessary sacrifices. Wait a minute. Seeing that the arms from the opposite side were about to come overwhelmingly, Zhang Bufang suddenly spoke. Although at this time the other party only wanted to teach Zhang Bufang and the others a lesson, but after hearing Zhang Bufang, even though he didn't know what he was talking about, he was still distracted by Fang's two words, which were extremely majestic. Zhang Bufang said to Lin Na beside him, "Lin Na, tell them that it was just a small surprise for them, and the attack was only on the most remote ship. If they don't put down their weapons, then the next thing we are going to fight is probably their leader's ship." Zhang Bufang looked at the imposing-looking man on the boat in the center opposite. Although he couldn't see his face clearly from a distance, he could guess what kind of angry expression he had on his face at this moment. Lin Na conveyed Zhang Bufang's meaning in detail. Although the tone was a little lacking, the content was conveyed, ensuring that the other party could hear it clearly. Zhang Bufang's words did not frighten the other party, but instead angered the person who was already angry. At this moment, he almost ran away on the deck. If he hadn't been unable to fly on the water, he would have rushed over immediately. Zhang Bufang strangled his neck with his hands in front of him to let him know how powerful he was. But then again, why had he never heard about when there was such a powerful character in hide? If he had known about it early on, I'm afraid he wouldn't have taken it so lightly and would have made more plans before coming here. If you feel like it, just come. I want to see which one is faster, your torpedoes in the water or the cannons I set up. The man shouted hoarsely, without bothering to use the loudspeaker, and then he ordered the people around him to open fire on the people on the shore. Be careful to avoid it. Zhang Bufang raised his eyebrows and said to the people around him, then easily pressed a key on the computer and then saw a small red dot on the computer screen moving quickly. But within 3 seconds, before the opponent even had time to launch, the ship next to the opponent's leader exploded again. However, Zhang Bufang did not get any benefit this time. There was a ship on the opposite side that happened to send an ammunition over at this time. Although the accuracy was still a little off, it was already very close to Zhang Bufang. Almost all of them staggered and fell to the ground. The sound of bombardment made Zhang Bufang and others almost deafened. Although they returned to normal after a while, they still had some tinnitus. It's just that the other party's condition is many times more serious than theirs. The bombed ship was too close to the opponent's leader, so the flying ship fragments hit him and his subordinates mercilessly, causing them a lot of injuries. When he finally got up, his eyesight began to darken, partly because he was injured, and partly because what happened just now was too sudden, and he couldn't accept this reality for a while. What I hate most in Zhang Bufang's life is that there are people who want to lead me by the nose and get my things by threatening me. This is never possible. Zhang Bufang said with a cruel tone. This is impossible. How did you do it? The leader still found it hard to accept, but no matter what, he wanted to find out what kind of magical powers the person opposite had. I don't mind telling you, Zhang Bufang said in a very brisk tone. If you are really curious, I can tell you now that there are several torpedoes under your ship ready to be fired. As long as I press the button, and within 3 seconds they will be able to hit the target according to my instructions. So do you think my torpedoes or your artillery fire are faster? Although Zhang Bufang and the others were already very proud of their victory, there was no trace of pride in his tone. He just wanted the other party to know that they were not completely unprepared. As long as he wanted to, he could wipe out their entire army within a few minutes. It's impossible. You must be lying to me. We have the most advanced torpedo detectors. No matter how fast your torpedoes are, they can't escape the sensitivity of our detectors. The leader on the other side still refused to believe this. This really gave Zhang Bufang a headache, and he didn't know whether the brain of the person opposite was actually made of wood. What you can't do doesn't mean that we can't do it too. Do you think we really have no ability to resist as rumored by the outside world, and treat us as weak persimmons? Zhang Bufang said almost every word. It stuck in the other person's heart. They had to admit that these words were indeed spoken in their hearts. They did think that the tribe where Hyde belonged to was very backward. They felt that as long as they had better weapons, they could suppress them to death, so they didn't take it very seriously. They thought they could get what they wanted at their fingertips, but when they came here, they found that everything was different. There was no movement from the other side for a long time. They must have been stuck in hesitation and thinking. Maybe they were weighing what was best for them at this moment. It's not that we are too ambitious and want to deliberately fight for your things. It's because we are desperate. If we can't find a way to save ourselves, all of us may die in the future. For us, it's just a last-ditch fight. We have no choice. After taking a breath, the leader on the opposite side finally spoke out his original intention. In fact, they also had their own reasons for doing such a thing. They also knew why they came to Zhang Bufang. The reason was the same as that of Hyde. It was just that Hyde and the others were lucky enough to wait until they came to Zhang Bufang. When these people heard about it, they would naturally be jealous. People would do what they did when life and death were at stake. They made some mistakes but chose to do so, but in Zhang Bufang's opinion, this is not the reason why they can infringe on others. At this moment, the other party has completely lost their mind, because this is probably their last hope of survival. If they give it a try, they may be able to get what they want, but if they stop like this, it is very likely that they will only get what they want. I can wait patiently until death. So even though there is no chance of winning now, they still decided to give it a try. Then I'm sorry, we want to live too. The leader on the opposite side said through gritted teeth. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and gave an order to all his men to attack Zhang Bufang and the others with maximum firepower. Zhang Bufang has something in his hands that is enough to make them lose all combat effectiveness or even annihilate their entire army. But if the opponent loses Zhang Bufang as a leader, does it mean that their enemies will no longer have any resistance? Abel, concentrate your firepower for me. I will reward whoever can take the life of the leader on the opposite side. People were already panicking, but now that they heard their leader's order to burn the boat, they immediately boosted their morale again and instantly defeated themselves. Regardless of his life, he desperately threw all the firepower in his hands in the direction of Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang saw the opponent's intention. Although he could control the torpedoes, under such intensive artillery fire, he simply could not concentrate on controlling the computer in his hand, so he had no choice but to talk to the people around him first. Retreat together. It's too dangerous here, retreat. Zhang Bufang gave the order, and everyone immediately retreated as fast as possible. Although their movement made it difficult for the people on the opposite side to aim, there were also many people. I was injured at this time. At this time, all Zhang Bufang and the others can do is try to avoid the opponent's artillery fire. After all, they are on a ship. Even if the weapons are sophisticated and the artillery fire is fierce, they will be used up. At that time, they will not pose any threat to them. After Zhang Bu withdrew to the rear, he found a place where he could hide himself. Then he took out the computer in his hand, remotely controlled his accurately positioned torpedo, and blew up the two ships on the opposite side. When he was about to continue the operation, suddenly a piece of artillery fire fell very close to him, exploded with a bang, and then the exploded fragments happened to fall on the computer in Zhang Bufang's hand, and the computer flashed a few sparks. The screen went off. Zhang Bufang was stunned, and tapped on the keyboard with his fingers, and found that there was no response at all. It seemed that the computer was completely broken. Zhang Bufang threw the useless computer to the ground angrily. He had miscalculated after all. He had a slight chance of winning with those torpedoes in his hand, but now it seems that he can only be passively beaten for the time being. It's a pity that he worked so hard to modify 10 torpedoes, but in the end half of them were wasted. This was something he didn't expect at all. However, it is not impossible to control these torpedoes without this computer. He can also go to the weapons control room to operate them, but the distance is a little far. After Zhang Bufang took a few breaths on the spot, his mind gradually became clear. Even if the distance was a bit far, he would go to the central control room to take a look. It would be much better to be later than to be passively beaten here all the time. Thinking of this, Zhang Bufang took a deep breath and prepared to rush out amidst the gunfire. Seeing the gunfire getting closer and closer, the opponent's ship was also getting closer. It might not take long for those people to. We will land ashore, and by then our torpedoes will be really useless. The longer he waits now, the more casualties he will suffer when the other party comes up, so he can't waste any more time. You guys are guarding here now. I'm going to the weapons control room now. Once they come up, try to hold on. Zhang Bufang almost used his loudest voice to say to Lin Na, who was not far away from him. After making sure that Lin Na understood, Zhang Bufang did not hesitate anymore and rushed out with his head in his hands. Although his posture looked a little embarrassed, his courage to rush into the gunfire for everyone was the most courageous thing in everyone's eyes. Heroic. Although there are no obvious wounds on Zhang Bufang's body, there are many small scratches, which are burning and painful. But at this time, he can't care about these painful feelings. In the face of life and death, pain and everything else are nothing. It's a trivial matter. When Zhang Bufang arrived at the weapons control room, he pushed the people there away before they could speak. In such a critical moment, he couldn't care less about those messy false courtesy. Before he even sat down on the chair, his hands had already begun to operate. From his perspective, he saw that the ships were almost at the dock, and they might be able to dock in a few minutes. So without any further delay, Zhang Bufang sent a torpedo to an enemy ship without any hesitation, and then the target disappeared from the screen forever. What's going on? Zhang Bufang breathed a sigh of relief after successfully operating everything just now. When he was about to continue with the next one, he suddenly found that there were several more targets on the screen in front of him. Those were several ships. Those ships seemed to appear out of thin air. Zhang Bufang had no idea how they appeared. The person behind Zhang Bufang who was watching his operations was saying something, but it was a pity that Zhang Bufang didn't understand even a single word. He should have taken Lin Na with him no matter what he did. However, it's useless to think about it anymore now. The problem he faced now was that he didn't know whether the people who suddenly appeared and those who invaded them before were the same people. So it was difficult to judge whether to use his torpedoes on them. Just when he was hesitating, he suddenly discovered something that made him feel even more confused, because he watched helplessly as the ships that suddenly appeared gradually approached the port and approached the enemy ships. But the enemy ships suddenly. One ship is missing. This is not right. Zhang Bufang sat alone and muttered to himself in disbelief. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Just when Zhang Bufang couldn't figure it out, he suddenly heard a burst of messy footsteps outside. Zhang Bufang's heart sank, thinking that something bad might have happened, and he stood up suddenly. He stood up and looked at the visitor. Before he could stand upright, he already said, "How is the situation outside? Can you not hold on any longer?" As if to suit the occasion, the artillery fire outside was obviously much more intense than before, which made Zhang Bufang even more nervous. The person who came was none other than Lin Na. He rushed in a hurry and heard what Zhang Bufang said before he could speak. He was stunned on the spot. It took him a while to think about what Zhang Bufang meant. Zhang Bufang actually laughed out loud with his very nervous eyes. "Why are you laughing?" The more he acted like this, the more Zhang Bufang felt a little confused. He frowned and said angrily, "This is already burning my eyebrows. This guy actually still has the heart to laugh. Is it possible? He's an undercover agent. I haven't spoken yet. You must have too much inner drama." Lin Na found it interesting when he saw Zhang Bu's unhappy expression. He still said with a smile on his face, "I'm here to tell you. Our people came back, bringing with them a lot of good weapons, and they just happened to pounce from behind those people, catching them off guard. Now the opponent only has 3 ships left. Our people." Zhang Bufang didn't react for a while, and was about to ask again carefully. Before he could speak, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. It was Chun-hee. He must have returned with weapons. Is Chun-hee and the others back? Zhang Bufang asked as he was thinking about it. When he saw the smile on Lin Na's face, he immediately understood. It seemed that Chun-hee was indeed back. The sudden sound of artillery fire should be the work of Chun-hee and the others. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel relieved. This boy Chun-hee has indeed lived up to my trust. Zhang Bufang said very happily and started to walk out. He thought to himself that it was lucky that he had not acted rashly. Otherwise, the torpedo in his hand might have been accidentally hit. It's your own person. If that really happens, you may not even have time to regret it now. When the two people hurried to the dock, the sound of gunfire had stopped, and they could see a white cloth being waved on the enemy ship in the distance. It seems they have surrendered. Lin Na also had a relieved smile on his face. At the beginning, he did not integrate himself with this group of people. Sometimes he felt that he was just doing a temporary favor. When the people who came with him were let go, he would leave. But now after experiencing all this, his thoughts have changed. Zhang Bufang, like him, originally had nothing to do with these people. Although he chose to save people in order to save his own life at the beginning, this time he could have let go, but Zhang Bufang chose to save this person. The burden is on his own shoulders. After experiencing life and death with Zhang Bufang and the others, Lin Na also began to find a sense of belonging. He felt that he was already a part of these people and would be happy for everyone's victory. In the past, he was just an ordinary linguist. He just lived in his own world every day and studied the things he liked. Everyone in the outside world was just a passerby to him. He never thought that he would have any friends. And even many friends. Now that he has experienced this feeling, it seems pretty good. Wouldn't it be better if I had known that I would surrender earlier? It took so much trouble. Zhang Bufang's heart was completely gone at this moment. Instead, he was full of high spirits, and he could see that the pace under his feet had accelerated. Arrived at the port soon. When Hade saw him, his blue eyes lit up instantly, and he came over and said, "We won." Although Zhang Bufang couldn't understand the meaning of what he said, he could feel the emotion coming from his heart. Excited, Zhang Bufang looked at the ship getting closer and closer, and indeed saw Chun-hee on the deck from a distance. He always felt that he had not seen him for a few days. This young boy who was still a little immature had grown up a lot. He had to admit that Chun-hee, he has great talent, and if he exercises well, he will definitely be able to stand on his own. He took the deformed loudspeaker from the hand of the person next to him and shouted loudly in the direction of Chun-hee. "Chun-hee, bring all their people over here. Get the order." This is the first time that Chun-hee has experienced such a thing. Not to mention personally carrying a weapon and defeating the enemy. He has never seen such a big scene before, so he is still very excited now. In this state, when he heard Zhang Bufang's order, he responded with great emotion, and then he really led his men to bring the remnants of the local soldiers over very quickly. Speaking of which, the leader who faced him was really lucky. Even though the two sides had fought like this, there were no well-known wounds on his body, but the bones on his right arm were exposed. The leader of the opponent stood opposite Zhang Bufang with his few remaining men, staring at Zhang Bufang with a pair of eyes. If the eyes were lethal, Zhang Bufang might be executed by Ling Qi like this. However, in Zhang Bufang's eyes, his current behavior is nothing more than a paper tiger. It's not like Zhang Bufang has never seen such scenes of studying abroad during a war, but this is the first time he has seen such a strange one. The people standing opposite Zhang Bufang do seem to have the same symptoms as Hader and the others before. When Zhang Bufang pressed the smart card on Hader and the others, their blood vessels turned black, but now the people standing in front of him have symptoms. For people with wounds, the blood flowing out of their wounds is actually black. In such a scene, even a mentally strong person will feel that the hairs all over his body are about to stand up. You don't have to look at me like this. Didn't you come to us with people and equipment to destroy our lives? Zhang Bufang said mercilessly. When the person opposite heard Zhang Bufang's words, the muscles on his face twitched involuntarily and his complexion became very ugly. He wanted to refute, but had to admit that what Zhang Bufang said was true. He never thought that he would be defeated at the hands of Hyde. Even if he was defeated this time, he was still a little unconvinced. Hyde was able to turn over because he had a helper. According to his usual pride, he would definitely feel humiliated by losing to such a weak opponent. He is such a bloody person and would not want to be insulted by the enemy. There is a high probability that he will commit suicide. But this time he cannot. He came here with a purpose. There are still so many people in his tribe waiting for them to go back, and they are going back with life-saving things. If he ends his life here because of his own backbone, even though there is no need to bear this kind of insult, but it is the most irresponsible thing for the tribesmen who have pinned all their hopes on him. Since we lost to you, it's up to you whether you want to kill or behead us. The leader raised his head high and said still very proudly, Zhang Bufang likes people with strong bones. If this person is not on the opposite side of their stance, he will probably admire him very much. We are not those gangsters who do all kinds of evil. We can't do things like killing people, but you do have to pay a price. Zhang Bufang said coldly. Although his men had few casualties, they still disturbed them after all. Of normal life. What do you want? The man's eyes widened, and he felt a little uneasy. He didn't know what Zhang Bufang meant by saying this. You must compensate us 10 times for all the losses you have caused us. Zhang Bufang said matter-of-factly. That's it. The man originally thought that Zhang Bufang would offer some unacceptable conditions, so he was a little surprised when he heard Zhang Bufang's words. He was stunned on the spot and didn't know what to do. Otherwise, Zhang Bufang raised his eyebrows when he heard the other party's surprise and asked, You should also know how capable we are, but let me tell you now, what you saw today is just what we have. It's just a small part of what we have. Now it's obvious that you are the weak and we are the strong. Standing in the position of the strong, we will not do anything excessive to the weak. Almost every word of Zhang Bufang's words pierced the heart of the other leader, and his teeth were almost broken by his own teeth. This kind of life-threatening humiliation would be worse than letting him die like this, but after admitting it and enduring it, I finally endured it. I didn't know how many deep breaths I took before I calmed down a little bit. Okay, I can promise you what you said. Is there anything else? The leader's voice was very low, almost drowning. No, as long as you compensate according to the agreement, I just want you to remember that if someone offends us, I will definitely pay back tenfold. Zhang Bufang put away his usual casual tone and looked at him. Stare closely at the person opposite. This look actually made the leader of the other party shrink slightly, but he quickly attributed this not very obvious shrinkage to his physical discomfort. Okay, it's a deal. If you ask me, I will repay you 10 times the loss. The leader clenched his fist tightly and said to Zhang Bufang, Haid, send him to the dock and give him a boat. At least someone should go back and send a message to prepare and send the things that need to be prepared. Zhang Bufang said with a slight smile, but although he had a smile on his face, he felt a little cold in his back in the other person's eyes. Marshal Haid didn't understand Zhang Bufang's thoughts. He didn't know why Zhang Bufang let the people go so easily. What if they went back to regroup and fight back after the people were let go? When Zhang Bufang saw the look in Haider's eyes, he knew what he was worried about. He gave him a relieved look and nodded. Just do what I say. Although Haid was a little confused, but since Zhang Bufang had already spoken and looked very determined, he did not insist on asking any more. In short, he believed that Zhang Bufang would have made a plan in his heart. Since our marshal has spoken, let's go. Hyde walked over and said to the leader. The leader stared at Hyde fiercely for a while, then withdrew his gaze, turned to his men, and said, Let's go back. He turned around and left, and his men. Wen Yin was about to follow him and walk away, but he heard Zhang Bufang's voice again. Wait a minute. Zhang Bufang stopped the people who were about to leave. When he saw them turning back to look at him, he said, I said you can leave, but I didn't say they can leave too. At this point, I saw a somewhat angry look in the other person's eyes. If you owe us something, you must have a hostage here. Otherwise, how can I believe that you are a person of your word? Zhangbu said calmly. This is not a difficult thing to understand in the first place. No, these are my brothers who have followed me through life and death. I can't leave them here. The leader was also a righteous man. When he heard Zhang Bufang's conditions, he rejected them without even thinking. Zhang Bufang was a little surprised by his outright refusal. After thinking for a while, he continued, If you can come back as promised, I will not embarrass them, but if you don't want to, there is no other way. When the leader heard this, he looked up at Zhang Bufang and asked quickly, What else can you do? The way is to let them leave, and you stay here by yourself. We will let you go after they bring their things. What do you think? Zhang Bufang gave the other party the right to choose. The man gritted his teeth and frowned and thought for a while. It took a long time before he made his choice. Okay, then I will do as you say. I will stay here by myself and let my people go back. Boss. After he finished speaking, before Zhang Bufang could say anything, he heard that his men were losing their composure. Even if you have to go back, you have to go back, and we will stay here. It has to be said that although some of these people have, sometimes they did bad things like burning, killing, looting, but the friendship between them is still very admirable. Don't say anything anymore. Just listen to me on this matter. If you go back and nag me again, I will shoot you. The leader said to his subordinates with a very grumpy temper. It was obviously for their consideration, but after a while, what he said when he opened his mouth were all unpleasant words. Boss. Someone was still preparing to say something more, but the leader glared back, and he immediately didn't dare to say anything. Okay, don't continue to show brotherly love in front of us. Although I said the choice is yours, the final decision still belongs to me. Although Zhang Bufang admired them very much, this was not the time to watch a show. He finally couldn't help but said, well, you stay here and let your men go back first. After saying that, he gave Hyde a look and asked Hyde to send those people away. Of course, he also told them what they were going to bring back. The leader felt a little more relieved after he was sure that his people had left safely. Without saying a word, he was taken to a room by Zhang Bufang's people and stayed there. It was almost as if he was under house arrest. Marshal, I still don't understand why they were released so easily. Isn't this just letting the tiger go back to the mountain? After arranging people to clean up the mess and everything returned to normal, Hyde couldn't help but ask. Actually, it's all the same. If those people are smart, they will bring things back after they go back. But if they are really short-sighted, I'm afraid they won't survive long after they go back. Zhang Bufang said thoughtfully. When Hyde heard Zhang Bufang's words, he remembered that those people's current situation was the same as before, but they were lucky enough to meet Zhang Bufang. That's true. If they can't find a way to save themselves after they go back, I'm afraid they really won't be able to survive for long. Although I feel some sympathy for those people, after all, their positions are different, so I still can't be too soft-hearted. By the way, now that our crisis has been resolved, let's release all those people before. Zhang Bufang suddenly thought of the sacrifice who were brought here but have not been released. Okay, I'll make arrangements now. Hyde nodded and took Lina to the residence where those people were. Because he had explained it to those people before, those people no longer had the unknown that was brought here. Panic. Now I heard that they were going to be released, and I was overjoyed. It was actually not difficult to send them away. All I had to do was send a ship to the nearest port where they could transfer. For Zhang Bufang and the others, it was not difficult. It only takes a day or two. In fact, for these people, Hyde and the others saved their lives by accident. Originally, their ship was broken down at sea and lost any power. There was no lifeboat. If Hyde's people hadn't brought them back, they might have died in the vast sea. Even though they were brought here, they were treated badly. A little scary, but the end result is good. So when they learned that they were leaving soon, they still wanted to see Zhang Bufang, because Zhang Bufang was the savior they should be most grateful to. Marshal, they said they wanted to meet you. Lin Na still felt a little awkward about this title, but he gradually got used to it. After communicating with those people, Lin Na came back and said to Zhang Bufang, "Meet me." Zhang Bufang was a little surprised. He had only been locked up with these people for no more than 2 days from the day he was brought here. Now it is difficult for them to leave and still think about him. It is also him. It's an honor. Anyway, it was just a one-time meeting. Zhang Bufang arranged for them to meet at the pier when they left. When Zhang Bufang appeared at the pier, they were already waiting there. Everyone seemed to be in good condition, and they were here too. No trouble was encountered. Zhang Bufang walked over and stood opposite those people, looked at them and said, "It is safe now. Someone will take you all to a big port safely. At that time, you can go home." Zhang Bufang spoke very briskly. "We also want to thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have lost my life now." One of the leaders of those people said to Zhang Bufang. Although this sentence was spoken by him alone, it represented. He heard the thoughts of everyone behind him. What's there to thank you for? What he said made Zhang Bufang feel a little embarrassed. At first, he just wanted to save the lives of a few of them, and he didn't take these people into consideration so selflessly. Later, all success is also due to luck, and the survival of these people is just a side result, not part of their plan. Of course, I want to thank you. This is a life-saving grace for dozens of us. Naturally, the man didn't know what Zhang Bufang was thinking, but he was still full of gratitude to Zhang Bufang. Although we are leaving now, and we may not have the chance to meet again in the future, but we still want to say that if there is anything useful to us in the future, please just ask Mr. Zhang, and we will do our best to help you. What that person said was very sincere, definitely not just for fun, but from the bottom of his heart. According to Lin Na, these people are not simple people. Although Zhang Bufang doesn't know what they each do, they are all people who can help Zhang Bufang when he needs it. I am the one who should say thank you to you, Zhang Bufang said with a smile, but it was just a one-time encounter, and he never thought that he would have any contact with these people in the future, but they can say this. Zhang Bufang was deeply moved by his words. It's getting late, so we'll leave first. If there's a chance, maybe we can meet again. Take care, the leader said. Okay, then we will send you off not far away. Zhang Bufang nodded and responded. If you have the chance, you are welcome to come back often and see us. Zhang Bufang looked around. I was trying to find a suitable name when I suddenly saw a lightning sign, and my eyes suddenly lit up and I said, Thunder Squad. He has been thinking in the past few days that Hyde and the others have always been regarded as pirates before, which is not a good reputation. Now that he has the power to make decisions, he always wants to reverse their identities, so he starts a new one. A serious name is also very important. He had been thinking about it for a few days, but he still couldn't find a suitable one. Naturally, he couldn't let it go when inspiration suddenly came to him, so he decided on it without notifying anyone. When Zhang Bufang was feeling somewhat complacent about the name he had chosen, he suddenly saw a very familiar figure among the people who were leaving. He was holding a suitcase in his hand, as if he was about to board the ship and leave. Appearance. Lin Na. Zhang Bufang called out the man's name, and sure enough he saw the other man was stunned and raised his head to look at him. Zhang Bufang walked over quickly, looked at Lin Na but didn't know what he should say. After thinking about it, he just raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Keep in touch after you go back. After all, we are comrades who have shared the same combat experience. Seeing that he was leaving suddenly, I did feel a sense of reluctance in my heart. Seeing him like this, Lin Na's eyes flashed over with a hint of surprise, and then he said with a smile in his eyes, What do you think I should do if I leave? After he finished speaking, he saw Zhang Bufang froze on the spot, as if he didn't understand what Lin Na meant. After thinking about it, he tentatively asked Lin Na, Can you not leave? Zhang Bufang, who was even a little cautious like this, looked a little cute. Lin Na smiled and said, I didn't say I wanted to leave, you said it yourself. Zhang Bufang felt confident when he saw his appearance and knew that he probably wouldn't leave, but he still said stubbornly, What are you doing with the suitcase if you don't leave? What do you mean? Lin Na lifted the box in his hand and asked Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang nodded and said with a smile, This is not my personal property, so of course I can't keep it myself. That box contains some research materials from his previous research institute. Public property should still be returned, so he asked someone to help him, hoping that he could send these things back for him. These things are important to ordinary people. It is said that it is just some waste paper and has no use in hand, but it is a very important document for the institute. So you're going to stay? Zhang Bufang asked happily. Don't you welcome it? Lina did not answer his question directly, but asked instead, Welcome. I wish I could keep you by my side forever. Without you, I really don't know how to communicate with those people. Zhang Bufang smiled and shook his head. Without Lin Na, he might not know Hyde at all. What they said was that if Lina was willing to stay, it would really solve a large part of the problem. I didn't stay for nothing. My scientific research funds are very expensive. Lin Na is now not as reserved as before and can even joke with Zhang Bufang. Isn't it just a salary? It's not a problem. Zhang Bufang agreed happily. At this time, he relaxed and watched Lin Na entrust his things to a safe person and then stood on his own again. Around, Zhang Bufang looked at the people who were busy moving things to the boat, then turned slightly to look at those around him, and suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. In the past, he only did some things passively in order to complete various tasks of the system. But now the people around him sincerely follow him and regard him as a spiritual leader. This kind of trust makes him start to slowly immerse yourself in it and even begin to enjoy the process. No matter when and where you want to do something, having someone around you who is willing to unconditionally believe in you and support you will really give you great motivation. Brother Fong, they have gone far, let's go back. The ship that sent the people away had already left, and Taylor, who was standing next to Zhang Bufang, said softly to Zhang Bufang, "Okay, let's go back." Although the storm caused by the invasion of foreign enemies has temporarily subsided, there are still many people who have not been cleared of the virus. This process is also a very long one to complete, so we must not take it lightly. Lin Na, when will the simultaneous translation device you mentioned before be available? It's too hard for you to communicate everything by yourself. Zhang Bufang suddenly pointed to Lin Na. I need technical support and equipment to input the language I ask for bribes. Otherwise, these things are just abstract things in my mind. What Lin Na said is also a problem that needs to be solved, but they really can't find such a person now. Although the previous treatment machine was built, most of it was because Zhang Bufang took the opportunity to make a mistake with his own system. That's why the exchange achieved such a result. Otherwise, their information technology was completely incompetent and everything would have been impossible. Then you first do the part you can do, and I will figure out the rest. Zhang Bufang thought for a moment and said, "Okay." Lin Na nodded, already thinking about what he would do next. By the way, Marshal Hyde, who had been following him, finally got a chance to speak and spoke in a low voice. Although Zhang Bufang was not very familiar with their language, he already knew the word marshal. Conditioned reflex. What's the matter? Zhang Bufang replied subconsciously, suddenly having a plan in his mind. He didn't know if he should unify the language for everyone. At least the communication would be smoother, but he couldn't decide which one to choose for a while. However, this matter should be discussed in the long run. I vaguely heard that you gave us a new name. Hyde hesitated before asking. He also heard Lin Na say it for a while, and now he just remembered it, so he asked. Zhang Bufang stopped when he heard this and looked at Hyde. In fact, he felt a little weak in his heart, but it didn't show it at all on his face. He still said stiffly, Yes, what's the problem? Now thinking about it myself, I think this name is a bit too casual. There's no problem, I just think the name is a little bit random. Hyde looked at Zhang Bufang's face and said cautiously, Zhang Bufang is the marshal he admires most now. He originally thought that he would be able to name him something that would make people listen to him. It was a name that I was in awe of, but I didn't expect that the marshal's literary attainments were not consistent with his abilities and identity. What's the point of being casual? This way it won't look pretentious. As long as we have the ability, it doesn't matter whether his name sounds nice or not. Zhang Bufang felt a little embarrassed, but still said with a firm mouth, How about you pick one up? Hearing that this burden suddenly fell on him, Hyde quickly shook his head. No, I think Marshall's name is very good. After several people went back laughing and joking, they were busy because they had something to do. After Zhang Bufang took some time off, he remembered that he hadn't seen Taylor around him for several days. In the past, Taylor would never want to be separated from him, always keeping his eyes on him. On Zhang Bufang. So her sudden change in this state made Zhang Bufang a little uncomfortable. Could it be that she had focused all her energy on other things during this period, and she felt that she was being ignored? The moment the alarm sounded, the entire museum was enveloped in the piercing sound of sirens. Zhang Bufang's first reaction was that he had been exposed. Looking around the huge exhibition hall, Zhang Bufang couldn't find a place to hide. Finally, Zhang Bufang fixed his gaze on the exhaust vent of an air conditioner above the exhibition area. With the goal in mind, he immediately took action. Fortunately, he was still holding a bundle of rope on his waist just now. He used his fingers to unlock the mysterious reward on his wrist, and then it turned into a hook. The hook caught the vent after throwing it. Baffled, when he finally climbed into the vent, a team of inspectors protecting precious cultural relics in the museum also passed by. However, the patrol team did not enter this exhibition hall, but ran straight into another exhibition hall. If he hadn't discovered me, would he have discovered the girl he met by chance just now? Zhang Bufang breathed a sigh of relief. This mission is so difficult, he must ask that broken system to give him more rewards when he returns. Originally, Zhang Bufang could just leave like this, but the girl had helped him just now, so leaving like this was not his way of doing things. This exhaust pipe is a straight-through type. As long as you follow the footsteps outside, you will be able to easily find the exhibition hall where the accident occurred. Zhang Bufang crawled with difficulty in the exhaust pipe with his waist bent. After crawling for a while, he felt a little tired. This is really not something humans do, but I still have to exercise more when I go back. Zhang Bufang complained while cheering himself up. It seemed that the inside of the exhaust pipe had not been cleaned for a long time. Zhang Bufang could almost feel the sticky feeling on his clothes where he had rubbed it. Moreover, the dust that was constantly rising in the exhaust pipe made him feel uncomfortable. He kept having the urge to sneeze, but he resisted it time and time again. I really hope that next time I can give him a device that can store things in a different space like in the novel about cultivating immortals. The piece of ore in the bag made his thigh hurt, but at this time, he couldn't directly communicate with the system to hand over the piece of ore. Zhang Bufang thought that he might be so unlucky today because he went out without looking at the almanac. The sound of the alarm became louder and more piercing, and Zhang Bufang carefully looked at the situation outside through the baffle of the exhaust vent. I saw that in an exhibition hall full of cultural relics, a valuable ruby had disappeared. I bet that arrogant girl just now was a thief, and she came to steal this ruby. Although Zhang Bufang understood the purpose of the girl coming here, he still did not dare to act rashly. Fighting was not his strong point, and there were a large number of guards. If one mistake was made, both he and the girl would be finished. Zhang Bufang probably didn't see the girl in the exhibition hall and was about to slowly retreat. When he left an empty exhibition hall, he saw the girl hiding in the corner. Because it was the only blind spot in the entire exhibition hall, and it was night, and the power supply in the exhibition hall had been cut off, the first batch of people who came in to inspect did not find the thief holding their precious rubies hiding in that corner. He is really smart, Zhang Bufang complained in his heart. Guantong didn't know what went wrong this time. She clearly sneaked into the exhibition hall as before, and then destroyed the power supply of the entire exhibition hall. She was even more careful in her operations than before, and there was no possibility of triggering the alarm. Oh, Guantong was petite, so she could easily hide in this blind spot without being discovered. But once 3 hours passed, this place would also become her burial place after dawn. So she must escape from this museum before dawn. Now Guantong had no time to think about which link made the mistake. She looked around the entire exhibition hall with a slightly anxious look and found that the vent was the only exit she could get out of. Guantong observed that there was still a certain distance between the place where he was hiding and the mouth of the exhaust pipe. Now there were patrols in the exhibition hall constantly searching around. It seemed so difficult to jump to the exhaust pipe all at once. Unreal. And even if you get to the exhaust pipe, you still need to open the baffle at the pipe mouth. This series of actions takes time. When Guantong was thinking rapidly, trying to find a way to escape smoothly, the crisp sound of something falling to the ground was infinitely amplified in the exhibition hall, and all the extremely nervous inspectors were immediately shocked by this. The sound was startling, and then a swarm of swarms rushed towards the source of the sound. Guantong saw the opportunity and quickly ran under the vent to remove the baffle, but found that the baffle had been opened by someone at some point. A rope slowly fell from the vent. Guantong held the rope and climbed up without any hesitation. The people above kept pulling her, and she finally climbed in before all the inspectors could react. Airway opening. I didn't expect you, a little girl, to look so light and so heavy. Zhang Bufang had just used all his strength to pull Guantong up. In order to distract the group of inspectors, he even sacrificed his life. I got a pin that I cherish very much. It turned out that the thing that made the sound of falling to the ground just now was the pin thrown by Zhang Bufang. In the silent exhibition hall, any sound would make the inspectors highly nervous. So Zhang Bufang took advantage of this feature to use his pin as an attraction for inspections. Personnel's belongings, and then while everyone was attracted by the pin, he naturally opened the baffle of the exhaust vent and brought Guantong up. As for why Zhang Bufang is so sure that Guantong will follow the exhaust pipe as the only exit, Zhang Bufang is not sure that Guantong will definitely leave from here. But as long as he has a clear conscience and does what he should. What she did, if Guantong didn't want to leave here and get caught, It really had nothing to do with him. After all, he had already helped her. What are you talking about? How could a petite girl like me be so heavy? It's obviously because you are weak, okay? Guantong missed for the first time in her career, so she is still feeling depressed and angry now. Unexpectedly, the man in front of her was so ignorant and dared to ridicule her. Guantong glared at Zhang Bufang angrily. Okay, you didn't get a new job, right? Then do you want to leave here with me now? Or do you want to be discovered by them after dawn and sent to prison? Zhang Bufang said and lay down on the row again. On the air pipe, it retreated bit by bit. Because the space inside the exhaust duct is small, it can only accommodate one person to move forward or backward, and it cannot allow people to turn around at all. Therefore, if they want to leave through the vent of another exhibition hall, they can only maintain a face-to-face posture. Action. Guantong actually dislikes the filth in the ventilation ducts, but now there is no other way. Compared with the so-called cleanliness, life is more important. Guantong felt Zhang Bufang's appearance and lay down almost face-to-face with Zhang Bufang. There was darkness in the ventilation duct, with only the luminous watch on Zhang Bufang's wrist shining faintly. Guantong looked at the unclear face of the man in front of him with the help of the faint light. Although he was not very handsome, he could still be seen. The two people kept moving in such a difficult posture until the alarm sound gradually moved away and disappeared. Their final target exit was the vent above a utility room in the backyard of the museum. Behind the utility room is a river behind the museum. Once you reach the river, there will be a boat to pick you up. As long as you get on the boat, you can leave here in complete safety. Are you sure there will be someone to meet you on the other side of the river? Zhang Bufang originally wanted to get the piece of or without alerting the guards here and then escape along the route he came from, but at this time the entire museum. The alarm has been awakened and the original plan is obviously not feasible, so Guantong's plan of letting herself go to the river with him is also feasible. However, Guantong himself made mistakes during the theft, so there is no guarantee that he was not set up by someone. What do you mean by that? If you don't want to, then you can leave. I will go alone. The people who are there to meet me are my closest and dearest friends. They will not set me up to lie to me. Guantong saw the doubt on Zhang Bufang's face, and the scattered good feelings and gratitude towards Zhang Bufang for saving him disappeared at this moment. The two people soon came to a fork in the road. If Zhang Bufang continued to back up along the way he came, he could go to the exhaust port of another exhibition hall and leave from there. If he chose to enter the turning vent with Guantong, you can go to the utility room in the backyard of the museum with Guantong, and then leave from the river. How to choose? He did not make an immediate conclusion, but instead thought about the pros and cons. Zhang Bufang's hesitation fell into Guantong's eyes as doubt, so Guantong angrily turned a corner and continued along the exhaust pipe. Climb forward. Zhang Bufang originally didn't want to take care of this little willful girl, but when he thought that he had rescued her after all, he just thought he was a good person and took her there. Moreover, this girl seems to be such a habitual offender. Maybe he knows more about what he wants to know about this country. Maybe this little girl also knows about the missile that landed on their island and where does the mysterious substance inside come from? Okay, don't be angry. I believe you can go with me, okay? During the time Zhang Bufang was thinking, Guantong had already crawled out a long way, although there were not many forks in the exhaust pipe. There is no risk of getting lost at the entrance, but after all, the exhaust pipe leading to the morning and afternoon is in disrepair, and other dangers cannot be ruled out. The little girl did not have any lights on her body and could not see the road ahead clearly. It was just the two of them. It's safest to go together. Guantong was still angry, but the awkward atmosphere between the two people was slowly smoothed away as time passed by. Zhang Bufang's physical strength was actually not as good as Guantong's. The two of them were lying in the exhaust pipe, gasping for air. Their elbows and knees were so worn that they were probably bleeding. Are you sure this is the way? Why do I always feel that we are going the wrong way? Zhang Bufang's throat kept tightening, and he wanted to drink some water, but he found that he thought he was going to fight quickly, so he didn't have any equipment. Bring. Logically speaking, no matter how big this museum is, it shouldn't take so long to get there. You know what? The second half of the museum is basically not open to the public because the collection is very precious. If you want to go from the second half, you have to climb around the exhaust port of the second half, which is equivalent to walking 3 sections of the road. Of course, tired, Guantong still had some physical strength and silently glanced at Zhang Bufang in the darkness. After a brief rest, the two of them resumed their long journey in the dark exhaust pipe. They didn't know how long they had been crawling in the darkness and finally saw a glimmer of light. The dim electric light illuminated the entire utility room not too brightly, but it was so blurry that the outline of the entire utility room could be clearly seen. Through the baffle of the exhaust pipe, Guantong could see several people waiting in the utility room. One of them was a woman with a hot figure, neatly combed hair, and a standard European and American face. Zhang Bufang held Guantong's feet when he was happily trying to get out of the exhaust pipe. "Are those your companions?" Zhang Bufang looked at the people waiting in the utility room. They all wore uniforms and seemed to have guns on their waists. Then he looked at the hot European and American leader. "The woman seems to be more than just here to pick up Guantong. The leader is my eldest sister called Lena. Let's go out. Then you can tell me where you are going, and I will ask my eldest sister to arrange a boat to take you there." Guantong did not notice anything was wrong with the atmosphere at all. His feet were pulled by Zhang Bufang, and he was about to kick Zhang Bufang. "We have already arrived here. Even if Zhang Bufang doesn't want to go out from here, there is no other way. It should be less than half an hour before dawn. After dawn, the entire exhibition hall will be heavily guarded, and then the two of them hide in the exhaust pipe. Things in it will also be discovered. So now the idea of turning back and leaving through another exit is simply not realistic." Zhang Bufang helplessly let go of Guantong's feet, and Guantong quickly pushed down the baffle of the exhaust pipe, causing the people below to immediately become alert, pull out the gun from his waist, and aim at it. That exhaust pipe opening. Guantong seemed to be used to this scene. He got out from the exhaust pipe and poured out the dust on his body. "Sister, why did your pickup location change today? Didn't you agree to wait for me by the river?" Guantong did not use English when talking to the leading European and American woman, but still used pure Chinese. In fact, she had her own little thoughts in doing this. Except for the leader Lena, who was the eldest sister he knew, she didn't know anyone else who came to pick her up. And there were very few people in the organization who could speak Chinese, so if you communicate with Sister Lena in Chinese, you can also prevent their conversation from being overheard. Zhang Bufang didn't know the people below, so he didn't dare to go out rashly, but it was obvious that the people headed by the European and American woman had discovered him. "No, no, 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 he is my friend, and he saved my life." Guantong saw the eldest sister pointing the gun at the mouth of the exhaust pipe, and then she remembered that Zhang Bufang was still in the exhaust pipe. Zhang Bufang reluctantly crawled out of the exhaust duct. His whole body was dirty, and he looked even more embarrassed under the dim light. "Tom, what good things did you get this time?" As the eldest sister, Lena also spoke to Guantong in substandard Mandarin. When she saw Guantong take out the pink gem from his pocket, there was a surprised expression on his face. The pink gemstone was transparent and sparkling under the dim light. Just like the red apple that tempted Eve and Adam, it was now tempting these people present. "Very good. The boss will definitely be very satisfied with your results. Now you can go back with us." Lena saw the greedy look in the eyes of the men who came with him, held Lena's hand, and asked Lena, "Put the pink gem back into your pocket. Sister, this Mr. Zhang is not one of ours. Take him to the mouth of the river and let him go by himself." Guantong frowned when he heard that he was going back to the organization. But in order not to implicate Zhang Bufang, he suffered the consequences. She could only agree verbally. Lena, the leading European and American woman, looked at Zhang Bufang, who was silent, and then nodded. The eyes of several other muscular men had been looking at Guantong with malicious intent. From time to time, they passed by the small pocket containing pink gems, and from time to time, they passed by Guantong's slightly plump chest. Guantong suppressed the flames in his heart and thought that these people were brought by the eldest sister, so he did not fall out with them immediately. The group of people took advantage of the faint light on the horizon, and the cat slowly approached the motorboat on the river. The motorboat was hidden, and the place was a bit desolate. Ordinary people would not come here early in the morning, so they were still here, relatively safe. Just after Lena got on the boat, Guantong was about to follow her aboard, when one of the men reached out and stopped him. "Miss Tong, please hand over your pink gem and let us keep it." This is also what the boss means. Please express your loyalty to the organization. Although the man spoke in English throughout the process, fortunately Zhang Bufang's English was still good. Not bad, so I can understand every word the man says. Guantong looked at the somewhat astonished Sister Lena on the boat and the group of men with evil glints in their eyes. He reached into his pocket and held the pink gem tightly, knowing that he had fallen into a trap. The organization will not agree to let her leave so easily. This is all a conspiracy. I will not give this gem to anyone before I meet the boss. When I hand over the gem, the boss should fulfill his promise and give me my freedom so that I can live the life I want. Guantong's petite stature is less than a man's neck, but when facing these strong men, there is no look of retreat on her face. Zhang Bufang watched several grown men bullying a little girl Guantong. Even though he was not a nosy person, none of them would be able to escape if they continued to be dragged here. A little girl is going to be forced by you grown men to hand over the gems she just got. This rule of your boss is too inhumane. Zhang Bufang took a step forward and pulled Guantong behind him, facing the tall men with a protective attitude. Those tall men were all men of foreign descent and very muscular. When they saw that this thin Asian man dared to stop them from asking for gems, a look of disdain immediately appeared on their faces. Get away quickly, or we will throw you into this river to feed the fish. The man who just asked Guantong for the gem said in an extremely dangerous tone. The two groups of them were confronting each other here, but Lena, the only one who boarded the ship, remained silent. Guantong looked at Lena eagerly at first, but then he seemed to understand something, and the hope in his eyes slowly extinguished. Sister, the alarm sound in the museum was not triggered by either of us, but by you, right? Guantong looked at the indifferent Lena and confirmed her thoughts. The hand in his pocket also clenched the pink gemstone, determined not to hand over the fruits of his labor to the people in front of him. Tong, don't blame me. I have no choice. You want to leave the organization wholeheartedly. This is also the boss's order. You give us the gems, and I will let you live. How about it? Lena stood up from the motorboat and was condescending. Looking at Zhang Bufang and Guantong coldly, there was no expression familiar to Guantong. Impossible. Why should I give these gems to you after all the hard work I got? Guantong glared at the robbers fiercely, took a step back, and took advantage of them not paying attention to put the gems in his pockets. A handful of something like sand was spilled out. Those men thought that they were outnumbered and tall, so they were almost certain to get the pink gem, so they did not expect that Guantong would sprinkle a bunch of unknown powder on them. Seeing the way those men were blinded by the powder, Guantong quickly reacted and took Zhang Bufang's hand and started running. The weeds and bushes on the riverbank were lush and lush, almost as tall as a person. Guantong pulled Zhang Bufang and hurriedly ran into the messy grass. Then he squatted down and covered his mouth with one hand, and covered his mouth with the other hand. Stopped Zhang Bufang's mouth. Lena subconsciously pulled out her gun the moment Guantong escaped, but she still didn't pull the trigger until the two of them ran into the grass. Go and find them quickly. You must find them both. Guantong, you can't harm her life. She is the person the boss wants. As for the Asian man, just kill her and put her here to avoid going out and talking nonsense. Although the weeds on both sides of the riverbank are piled up and very dense, the sun will rise in a few moments, and it will no longer be possible to hide the figure here. Zhang Bufang looked at the unobstructed view of the weeds around him. After dawn, the people in the museum would find that the cosmic ore and the pink gem were lost, and the area around the museum would inevitably be sealed off. And these people looked like they were robbing each other. They seemed determined not to give up until the gems were reached. Both groups of people were seriously threatening their safety. We must take Guantong out of this dangerous place before it gets completely bright. Guantong had stolen many treasures, so she knew the current dangerous situation. She stared directly at Zhang Bufang with her round eyes, as if waiting for this man who seemed very reliable, and came up with a way to save the two of them. Method. Zhang Bufang regretted in his heart why he had to meddle in other people's business. It would have been better if he had not followed Guantong around the corner. Those strong men kept searching among the grass. Zhang Bufang compared his body shape with those of those men and found that it was impossible for him to defeat so many strong men. Moreover, the leading woman had a gun in her hand. Gun. Just when Zhang Bufang was at a loss, everything around him seemed to have stopped. The flow of time became slow, and even the flying of the insects slowly stopped. Zhang Bufang could even see the insects waving their wings. The sound of beeping passed, and the scenery in front of Zhang Bufang was completely different. There was nothingness all around, and Zhang Bufang knew that the system was about to come out again. Sure enough, after he counted down for 3 seconds, a projection-like human figure appeared in front of him. It seemed that as he continued to complete the task, the system was constantly being upgraded, and could even appear in front of him through projection. The host is asked to make a choice about the current situation. Do you want to restart this task? If you give up, you will be punished. If you choose to continue, the system can help you. The system's voice is a standard mechanical voice without a trace of human emotion or tenderness. Zhang Bufang has never encountered such a situation. In the past, the system only told him that completing the task would result in rewards and failure to complete the task would result in punishment. This was the first time that he received help from the system during the task. If I choose to start over, what kind of punishment will I get? Zhang Bufang did not make a rash choice. Instead, he tentatively tried to extract more information from the system. The system has suffered several losses from Zhang Bufang, so he has become cautious in communicating with his host recently. When the host asked him this question, he simply shut up and said nothing, and just stood there waiting for the host to make a choice. Zhang Bufang couldn't laugh or cry when he saw the system. He had learned to be smart. Why did he evolve to be so smart? It made him so passive now. Okay, then I choose to continue the mission. I am very curious and don't know what kind of helper you will send me to alleviate my current predicament. Zhang Bufang helplessly spread his hands and shrugged, and then, watching the system formed by the projection in front of you disappear instantly. Everything that was stagnant around him slowly returned to normal. The sun rose as usual, small bugs were flying around, and the footsteps of those people were getting closer and closer. Zhang Bufang looked at Guantong, who was so nervous that his body was tense, and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of relaxation. When those people were preparing to sweep the weeds, Lena's cell phone suddenly rang while waiting on the motorboat. Hey, okay, boss. Lena's expression changed from the initial indifference to another kind of seriousness. If you look carefully, you will find a relaxed emotion in her blue eyes. Zhang Bufang hid in the grass and heard Lena give a serious order in English. Don't take action against them for the time being. Everyone board the ship quickly. We have to go back to the organization. Those strong men did not want to let go of the meat in their mouths, but the leader Lena had already given the order and they had to follow it. A group of men quickly turned around and boarded the motorboat, and then as the sound of the motorboat became farther and farther, Zhang Bufang and Guantong then relaxed. After those people left, Zhang Bufang pulled Guantong forward hard through the messy grass. Finally, before the sun rose, he found a boat at another exit that Zhang Bufang had prepared early in the morning. It was already 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, and the warm rays of the sun were softly shining on the river and the earth. The sparkling river surface looked more transparent under the sunlight. What are your plans for the future? Otherwise, come with me. Zhang Bufang took out the key hidden in his pocket and started the boat. He glanced at Guantong, who was sitting in the corner and was a little lost, and said calmly. He had seen such betrayed expressions too many times. Arteist also had this expression when he thought his men would not come back to save him. Women are more delicate and sentimental than men, so it is natural for them to show this expression after being betrayed. However, they are not able to relax completely at this moment. The museum lost 2 treasures overnight, and they will definitely not just let it go. At that time, a large number of personnel will definitely be dispatched to surround and block all exits. How? Breaking through the layers of blockade and escaping here is also an urgent issue for the 2 of them to consider now. How do I know if you are a good person or a bad person? What should I do if you sell me out? Guantong did not refuse or accept the invitation at the first moment. Instead, he choked in a very uncomfortable tone. Zhang Bufang said, Zhang Bufang, you are almost going to laugh out loud at this ungrateful woman. He only wanted to crawl in the exhaust pipe for so long to save this woman when he had nothing to do. It's true that a dog bites Lu Dongbin, but he doesn't recognize a good heart. Please, miss, can you figure it out? If I hadn't helped you lure those people away, you would have been caught by now, okay? If I want to sell you, do I still need to bring you to this boat? Wouldn't it be possible to escape smoothly even if you were handed over to those people? Zhang Bufang rolled his eyes at Guantong. After adjusting the ship's sailing route, he sat aside and dug out the dry food he had hidden on the ship to replenish his physical strength. Guantong also prepared for this operation for a long time. She thought she could leave before dawn and go back under the support of her companions, so she was not fully prepared. There was no ship ready for the reception and no dry food prepared, although she didn't like it very much. This man, but she still swallowed when looking at the dry food in his hand. Really, why start eating now if you are not out of danger? Guantong thought angrily. Wanna eat? How about calling Big Brother, and I'll give it to you? Zhang Bufang looked at Guantong's little eyes that glanced over at him from time to time, and teased Guantong in a very rude tone. Guantong has always been a girl with strong self-esteem, so she immediately snorted and turned her face to the other side, no longer looking at it. Zhang Bufang laughed heartily when he saw this situation. When he finally laughed enough, he took out a bottle of water and 2 packs of compressed biscuits from the small box where he stored dry food and threw them to Guantong. Eat something. I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle soon. If you don't save some energy, you won't be able to run anymore, and I won't carry you. Zhang Bufang calculated in his mind that his ship would come to intercept him. How long does it take for the boat to arrive? And then rummage inside the boat to find a diving suit. Guantong had never experienced anything like this before and was simply stunned. But she was really hungry now, and she didn't care to argue with Zhang Bufang, so she wolfed down the compressed dry food. After Guantong had eaten all the compressed dry food, Zhang Bufang had already taken out all the diving suits. You should be lucky that I just prepared 2 sets of diving suits. Otherwise, you would have to wait on this boat for others to come and take you back. Zhang Bufang said as he took off his dirty clothes. Why are you taking off your clothes in front of me? Are you acting like a gangster? Guantong's cheeks turned red when she looked at Zhang Bufang's curvaceous body, even though his muscles were not very developed. As a big girl, she has never seen a man naked. What are you thinking about? If you don't hurry up and take off your clothes and change into a diving suit, the people who are going to stop us will be here soon. Zhang Bufang's tone at this moment added a hint of anxiety and impatience. He had long lost the indifference he had just now. If the mission was, he has accomplished everything but failed because of this woman, then he really wants to cry without tears. But, although Guantong still hesitated, seeing Zhang Bufang quickly packing up the things on the boat and preparing to jump into the river, she couldn't help but panic. Don't go, just wait for me. I have to change my clothes. Guantong knew in his heart that this was not the time to hesitate, so he had to take off his clothes bit by bit. The sunlight shines softly on Guantong's milk-like skin, just like a fairy in a fairyland. Zhang Bufang wanted to turn around and urge Guantong because they really didn't have much time, but he didn't expect to see Guantong smooth back while he was changing clothes. Something hot flowed out of his nose. Zhang Bufang subconsciously wiped it with his fingers and unexpectedly saw bright red blood on his fingertips. Damn, he actually got a nosebleed just by looking at a girl's back. Taylor must not know about this. Zhang Bufang hurriedly turned around to cover up his crime and quickly wiped away the nosebleed with the clothes he had changed. If the little girl in front of him knew that he was secretly watching her change her clothes and had a nosebleed, even if they could leave now, I'm afraid they would still have trouble after they were out of danger. After Zhang Bufang wiped all the blood from his nose, he quickly stuffed his clothes. Okay, turn around. Guantong was not aware of what just happened. Looking at Zhang Bufang's uncertain eyes, he thought that this man had done something wrong again. Looking at the strange red color of Zhang Bufang's ears, he also didn't think much about it. The diving suit outlines Guantong's good figure. The bulging front and back are indeed what every man dreams of seeing. Just when Zhang Bufang wanted to say something to ease the awkward atmosphere and cover up his guilty conscience, Guantong suddenly pointed at a black spot in the distance in front of them and shouted. The black spot was getting closer and closer, and Zhang Bufang could see with his good eyesight that it was a motorboat full of people, and it would not take long to arrive in front of them. There is no other way now. Grab your things, and we will go into the water immediately. Zhang Bufang picked up his things and jumped into the water with a plop. Guantong still hesitated, but knew that there was no other way at this moment. The 2 people jumped into the water and sank quickly. With good equipment, They could see that the river was not as shallow as they thought. The bottom of the river is covered with a lot of gravel and the undercurrent is rapid. Without good equipment and proper training, it is simply impossible to carry out any activities at the bottom of this river. Guantong did not expect that the bottom of the river would be in such bad conditions. Without any preparation, she was almost swept away by the rapid current. Zhang Bufang had already investigated the situation of the river before setting off. When he saw Guantong losing control, he quickly grabbed Guantong's wrist and led him to swim sideways quickly. At the bottom of this river there is an outlet leading to the surrounding sea. It is a natural outlet and was not built by man. This is why the river has fast currents but appears calm on the surface. The situation at the bottom of the river was very complicated. Even though Zhang Bufang had already stepped on it and knew the approximate location of the water outlet, he could not find it accurately for a while. Guantong didn't know Zhang Bufang's inner plan, but looking at him looking around, he knew he was looking for something. So Guantong gently patted Zhang Bufang's shoulder with his free hand, and then pointed him in a direction. Zhang Bufang took the opportunity to swim in that direction, and sure enough, he found the outlet where the water was flowing. Without any hesitation, Zhang Bufang held Guantong's wrist tightly and swam into the water outlet. The rapidly changing water pressure made Zhang Bufang's chest feel extremely tight, and his heart was beating as if it was free, as if it would jump out of his throat in the next second. My eyes and eardrums were very uncomfortable, probably due to congestion from the rapidly changing water pressure. Zhang Bufang knew that there was no way out at this point, so he gritted his teeth and swam forward in the chaotic current with Guantong, who was equally uncomfortable. Zhang Bufang didn't know how long he had been swimming, but his feeling of suffocation was getting worse and worse. The oxygen tank he prepared was not a big one, but he didn't expect it to be enough. A glimmer of light appeared in front of him, and Zhang Bufang, like a man who had found hope in a desperate situation, quickly accelerated his speed and swam to the light before the last breath of air was squeezed out of his lungs. At this moment, Guantong was in a daze and was close to coma. Zhang Bufang used his last breath to bring his head out of the water, and at the same time pulled out the dazed Guantong. They took off the masks on their faces, and then breathed in the fresh and natural air. Only when you get here can you truly feel safe. Next, you just need to return to the base as planned. Are you saved? I feel like I'm about to die, Guantong said angrily. Although she is a thief with countless talents, although she has learned fighting and has some experience in swimming, but like this, he had never experienced such stimulation before, and he didn't want to experience it a second time. You go back and practice your physical fitness, otherwise you will hold me back. Zhang Bufang recovered his strength in the water for a while and then dragged Guantong ashore. The place he chose was far away from the crowd, so he wasn't worried about being discovered. The only thing Zhang Bufang didn't calculate was that he drilled the museum's exhaust pipe in order to steal the piece of cosmic ore. He didn't expect that the museum's exhaust pipe had not been cleaned for a long time, so the two of them changed their clothes now, like two beggars begging on the street. These clothes are so dirty, I don't want to wear them anymore. Guantong looked at his clothes that were soaked in sea water and looked like rags, and he felt very disgusted. Zhang Bufang had to say that even someone like himself who didn't choose his clothes felt that the clothes were too shabby, but it would probably be even weirder if the two of them went out on the street wearing diving suits. Okay, hurry up and change. After you come back with me, how about I ask a famous designer to design good-looking clothes for you? Zhang Bufang learned the lesson from last time and did not dare to peek at Guantong changing clothes anymore. I quickly put on my wet clothes and threw the diving suit into the sea. It was very uncomfortable to wear clothes soaked in sea water, but they only had this set of clothes, so they had no choice. The wet clothes clung to Guantong's body, outlining her graceful figure. Zhang Bufang took one look at it, coughed lightly, then took off his wet coat and wrapped it in it. On Guantong's body. Girl, please be careful, okay? Zhang Bufang's eyes were wandering randomly, but he didn't dare to fall on Guantong. Not to mention that if you read it, it would be offensive to the girl in front of you, and it would also be disloyal to Taylor. Taylor must be worried about him in the base. How could he do such a thing to betray Taylor and betray their feelings? You don't dare to do anything to me, and I'm not afraid of you seeing it. Guantong was very open-minded about this. After saying it lightly, he picked up the diving suit and threw it into the sea with all his strength. Zhang Bufang saw that the women being looked at were so indifferent, and he couldn't help but smile when he thought of his own coquettishness. The two of them stayed on the beach for a while until their clothes were dry, and then they headed into the town with their faces dirty and looking like beggars. Zhang Bufang's target was a post office. The day before he took action, he had deposited a house key, a bank card, and a phone card in the post office. Now, as long as he goes over and takes out the phone card and the key, he can rest here for a while and then wait for the person to come. The two of them walked closer and closer to the town. The few pedestrians who appeared on the road saw the two of them looking embarrassed and avoided them one after another. Guantong was still unconvinced until they entered the town and walked through the door of a store. She saw her current state in the glass mirror. Her long hair was disheveled on her shoulders, with some weeds on it. The clothes on her body were wrinkled after being soaked in sea water, as if they hadn't been washed for a long time. Guantong lowered his head and smelled it, and seemed to smell something. Weird smell. Zhang Bufang's situation was not much better than him. The two of them were wandering the streets like a pair of beggars. Have you heard? 2 of the museum's treasures were stolen last night. I know. I don't know where the thief is so bold. 2 people dressed as beggars walked past the person they were talking to. Listening to the 2 people talking in pure English, they didn't know whether to laugh or be sad. Soon the 2 of them walked to the only post office in the town. When the security guard saw the 2 of them dressed like beggars, he immediately stepped forward and stopped them. Please leave here. This is not the place you should come. Zhang Bufang grabbed Guantong, who wanted to argue with the security guard, and then took out a voucher issued by the post office from his wet pocket. Although the writing has been blurred by sea water, the large gilded characters on it are indeed the logo used by this post office. Although the security guard didn't know why the beggar-like person in front of him had a voucher from their post office, he immediately got out of the way out of professional ethics. Everything went smoothly next. Zhang Bufang used the signal he left to get what he left here. He took Guantong and turned left and right to a small house half a town away from the post office. There is hot water in the bathroom. You go take a shower first. Zhang Bufang urged the bald head to quickly enter the bathroom and take a shower in line with the principle of ladies first, so that he could quickly hand over the cosmic ore and complete the task, but he was alone. A matter of mind. Guantong's clothes, which had been soaked by sea water, were sticky to death. He picked up a set of unopened clothes thrown on the table and entered the bathroom. After Zhang Bufang heard the sound of water inside, he silently called his system. Soon the surrounding scenery changed again. Zhang Bufang looked at the system and used the simulator to identify the humanoid system that appeared in front of him. Do you also want to be a human? Why do you always meet me in human form? Zhang Bufang looked at the simulated human form that was not even taller than his chest. The joy of surviving the disaster made her unable to help but joke about this system. The system was obviously very angry at his words. After being silent for a long time, he said in a cold tone, "Please host hand over the mission and ask host to confirm whether this mission is completed." Zhang Bufang did not expect that his system would become more and more arrogant as he upgraded. He spread his hands helplessly and took out the ore from his pocket. As soon as the ore was taken out of his handbag, it seemed to be lifted up and floating in the air by an invisible force. After about 2 or 3 seconds, the white ore turned into a ray of light and penetrated into the simulated humanoid system. In the head, the system has received the task completion items and will soon issue the task completion rewards to the host. The system seemed very satisfied after receiving the ore, but it was still an illusory shadow, and Zhang Bufang could not see it. The expression on the face and so on, but you can see that the phantom around it is now hovering with a kind of brilliance, which is very beautiful. While he was thinking this, Zhang Bufang suddenly saw a flash of light suddenly flying toward him from the direction of the system. However, the flash was so fast that Zhang Bufang barely reacted, and he didn't even have time to ask. I heard the system's emotionless voice prompt. The system has distributed the task completion reward to the host. Please check it. In the past, when collecting mission rewards, the rewards would usually appear directly in front of him. But this time he looked left and right and didn't see where the mission rewards were. What is the reward? Why didn't I see it? Zhang Bufang asked with a frown. He was worried that the reward item was too small and he didn't see it. He looked around but still couldn't find it. This system is getting more and more complicated now. You're smart. He must have recorded the account after suffering his last loss, and you can enjoy his mission reward this time. The rewards have been superimposed on the last mission reward. The system still couldn't understand what Zhang Bufang was thinking, so it just answered very objectively, and then prepared to exit the dialogue interface between the two. Zhang Bufang was already very familiar with the various actions of the system and knew that it was time for it to exit. But he suddenly remembered something. Besides him, there was a girl. The two of them had just experienced that kind of experience. After the thrilling scene, he was very embarrassed. Fortunately for him, he had already prepared clothes and other items for himself, which were also very complete. However, he never expected to see a little girl he picked up. He couldn't look at this little girl. He's still dressed in rags. By the way, there's one more thing. Zhang Bufang asked the system to keep it before leaving. The system trembled when it remembered what happened before, fearing that Zhang Bufang would put forward any conditions to put it in a dilemma. It is a capable person. The principled system has been experienced in other systems before, but this is the first one that is so difficult to deal with. Now when it hears Zhang Bufang speak, it sometimes feels that there is a big pit waiting for it in front, so it does not dare to respond. I just want to ask you if you have a set of women's clothes for me in case of emergency. Zhang Bufang was not polite and directly expressed his thoughts. That's it. The system didn't seem to believe it when it heard this. It wasn't used to Zhang Bufang not taking advantage of others, so it didn't want to believe it when it heard that Zhang Bufang's conditions were not excessive. What do you think it is? Zhang Bufang chuckled and asked. Even if I make any excessive demands, you can't agree to it. After Zhang Bufang finished speaking, he saw a set of women's casual clothes placed in front of him. It seemed that it should be a size that the girl could wear, so he picked it up. After the system exited, Zhang Bufang returned to normal. In recent times, he had a feeling that as he continued to become stronger, his system was constantly being updated. He couldn't tell whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. The only thing that is not very convenient is that the upgraded system is not so easy to cheat, which means that it is almost impossible to take advantage of the system as before. During the time he was communicating with the system, the girl had already taken a shower. When she was about to come out, she found that there were no clothes to change. She was in a dilemma in the bathroom and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, she heard Zhang Bufang's voice. Came from outside. I have prepared a change of clothes. You can come out and change later. I am going out to buy some food and come back. After Guantong responded, there was no more noise. Instead, he put his ear to the door to listen to the movement outside. Sure enough, he heard the sound of opening and closing the door outside. Then the room became quiet, without any sound. Guantong never trusts anyone easily, and even hates the approach of strangers. But she doesn't know why she doesn't have such deep resistance to the man she met today. Her intuition tells her that this woman is worthy of trust. But whether she believed in the current situation or not, she would always have to go out and change clothes. She has never suffered from a man in her whole life. If this man wants to have any evil thoughts towards her, she will definitely make him suffer. Wrapping herself in a bath towel, she opened the door and walked around the room. As expected, she was the only one there, and her heart that had been hanging on her chest relaxed. After putting on the clothes prepared by Zhang Bufang, Guantong felt really tired all over his body after taking a shower. He checked his things and found that except for the equipment used to communicate with the headquarters, apart from this, there is nothing else, but it seems that she can no longer use this thing now. She originally wanted to complete the last task. After completing her mission, she left the organization and lived a free life. The commissions she had saved from her previous missions were enough for her to spend the rest of her life comfortably. However, what she never expected was that she was plotted against by the organization because of her. She is one of the top experts in the organization, but the organization is not willing to let her go so easily, so she still has great value. The reason why that gem was so precious to her before was because it was the most important bargaining chip for her to exchange freedom with the organization. Now that it is no longer needed, it is just a selling point in her eyes. It's just a piece of stone. She would try to contact someone on the black market some other day and sell this thing, which should bring her a lot of money, which would be enough for her to spend a while. She held the gem in both hands and kept stroking it. Her eyes fell on one place, and she was thinking wildly. Although there were things flashing around in her mind, Her heart was very confused. She didn't know what she was doing now. What exactly are you thinking about? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the room. The knock on the door made her tense for a moment, and her mind became much clearer. She cautiously walked to the door slowly without making any sound. She knew what the organization was capable of, but they never failed to find the person they wanted to find. So now she had some suspicions that the person at the door was sent by the organization to take her back. Naturally, she couldn't make any noise easily, so she had better observe first. After the people outside knocked on the door for a while and saw no response, they opened their mouths and said to the people inside, "Open the door, it's me. You don't want to lock me out, do you?" This voice was simply too loud for Guantong. It's both strange and familiar. Strange because this voice had never appeared in her previous life. Familiar because she had been with the owner of this voice for most of the day. But it was also strange that when she heard this voice she would. I felt a little relieved, so I opened the door, and when I saw Zhang Bufang at the door, I really felt relieved. After Zhang Bufang entered the door, he put down the things he was carrying. Sure enough, they were either food or drinks. He didn't think much of it when he didn't see it before. Now that he sees these things that can be used to satisfy his hunger, he really feels. I felt like my stomach was growling a little. The two of them didn't say anything. They just filled their stomachs in a tacit understanding. Speaking of it, we are destined to meet each other in such a place, and even help each other escape. Let's have a drink. Zhang Bufang picked up the glass of water in his hand and said to the girl. Although the girl had a look of disgust on her face, she still followed Zhang Bufang's example and picked up the cup in her hand, touched it perfunctorily with Zhang Bufang, and then drank the water in it. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Zhang Bufang. It seems that you are younger than me, so just call me Brother Fang. Zhang Bufang saw that this girl was not very old, but her eyes were cold and cold. To have such abilities at such a young age and not knowing what he has been through, I suddenly felt a little unbearable. There was still a trace of resistance on the little girl's face, but her eyes flickered a little. Zhang Bufang just hoped that the two of them would not be so quiet while eating, because that would make them feel a little embarrassed, so they would just bring up some topics and say something. Even if the other party didn't talk to him or give him any response, it would be okay. Just when he thought that the little girl sitting opposite him would not say a word to him, he suddenly heard the little girl say two words very quickly, but the speed was too fast and the voice was too soft, so he suddenly stopped talking. He didn't hear clearly, so he asked, "What did you just say?" Seeing Zhang Bufang's stunned look, the girl frowned impatiently, and then angrily repeated what she just said in the face of Zhang Bufang's curious eyes. "Guantong." The awkward voice reached Zhang Bufang's ears in a low voice. Zhang Bufang knew that she was talking about his own name, so he didn't say anything more, but secretly wrote it down. She was just a little girl with a lot of personality. For this kind of little girl, just follow her wishes. Otherwise, the hair will explode easily. Now it seems that you have probably broken up with your companions. What are your plans? Otherwise, come back with me, I mean back to our place. When Zhang Bufang asked, he saw the dark look in her eyes. When I stopped, I probably thought of something sad. Guantong was an orphan when he was a child. He lived a very painful childhood in an orphanage that he did not want to recall until he was adopted. She thought she could live the kind of life she had always envied, with her parents loving her, but she never expected that she would be sent to an organization and trained as a tool to complete various tasks, and she would live a life of darkness from then on. The days in that training camp made her almost numb. The only thing that could support her was the friendship with those comrades who depended on each other. Without the mutual support between them, she might not be able to survive until now. All those partners she trusts the most in her heart. But she didn't expect to know today that the relationship she always thought was indestructible was actually so fragile. She never dreamed that one day she would be betrayed by the person she thought was closest to her. Of course, she knew that Sister Lee had held back when the two of them were hiding just now, in order to give her a chance to escape, but in her opinion, it was just her guilt for betraying herself. Zhang Bufang was right. It was indeed impossible for her to go back to that organization, and it was impossible for her to be with those people anymore. But she had not yet decided where she wanted to go. It's long, so you need to plan it carefully. I don't know. You can go wherever you want. It depends on your mood. She replied a little coldly. She would not return to the previous organization, but she would not go back casually with someone she just met. What if I went from one wolf den to another? Although she didn't say it explicitly, Zhang Bufang could already hear the obvious rejection from her words and tone. However, Zhang Bufang was not surprised. Instead, he felt that it was normal for this girl to reject his invitation. No one would follow someone home within less than a day of seeing them. Unable to think of any more topics, Zhang Bufang had no choice but to bury his head in eating the food in front of him. At this moment, he suddenly heard a ding sound coming from the room. Zhang Bufang knew it was not his, so he looked at the girl. When Guantong heard this voice, he almost subconsciously jumped up from the chair he was sitting on. This was a habit he had developed over the years. Whenever he received a task, he would make all his nerves and muscles nervous. They all became nervous, because sometimes their missions had to race against time, and sometimes even if they were half a second late, the mission would be declared a failure. But the moment her butt left the chair, she suddenly thought that she was no longer a member of the organization, and there was no need to take on the organization's tasks, so her steps slowed down, but she still walked towards the equipment. I went there to see what was going on. Zhang Bufang also slowed down the movements of his hands and looked in the direction of Guantong. When he saw Guantong holding the device in his hand and checking it, his expression immediately changed after just one glance. What happened? Why do you look so ugly all of a sudden? Zhang Bufang saw that Guantong's face was getting more and more ugly, so he couldn't help but ask. He always felt that there was something different about this girl from her peers. That kind of thing is a bit heavy and dark, which should not be seen in a girl of such an age. Guantong stared blankly at the screen as if he hadn't heard anything at first. After a long time, he suddenly smiled bitterly, turned to Zhang Bufang, and said, "Uncle Zhang, if I go to your place with you, can you take care of food and housing?" Zhang Bufang nodded almost immediately. "Of course, although I can't give you a high salary as where you were before, I still have no problem sharing your food and accommodation. But you rejected me mercilessly just now. Why did you suddenly change your mind? The time before and after this was too short. I'm afraid I have nowhere else to go." Guantong replied with a wry smile and put the device in his hand in front of Zhang Bufang so that he could just see it. Zhang Bufang took it and put it on his palm and looked at it carefully. He found that it was a wanted order. It seemed that this wanted order was sent to all members of Guantong's organization, and the reward was not low. It seems that Guantong is indeed a very special person in their organization. I didn't expect that your little girl's films would be so valuable. Do you think I could get such a large bounty if I sold you to your organization? Zhang Bufang said half-jokingly before finishing. I saw the little girl coming over unceremoniously, reaching out and strangled Zhang Bufang's neck. The movement was very sudden and powerful. Zhang Bufang didn't know whether he was shocked or choked. Coughing incessantly, when his face was about to turn red, he waved his hand to Guantong and said, Okay, little ant, please let go. I surrender." Guantong's hand stayed on Zhang Bufang's neck for a few seconds before letting go. "You, little girl, are really cruel in this movie. I was just joking," Zhang Bufang said to Guantong while calming his breathing. "Of course I know you are joking, otherwise I would have strangled your neck in one fell swoop." Guantong seemed very satisfied with Zhang Burang's current embarrassed appearance, and raised his head slightly and looked at Zhang Bufang in a somewhat arrogant manner. Said, "I was just joking with you just now." This time it was Zhang Bufang's turn to smile bitterly, but he couldn't do anything to a little girl. He just suddenly remembered something and said sternly, "By the way, I'm not a few years older than you, so you better not call me. You are an uncle, so call me old." Zhang Bufang expressed his protest with great dissatisfaction, but only received a sneer from Guantong. Zhang Bufang is still very confident that bringing Guantong back can protect her. His current base camp has basically been determined to be hid. In the eyes of others, it is just an island and will not cause any trouble. If you pay too much attention, no one will discover that Guantong is hiding there. So 2 days later, Zhang Bufang and Guantong had already left this increasingly dangerous place. Although the ore Zhang Bufang stole from the museum had been handed over to the system, no one would have thought of it. It turned out to be him who stole it. But what was a little tricky was that the gem Guantong took out from the museum was still on him. He was very reluctant to throw it away, and it was really a big trouble to keep it on him. Chenhe looked at the girl and felt that the character given to him by Zhang Bufang seemed a little difficult. If it were an ordinary girl, it would be fine. He just had to be more attentive and take care of her. But the girl in front of him was obviously. He was a little different from other girls. Just looking at the aura that she exuded that always kept strangers away made him want to retreat. How could he take the initiative to approach and take care of her? That's why he will always act hesitant, making people look unwilling. I don't need anyone to take care of me. Before Chun-Hee could respond, he heard Guantong reply very coldly. I don't need anyone to take care of me either. Look at the man's fair and clean appearance. Even looks a little weak and unhealthy. And when something happens, I don't know who needs to save whom. So he gave Chun-Hee a very contemptuous look, then walked past the crowd with his lips pursed without saying anything and walked inside. Zhang Bufang glanced at Chun-Hee, gave him a look, and then saw Chun-Hee following him reluctantly. The girl is not old, but has a good temper. Perhaps it is because of her personal experience that she is too strong. She does not want to show that she needs protection in front of others. Being strong is also a whole thing. Others do not know her psychology, but Zhang Bufang knew him more or less, so he arranged for Chun-Hee to do this. Firstly, he was of the same age, and secondly, Chun-Hee had a soft temper and it was easier to communicate with Guantong. If two people have strong personalities, they may get into a fight. Zhang Bufang also didn't expect that one day he would worry about such a thing, just like a parent worried about his children who are in the rebellious period of youth. But he clearly has only passed that rebellious period not long ago. Chun-Hee didn't want to take this task at first, but when he saw Zhang Bufang's eyes, he nodded reluctantly, turned around, and followed Guantong. He didn't know where this little girl was going. She had just arrived. He has only been here for a few minutes. He doesn't even know this place, and he doesn't know where he will be accommodated. He dares to wander around like this. He is indeed a talent. Apart from Chun-Hee being a little afraid of this girl with a strong temper. But I still have to help her make arrangements. I can't just watch her live outside, not to mention that this little girl was brought back by Zhang Bufang. Taylor was a little worried when he saw Guantong, worried that Zhang Bufang would change his heart and fall in love with a young and individual girl like Guantong. But now he sees that Zhang Bufang seems to have dumped one. I breathed a sigh of relief as if I was facing a difficult problem. Not only was my original worry gone, but I actually found it a bit funny. Where did you find such a little girl? She has quite a personality. At this time, the conversation became much easier. After Zhang Bufang learned about her situation in the past few days after leaving, he wanted to go back to rest. On the way back, he heard Taylor ask, I met by chance. This girl doesn't look big, but she is really capable. She is exactly the talent we need. Moreover, she is wanted now and has no place to go, so I brought her back. Zhang Bufang. Thinking of the stubbornness on Guantong's face and the loss in his eyes that day, I felt a little unbearable. It turns out that it's like this. She has experienced so much at such a young age, and it is indeed difficult for her. Taylor's heart is also very kind, especially after learning about Guantong's experience. He no longer had the initial feeling. Instead of worrying, I really want to take care of Guantong like a sister. Zhang Bufang suddenly relaxed after working hard for a few days and felt a little tired. After returning to his room, he touched the pillow and fell asleep immediately. Taylor gave Zhang Bufang a brief look and found that he was just tired and not suffering. Zhang Bufang was relieved not to disturb him anymore and quietly left the room, leaving Zhang Bufang sleeping peacefully alone. After coming out quietly, Taylor turned around and closed the door. He wanted to prepare some food for Zhang Bufang so that he could eat something to satisfy his hunger after he got up. When he was about to leave, he suddenly saw Chun-Hee walking in this direction. When he saw Taylor, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He almost ran over and said to Taylor, Is Brother Fong in the room? Taylor nodded. He's in the room, but he's already asleep. Do you have anything to do with him? When Chun-Hee heard that Zhang Bufang fell asleep, the hope he had in his eyes was suddenly shattered. He said in frustration, What did Brother Fong think when he asked me to take care of that ignorant girl? I can't handle it. Although he had listened to Zhang Bufang's instructions just now and went over to help with the arrangements out of good intentions, the little girl didn't appreciate it at all. After everything was arranged, she actually put him with a look of disgust on her face after everything was arranged. He kicked him out, and it was okay not to thank him. But it was a bit too much to make him lose face like this. Even if Chun-Hee didn't say anything, Taylor knew what happened. After simply listening to Zhang Bufang's words, He felt a little sorry for this girl. She once escaped from a dark organization, and she left those days. She never wants to go back, and in that kind of place, a person's nature will be suppressed to death. Even if she finally comes out, it is not easy to change. She was lucky enough to meet Zhang Bufang. Little by little, she found the feeling of a normal person. Now when he saw Guantong, he could see her before, who had completely sealed herself off. She just came here and is not familiar with it. You have to be more patient with her. Taylor smiled slightly and said to Chunhee, I can't stand her weird temper. When Brother Fong wakes up, I must apply to him not to do this thing again. I'm not suitable for this job, Chunhee said with a bitter face. Where has she been placed? I'll go over and take a look. Taylor thought that she was a woman after all, and there should be no problem communicating with girls. Chunhee now wanted to kneel down to Taylor and thank her for saving him, but without saying anything, he pulled Taylor in the direction of Guantong. When Taylor went there, Guantong did not stay in the room arranged for her, but went somewhere unknown. Where is the person? Taylor looked at Chunhee and asked, and Chunhee also shook his head in confusion. She was still there when I left just now. I don't know where she went. She shouldn't be able to leave in such a while. It's too far, Chunhee said and looked around, but still saw no trace of Guantong. Brother Fong, too. This girl looks weird and has a bad temper. I don't know the details of why I brought her back like this. Isn't this bringing us back trouble? Chunhee was a little confused. He complained dissatisfiedly, feeling somewhat unbalanced in his heart. It turns out that when Guantong didn't come, he was the youngest here, so everyone would pay special attention to taking care of him. Now that someone who looks younger than him suddenly comes, everyone's care will naturally come from him. It was assigned to this girl, so for Chunhee, this was not only an intruder, but also a robber who was going to steal everything he had. Although he knew that this feeling was wrong, he just couldn't help but think about it, and this thought was rooted in his mind like a virus. He wanted to get rid of this thought, but how could he? There is nothing you can do. You can only be temporarily dominated by this emotion. Seeing that the room was neat and tidy, Taylor didn't look like someone had rested in it. He just frowned slightly and then said to Chunhee, maybe he wants to get familiar with this place. I'll go look for you. Just go about your business. Chunhee asked for what he wanted and ran away quickly, while Taylor walked out of the room and found someone to carefully arrange for him to prepare some daily necessities. After all, it was impossible to carry this kind of thing with him, not to mention that she clearly saw this. The girl didn't bring anything with her when she came. She just came alone. Taylor didn't know where she was going back. She was just trying her luck to find it aimlessly. Fortunately, there weren't many places to go here. She searched place after place based on her own impressions and still found it. There used to be another port on this small island, but due to geological changes over the years, the water level there became very shallow, so that port had to be abandoned. Fortunately, the other port can still be used. Originally, I just came to take a look with the mentality of giving it a try, but I didn't expect to see Guantong's figure at the port. The huge port background contrasted with a small back figure, which made people feel vomiting blood and heartache. Taylor slowly walked over and sat down next to Guantong. He thought that Guantong didn't notice her arrival, but later he discovered that Guantong was very sensitive to sounds and had already noticed it before she got close. I just knew there was no threat to her, so I didn't react in any way. You're not used to coming to a new place. Taylor's appearance is very beautiful, and people can't take their eyes away after just one glance. Guantong, a girl, is no exception to be attracted by Taylor. Sure enough, it is the nature of all living things on Earth to like beautiful things, and no individual can escape this fate. I'm used to wandering. There's nothing I'm not used to. Guantong's voice was a bit cold, but compared to his attitude towards Chunhee not long ago, this was already considered very good. Although it came from Guantong's mouth, it was just a short sentence, but Taylor could hear a bit of sadness in it. The little girl in front of her was only 20, but she had such a vicissitudes of life. It was hard to imagine what she had gone through in the first half of her life. Maybe your life required you to wander around before, but no longer. You can stay here peacefully, and no one will force you to do anything. Taylor knew that just saying this was of no use, because this way, it's easy to say good things to Guantong, but it's not so easy to make a newcomer believe it easily. So he looked into Guantong's eyes and said sincerely, I understand what you are thinking now. I have no experience like you. I didn't believe this when I lived there, but now you see, Don't I feel comfortable here? Guantong didn't nod or shake her head, but Taylor could see a little bit of her emotions from the looseness in her eyes. In fact, she probably believed what Taylor said in her heart, and she was also full of expectations. This is actually a good thing. At least it proves that Guantong is not an inexperienced person. She may seem a bit withdrawn now and is not easy to get close to, but if we keep in touch with her for a long time, we will become closer and closer. Taylor is still very confident about this. The two of them sat there quietly for a long time without anyone speaking, as if they were just enjoying this quiet time, watching the waves slowly rushing towards them one after another and then slowly retreating. I watched the sun in the sky set little by little to the west, leaving behind a very beautiful golden afterglow. Taylor thought that she had been sitting here with Guantong for a long time, and she didn't know if Zhang Bafong, who was sleeping in the room, was awake now. If he was awake, he might be hungry. She originally wanted to do it herself. I sent some food to Zhang Bafong, but I don't know if it's too late now. If you like the scenery here, just sit here for a while, but don't sit here alone when it gets dark. The sea breeze at the beach is cool and damp, and you may catch a cold if you sit for too long, Taylor said. He stood up and said to Guantong. After saying that, he still didn't see any reaction from Guantong. He smiled and was about to leave. Suddenly, a gust of sea breeze blew up, and the clothes of both of them were blown up. There was really something very special. Cool feeling. The clothes on her body are quite thick, but looking at Guantong, she is only wearing a thin shirt, which is definitely not allowed in such a temperature. Besides, it seems that she has no intention of going back to the room now. Had no choice but to take off his coat and cover Guantong's body. After Guantong felt the sudden warmth on his body, he was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Taylor. All he saw was Taylor's good-looking appearance and the angelic smile on his face. It was this smile that made Guantong. He simply couldn't refuse what Taylor did to him, so he just looked at Taylor quietly without saying a word. I'm going back first. Remember to come over for dinner later, Taylor said gently to Guantong. This kind of gentle but affirmative words can give people the warmest feeling. Guantong looked at Taylor's leaving figure and suddenly felt that this place was actually not bad. At least it was warmer than every place she had been before. Just like what this beautiful woman said just now, she may slowly find that she can find her own preferred lifestyle here. She still feels very friendly to the two people she has met here, Zhang Bafong and Taylor, but she is the only one who doesn't like the young boy who looks about the same age as herself. He has a pretty face and is obviously sick. She was depressed but had a bad temper, and she showed her dislike for her without any hesitation. This was the first time in her life. Even though he had Taylor's coat on him, he still felt a little cold after sitting at the port for a long time. Guantong thought of what Taylor had said to him before leaving, and actually went back to his room obediently. When he entered the room, only then did she realize that there were a lot of things in her room at some point, including daily necessities and some clothes that girls might use. Without even thinking about it, she knew that this must be Taylor's order. Zhang Bafong felt that he had a very comfortable sleep this time. When he opened his eyes, he felt that his strength had recovered a lot, but he only had a slight headache. It was probably because he had not had a good rest for several days in a row. I feel a little uncomfortable after suddenly sleeping like this. It was already night when I opened my eyes, and the sky outside had completely darkened. Whenever I woke up at this time, I always felt very lost. I took a deep breath and was about to get up. Zhang Bafong. Suddenly, I found that my fingers were emitting that bright blue light again. He was used to this color of light, but suddenly he remembered that he had forgotten something. After coming out of the American Museum, he handed over the mission to the system, and the system had already checked and issued the reward for completing the mission. He was worried about whether someone would catch him all the way. I didn't even bother to take a look at what the reward was. Now that I had some free time, I had the time to take a closer look. After waking up the device, Zhang Bafong saw a projection appearing in front of him. In this case, he would still project the object, but when there were many people and he happened to need to use it, he would transfer the projection to an eye. This is what he discovered accidentally this time. All the options appeared on the projection in front of him. He didn't pay much attention to it at first, but when he was about to touch it with his finger, he suddenly saw an option that he had not seen before. Storage function? Zhang Bafong murmured curiously. His fingers reacted faster than his mouth, and his index finger had already reached out and clicked on the option. Originally, he thought that it should be able to store some important data in the cloud like a computer. In fact, it was just a special-shaped mobile hard drive. When he was exploring how to use this thing, he suddenly discovered that this thing required scanning of stored items. Zhang Bufang thought that maybe this thing could automatically scan and engrave the text on the object, which was actually very convenient, so he wanted to find something that could be used for testing in his room. He didn't believe in such a big room. Could it be that he still can't find what he needs? After walking around, he found that his room was extremely clean. There was not even a piece of paper with any words on it. This was completely different from when he was a scientist. At that time, he was as much a scientist as Lena. He lives in a lot of documents. If he didn't have those documents, he might not be able to sleep. It is precisely because of this that he feels that he has fallen a little bit now. Finally, I found a piece of paper in a corner that I don't know what era it was and who it was by. It looked like it had been torn from some book. It might just be a masterpiece of a child who doesn't like reading. Zhang Bufang carefully placed the very fragile piece of paper on the table that seemed to be easily broken, reactivated the device on his finger, and opened it to the interface where items can be scanned and stored, and then at the prompts of the device. Point the scan light spot directly at the piece of paper, and after setting the time for 2 or 3 seconds, you can see that the range of the light spot is constantly expanding, from the original red spot to an aperture, and the paper is surrounded inside. It can be said that Zhang Bufang is accustomed to this phenomenon. He is also a scientific worker after all, and he has seen many things that are more advanced than this kind of thing. But the existence of this device seems to be to give Zhang Bufang unexpected surprises. Just a second ago, Zhang Bufang took it for granted that the result would be what he thought. It was just an ordinary machine with a scanner. Input function, but what happened in front of him in the next second made him completely change his mind. His face no longer had the natural expression, but his eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what happened. It turned out that the piece of paper he had placed on the table was placed neatly on the table, surrounded by a circle of light. But what was unbelievable was that the next second, the piece of paper disappeared. Zhang Bufang's first thought was that the piece of paper might be too old, so it could not withstand such laser irradiation, and it should have spontaneously combusted. However, he soon overturned this theory himself. Anything can burn. It is impossible to leave no evidence at all. At least there must be fire. Even if the burning speed is very fast, there should be more or less a little bit of ashes to prove that this thing indeed existed. But now, it's a bit too strange to not even have this bit of evidence. The only possibility he can think of now is that this thing disappeared out of thin air. As for where it disappeared to, he has a bold idea, but he can't be sure yet. Further verification is needed. Now that I thought about it, I had to do it as soon as possible. Without saying a word, I activated the device that was on standby due to no operation for a long time, and then opened the storage function. Sure enough, I saw a storage space. I hesitated for a while and clicked on it. He opened it, and then he saw a piece of paper first appearing in the storage space he opened, and it was certain that this was the piece of paper that disappeared in front of him just now. Finding this piece of paper proved the first step of his idea, but this was only half of it, and further attempts were needed. He placed his hand on the projected piece of paper, and then a layer of text and other instructions appeared on its surface, which was a detailed introduction to this thing, including the name of the item, detailed description, and storage time. It should be. It's quite detailed. Zhang Bufang tried clicking again, but it was of no use except to enlarge the thing again. Even so, he did not give up easily because he had a premonition that his idea was correct, but he had not found it yet. It's just the right way. Zhang Bufang used almost all the fingers he could use, and also used all the gestures he could think of, but none of them worked. It turned out that he could patiently try one by one, but in the end he was all broken. I sweated, but made no progress at all. Perhaps because he slept all afternoon, Zhang Bufang felt a little hungry and decided to put this matter aside for the time being. Anyway, it might not be needed in a short time, so he would find an opportunity to ask the system and describe the task in detail. The use of rewards should be its responsibility. At this point, Zhang Bufang took his hand back and was about to turn off the device. However, just when he was about to turn off the device, he found that the piece of paper magically appeared on the table again. Zhang Bufang was surprised. At the same time, I also realized that what kind of action I should have done unintentionally just now combined with the action set by the system to extract things from the device. Almost without hesitation, Zhang Bufang stored the thing in again, and then tried it one by one based on his own impressions. He actually found it. It was a 5-finger pointing device. The object in the device can be grasped. As long as this action is performed, the objects in the device can be brought into reality. Zhang Bufang still can't figure out how this thing can store such items, but what happened to him now is already difficult to explain. This is nothing, and since this thing is there, with his hands on it, he will always have the opportunity to study it thoroughly, and maybe it will be of great use to them in the future. Zhang Bufang had just figured out this thing when he heard a dong-dong knock on the door. After putting away his things, Zhang Bufang walked to the door and opened it. He saw Taylor standing at the door, holding his hand. A little snack was served on the table, which is a specialty here. Zhang Bufang liked the taste very much, so Taylor found a local man during Zhang Bufang's absence for a few days and learned how to make this snack very seriously. Although he didn't. Very skilled, but already somewhat vague. Brother Fong, these are the snacks I just made. You may feel a little hungry just after you came here. Eat a little to cushion your stomach. Dinner should be almost ready. Brother Fong, do you want to eat in the room or go and meet everyone? Eat together. Whenever Taylor is with Zhang Bufang, he will be very soft and gentle, allowing Zhang Bufang to fully feel the beauty of the world. This snack tastes very good. Zhang Bufang took the snack from Taylor's hand, took a bite, and tasted it carefully, giving a very sincere compliment, which made Taylor very happy. After eating a piece of snack, he answered Taylor's question, "I'll pack up and go out to eat with everyone right away." As he said that, he found a coat and put it on, and then went out with Taylor. I don't know if Chun-Hee has arranged Guantong well. He wasn't very worried. He just asked casually. He was planning to ask Chun-Hee in person when he saw him later, but he didn't expect that he got Guantong so quickly. Taylor's answer: everything has been arranged. She may be a little uncomfortable when she first comes here, but she will get better gradually. However, it is really a bit difficult for him to let Chun-Hee do the matter of settling her. I think his face is like a bitter gourd. Taylor thought it was funny when he thought of Chun-Hee's helpless expression and couldn't help but smile and said to Zhang Bufang, "Maybe I was a little careless, but I just think that they are the only two people here who can be considered the same age. Things should be more topical among people of the same age. It may feel awkward when we first meet, but after getting along for a long time, maybe they can really get along and become close friends who talk about everything. This kind of relationship is actually very important to them." Zhang Bufang said to Taylor using his own experience and intuition. I don't know why, but on this point, he actually felt very confident. When the two of them were talking, they had already arrived at the place where everyone was eating together. This place was previously set aside by Hyde to celebrate some important festivals. It was very spacious and tidy, and it was indeed very suitable for such an occasion. When he walked in, Zhang Bufang found that everyone was already there, and it was him who was waiting for him. Although he went out to complete his own task this time, when he came back, everyone still felt that there should be such a ceremony for him. Jiafeng, Zhang Bufang is already a leader to them. Zhang Bufang originally didn't want to accept this honor given to him by everyone, but after thinking about it, he felt that this was actually a sign that everyone needed him, and he was also willing to be everyone's support, so he used this way to express his commitment to them. It's actually very good. The food has been served slowly. The enthusiastic and direct character of the pirates does not allow them to wait slowly for the dishes to be served before starting their dinner. When everyone has almost arrived, it is already a scene of uncles and uncles drinking and drinking. Zhang Bufang did not see Lin Na when he came back. I heard that he just locked himself in the room at that time just to continue preparing the information needed for the language converter. He had almost forgotten all sleep and food, but even so, he still came out to this dinner. When Zhang Bufang and others came here, they felt that the place was lifeless, so they always had the feeling that everyone here had no energy. Zhang Bufang also thought for a time that he would take over Hader's business. It was actually a very difficult thing for him. But when he came back after this trip, he seemed to find something different because everyone's mental outlook had completely changed. Now they were even interested in setting up a bonfire to sing and dance outside, and they were able to cheer everyone up. The kind of smile on your face that makes you feel good when you see it. At first, Zhang Bufang felt a little confused, but later he realized that when they came here, The place was controlled by that terrible virus, and the whole island was shrouded in the breath of death. But now they have been completely rescued, and what surrounds them is full of vitality, rather than the kind of lifelessness that makes people feel scared when they see it. Seeing everyone singing and dancing carefree, Zhang Bufang suddenly felt that his choice was actually the right one, because he could visibly see that the place had changed because of his presence, and he also hoped that because of his presence, with him, everything here can get better and better. Chunhee, have you seen Guantong? Taylor noticed that Guantong was not around when they were eating, so he grabbed Chunhee while everyone was busy and asked. Guantong was not required to come. When attending such a party, I was just worried that she might be hungry if she was alone somewhere with nothing to eat. Over there. When Chunhee heard the word Guantong, he raised his chin slightly and nodded in one direction like a conditioned reflex. There was also a look in his eyes that he was very reluctant to mention this girl. Taylor looked in the direction where Chunhee was looking, and sure enough, he saw Guantong sitting alone in a corner looking at this lively direction, as if he was from a completely different world from here. That kind of loneliness, and yet, the feeling of loneliness made people feel a little distressed. He looked back and saw that Zhang Bufang was talking to Lin Na and the others. He didn't have much free time at the moment, so he walked over with a glass of hot water. In Guantong's eyes, he sat next to her. He reached out and handed over the cup of hot water and said, "It's a little cold outside. It would be better if you could get closer to the bonfire over there. The wind here is still a bit strong. Drinking some hot water can keep you warm. Warm yourself up." He originally thought that this little girl might not take the glass of water according to her slightly extreme temperament. But what he didn't expect was that Guantong's eyes only fell on the glass of water for about 2 or 3 seconds. Within seconds, he reached out and took the glass of water into his own hand. Taylor even heard 2 words that were almost inaudible: "Thank you." In fact, everyone has the softest place in their heart. Zhang Bufang was talking with Lin Na when he suddenly saw Taylor and Guantong sitting in the corner, walking over with Lin Na. After all, Guantong was brought back by himself, so proper care is still needed. Brother Fong. Taylor's eyes are probably the best tracker for Zhang Bufang. No matter where Zhang Bufang is, she can always see him immediately. It used to be just one person's loneliness, but then another person joined, and now it has become a small gathering of 4 people. While Brother Fong was away, almost all of us couldn't see Brother Lena. It's rare to see him out today. Now everyone is familiar with each other, so we can joke freely. Everyone seems to be getting closer to each other. Once you start this kind of thing, you can't stop thinking about it. I did come out a little less, but now I have finally completed most of it. After hearing Taylor's ridicule to him, Lena felt a little embarrassed and raised his hand to adjust his glasses. Lena always shut himself in the room and felt a little dizzy, even thinking about it these days. The results still feel very fulfilling. That's true, but the only thing we lack now is talents who can write software, so it can only be half completed. I don't know when we will find the right people to do the other half. Zhang Bufang also feels that there is enough. It is a pity to imagine, but not have the right people to implement it. His words seemed to hit the point where Lin Na felt disappointed, and his mood sank unconsciously. The atmosphere that was originally very relaxed now suddenly became a little heavy. All that could be heard were the cheers of everyone not far away and the sound of the waves. I can give the program a try. Just when everyone was feeling a little depressed because of this, they suddenly heard a somewhat depressed voice. At first, no one seemed to react, but it was Taylor who came to his senses immediately and realized that it was Guantong sitting next to him who had spoken. After 2 or 3 seconds, Zhang Bufang and Lin Na also set their eyes on Guantong at the same time. Guantong's quiet words suddenly reminded Zhang Bufang of when he was in the American Museum. He had clearly seen this little girl hack the program in the museum with only a small portable notebook. The security and monitoring system is indeed not something ordinary people can do. He had always only regarded her as a little girl who had no place to go after being betrayed by her own organization and friends. He actually forgot that this little girl also came from a large organization and must be well trained. But even if he remembered this matter at the beginning, he might not directly ask Guantong for help, because it would look like he took a fancy to Guantong's ability, and that's why he brought her back. But in fact, he really just. I brought her back out of sympathy and pity. But now that Guantong can bring it up on his own, this is the best result. Before Zhang Bufang and Taylor could give any reaction, Lin Na became excited first and rushed directly in front of Guantong over the two people in the middle. Little girl, you just said that you can write programs. Can you help me write this program? Now I have everything I need. Lin Na's excitement was completely beyond words, even if you didn't look at his expression. You can feel the ecstasy coming from his heart just by listening to the voice. This is probably a kind of enthusiasm unique to scientific workers, and it is a state that is difficult for others to understand and reach. Guantong was not used to someone speaking to him in such a passionate tone, and even had the urge to escape. However, before he could move, he found Taylor's hand on his shoulder. I almost regained my strength. She doesn't know why, but she feels an inexplicable affinity for this woman she just met today. It's probably because Taylor said that the two of them have had the same experience. This may be what everyone calls sympathy. Have you lost your mind? Zhang Bufang's face was full of doubts, as if he was watching a self-directed monkey. If you dare to take action again, I will kill her. The strong man with yellow hair said confidently that the boy must have thought that throwing the flashlight was a cover for his escape, but in fact the real goal was to kidnap Guantong. It doesn't matter, you can kill or chop him as you please. You heartless man. Suddenly, the boss's eyes widened and he froze in anger. He had no choice but to swallow back what he said. Just as he was about to taunt, he found the woman standing intact behind the sofa. He turned around and found a half-human high ragdoll in his hand. TSK, he is indeed a killer with a sinister heart. He won't even let go of the dolls. Since this can vent the anger in your heart, you will be satisfied. Zhang Bufang said with a smile on his face. Zhang Bufang had just seen the opponent's motives and prepared in advance. Even if he ran away and had a dagger ready, it would be easy to judge the opponent's position. If you have any other tricks, just use them. You don't deserve to die. Hearing such a provocation, he felt very angry inside. His chest heaved up and down. He stammered and yelled. He became so angry that he grabbed the dagger and rushed over. The shooting speed is obviously much faster than that of the man in black, but unfortunately the gulf-like gap cannot be easily bridged. Zhang Bufang easily sensed his position and punched him with a sandbag-sized fist without mercy. The yellow-haired man bared his teeth and claws and hit the pillar fiercely, spitting out blood. His right hand, which was full of veins, pressed his chest that was in unbearable pain and kept shrinking back. It seems that he wants to stay away from the mutated species in front of him. He is ridiculously strong. He is the most terrifying young man so far. Let's make a deal. If you let me go, you'll call and bring Taylor back intact, or we'll both die. The strong man with yellow hair snorted coldly. After all, he still has a big handle. He will definitely show weakness if he knows what kind of secrets the chairman of Taisher Group has. It sounds quite reasonable, but letting you go wouldn't be like feeding a tiger and causing trouble for yourself in the future. Zhang Bufang lighted a cigarette leisurely and seemed not worried about Taylor's life or death at all. You're still qualified to negotiate terms. I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it, or else we'll break up the deal. 5, 4. To tell you the truth, I didn't get along very well with that tigress. I would be happy if I really died. The burly yellow-haired man with a ferocious countdown on his face was stunned there, wondering if he had heard wrongly and scratching his ears. Why didn't that kid always play his cards according to common sense? A muffled sound of clang. Suddenly, more dead bodies appeared in front of the strong man with yellow hair. When he saw clearly that it was the horse boy he had just ordered, it was like a bolt from the blue. His whole body was like mud, and he was weak. How dare a leopard kidnap my mother after eating a bear's heart? Chen Lin waved her hands casually. In fact, she stayed in the villa pretending to be Taylor. After the man in black took her out, he took out the dagger he carried and killed him. At first, I was a little worried about the kid's safety. After all, the killers came and went without a trace. When I saw the half-dead man on the ground, it seemed that I was worried too much. Zhang Bufang gave a thumbs up. The plan came to a perfect conclusion and everything was under control. Knowing that someone was following him, he asked Taylor to leave from the underground garage of Taisher Group early, and then concealed his identity and asked Chen Lin to follow him back to the villa. They didn't notice him because they didn't dare to get too close. People like this should be donated to the medical community for research. They are simply committing evil. Chen Lin said with disgust and hatred in her eyes. and then called Haid and the others to handle the funeral arrangements. To put it simply, killers like them just use people's money to eliminate disasters for others. They are not as hateful as those drug lords or swindlers. Zhang Bufang couldn't help but defend the strong man with yellow hair, saying that he knew the rules of the Black Hawk killer organization. Although he said he did not just rob the rich and give to the poor, he was never the troublemaker who oppressed the people without reason. What? You want to be a killer? No, no, no. I'm a very good citizen. If you dare, I'll kill you first. Chen-Lin rolled her eyes angrily, but in retrospect, these people had not killed innocent people indiscriminately after lurking for so long. Brother Fong, do you need to tell Sister Taylor that she is safe? Guan Tong asked forward, knowing that Sister Taylor's character must be worried to death. Maybe she and the old chairman of Taisher Group were waiting together. I guess he fell asleep. Zhang Bufang responded perfunctorily that the old man's law and order was the best in the city, so he could keep his heart in mind. Can you tell me what your relationship is with the Black Hawk organization? The strong man with yellow hair asked feebly, as if it was his dying wish. You are being tricked and you still believe it? I really know that the leader of your organization will be reduced to such a situation. Zhang Bufang pondered for a long time and pretended to be helpless as he replied. He glanced sideways at Chun-Lin's suspicious look and found out that he really wanted to tell him his true identity. This idiot really believed what I said. He just found an old friend and bluffed him. He was really stupid. Chen-Lin was too lazy to pay attention to what the boy was saying to himself and didn't think too much about it. Even if it was mysterious and probably had no connection with the killer organization, the old chairman of Taisher Group couldn't be so stupid as to let the killer protect his granddaughter. Then you have nothing to do with Black Hawk, so why are the details of the movements so similar? The strong man with yellow hair still muttered unwillingly. Gradually, he reacted to the ferocious expression just now and felt more and more that the behavior of the young man in front of him was very strange, and he always felt that it was inexplicably familiar. Mainly because I was so angry that I didn't think too much about it. When I recalled the voice of the so-called organization commander coming from the mobile phone, it became more and more real. I remember that the leader's voice was heard on the platform before, and there was a lot of noise at the time. Now that I think about it, it's really similar. Are you done yet? Your head was caught in the door. Zhang Bufang saw that he was unwilling to give up and cursed loudly. Why didn't this kid wink at all? He wanted to slap him unconscious. What we know so far is that this kid knows Taylor's secret, and he is deeply afraid that one day he will jump over the wall and spread the news, and then he will be completely finished and will be out of his hands. After all, we still don't fully know the identity of this killer. There are some things that we need to be cautious about, and we won't disclose our identity unless we are 100% sure. I have been practicing martial arts in the mountains since I was a child. I have been practicing hard for more than 10 years to achieve this strength. Isn't it easy? Is it possible that you are the only killers with amazing speed? I accept my fate. After 2 minutes of silence, the strong man with yellow hair whispered in a hoarse voice, with a look on his face that he was hesitant to speak. Zhang Bufang clearly sensed that the other party was not feeling well, so he guessed that he was just asking random questions without paying much attention to them. How are you going to handle it? These 2 crimes of innocent murder and kidnapping of security guards can make them spend the rest of their lives in prison. Chen-Lin snorted coldly. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Seeing their disabled appearance, she did not become too solemn and would directly bring them back to the station and send them to the court for conviction. Then wait for those 2 brats, drink some water, and rest first. Zhang Bufang first tied up the men in black with ropes. It was estimated that they would be in pain and unable to stand up in a short period of time, so they did not need to be too careful. Located in the best villa area with the best security in the city center. Grandpa, why don't I call and ask why there has been no movement for so long? Taylor was walking back and forth like an ant on a hot pot, with unconcealable worry on his face. After all, he would never be able to get over any danger in his life. I didn't expect you to be so interested in Xiaofang. The old man teased with a smile. That boy was doing the work without any worries. I believe news of success will come soon. How is that possible? I'm worried about Xiaodong. Why are you still joking? Taylor's face turned red as if some secret had been exposed. He hurriedly changed the topic and said that it was already 2 hours before the action time was over. He couldn't help but take out his mobile phone. I was surprised to find that the mobile phone did not even have a single signal. I was very puzzled. This place is in the city center, and it is impossible for such a problem to occur. I thought that my grandpa's mobile phone was broken and had the same problem. Strange? Do you see ghosts at night? The old man muttered to himself and kept fiddling with his cell phone. No matter what, there was still no signal, and he was not confident that he could make a call. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and given the situation where Taylor was shivering and hiding behind his grandfather, who would knock on the door at 2 or 3 in the morning? Don't worry, it's probably Xiaofang. Before he finished speaking, the security door of the villa was pushed open, and a strong man wearing black short sleeves and a murderous face walked towards him. Who are you? If you don't leave, I'm going to call security, the old man said coldly. In fact, I pressed the alarm at the beginning, but unfortunately there has been no response yet. That bunch of trash at the door? They are probably dead now. The hoarse voice echoed in the air. His only purpose here was to take Taylor with him, and then he walked forward menacingly. The door opens. Ouch! You don't have to be a coward now. You let me run back and forth for so long. Do you really think you are smarter than others? Haid and the others rushed over after receiving the message from Sister Chun. They felt so happy when they saw the man in black lying on the ground in pain. Without saying a word, he kicked him head-on and vented his anger. It can be said that it was 4 or 5 hours of running in vain. The key point was to use my acting skills to blind that bastard. At this moment, the strong man with yellow hair seemed to have been struck by lightning, motionless, and his face was dull. He was not as domineering and arrogant as before. Brother Fong, we performed pretty well, right? Hyde greeted them with a smile and said flatteringly, knowing their importance in the plan, and a slight mistake would lead to irreparable consequences. Do you need a reward? If Brother Fong really wants to express his will, we can't be more respectful than obey. Zhang Bufong was disgusted when he saw him pretending to be shy, and then he raised his head and patted the back of his head with his right hand, which is typical of a bright sunshine. Bring them all back. Chun Lin scolded them in a low voice, locking them up immediately while they had no fighting ability, so that the province's physical condition could recover slightly before an accident occurred. Hater, Chun He and the others stopped playing around and nodded and started to work, punching and kicking the burly man with yellow hair and dragging them back to the security vehicle. If anything happens to him, tell me quickly. Are you still hiding other things? Chun Lin clasped her hands in front of her body and raised her eyebrows slightly, staring at the boy and asking, what do these killers have to worry about if they are caught? Of course not. Aren't we worried about you getting hurt? Zhang Bufong suddenly changed his tone, and his cheeks were full of smiles and flattery, which can be said to show the image of a itch to the fullest. Roll, roll, roll. Chun Lin trembled all over when she heard those strange words. She opened her mouth to curse and then turned around and left. She felt excited for no reason in her heart. Brother Fong, I have called Sister Taylor several times, but can't get through. Is something going to happen? Guantong frowned and said worriedly. He has known Sister Taylor's character very well over the years and will never rest until he gets the results. I've probably fallen asleep in the middle of the night. Don't think about it and work for so long. We should go to bed. Zhang Bufong waved indifferently. The group of killers had dealt with all the dangers, and then he sat down on the sofa and lay there, about to fall asleep. When Guantong heard his words, her face turned red, and she kept fumbling with her clothes with her hands. After all, they were the only 2 people in such a big villa, and the atmosphere was very ambiguous. However, she soon returned to her original state, feeling very uneasy inside. Brother Fong, let's go to Sister Taylor's place and have a look, just in case. Zhang Bufong, who was snoring everywhere, stood up like a spring, recalling in his mind what the old man said before. Na Shameless was worried about harming Xiaodong, and said he would call at 2 o'clock in the night. When he saw that the time on his phone was already 2:15, he suddenly felt a strong sense of foreboding in his heart. Although the old man is usually very unreliable in his words, he would never be careless about this kind of thing. It stands to reason that he would definitely call me to inquire about the situation. The more he thought about it, the more something was wrong. Hello, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Zhang Bufang's face suddenly darkened when he heard the voice coming from the cell phone. An evil energy burst out from his body, which could only mean that another organization was acting secretly. I just made a call to the security guard in the villa area. Like them, there must be someone on guard 24 hours a day. Since no one answered, something must have happened. Brother Fong, what should we do now? Guantong knew something big was going on by his demeanor, and he walked around in circles with small steps on his face in a hurry. Do you need to call Captain Chin? Unnecessary, Zhang Bufang said in a deep voice, then walked nonstop towards the door, got into the Lamborghini, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and sped away into the distance. I arrived at the familiar villa area in 20 minutes. From the door, I saw that everyone was safe and sound. When I got closer, I found the security guard who had fainted in the guard room. From the bright red handprints on his neck, he knew he died of suffocation. The items around him were neatly placed, and it was obvious that there was a huge difference in strength between them. It was clear that the security here were all retired elites, but they had no ability to resist at all. Zhang Bufang frowned slightly, not bothering to pay attention to the security personnel leisurely and gracefully. The loud sound of the engine broke the silence of the night. From a distance, he could see the old man's villa in pitch darkness without any lights. Is it possible that he really fell asleep? Guantong wondered. If there was really any danger, it shouldn't be a mess, and he didn't find anything wrong. When the two got off the car, the only sound that echoed in their ears was the wind blowing late at night. Zhang Bufang narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the dent on the door of the villa. Things were not that simple. Ding dong, ding dong. There was no response to the doorbell for dozens of seconds. Guantong suddenly found that the door was ajar and could be pushed open with a little electricity. There were various signs that something had really happened to Sister Taylor. Careful! Zhang Bufang's face suddenly changed when he felt the sharp wind coming towards him. He took her into his arms, rubbed the sharp dagger against his ears, and pierced it into the stone pillar at the door, making a tinkling sound. Fearing that there would be danger next, he faced him head-on and slowly pushed the door open, making a creaking sound that was very abrupt in the empty villa. Guantong shivered and hid behind him, with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, and couldn't help but swallow dryly. Fortunately, Brother Fong had given him a helping hand just now, otherwise he would have been a dead body now. When the chandelier switch was pressed, the living room was instantly illuminated, and what came into view was broken glass and stubble all over the floor. The surroundings were in a mess, and Taylor and the others could not be seen. Old Chairman, Guantong screamed when he found a familiar figure lying on the ground. Zhang Bufang raised his eyebrows when he saw the fainted old man. He came in front of him and felt the aorta in his neck with his fingers. He felt a slight tremor and was relieved. You take the old man to the hospital first. Okay. Guantong kept turning around like a chicken pecking at rice. He had no extra time to ask any more questions, and then drove towards the central hospital. Zhang Bu, who was left alone in the villa, had a solemn expression on his face, observing every detail and not letting go of any clues. There was nothing unusual on the second floor. It seemed that Taylor had been kidnapped. His fists were clenched and a layer of frost appeared on his cheeks. He never expected that the enemy would take advantage of him. Now I don't even know the other party's information, and I don't know where to start, so I have to wait for the old man to wake up and ask for relevant clues. Suddenly, I heard slight footsteps outside the villa. My pupils suddenly gleamed, my calf muscles tightened suddenly, and I was ejected like a rocket. When I came to the door of the villa, I looked around and saw no figure. I was sure that someone was following me just now. The rustling sound was very obvious. I was very confused as to why I didn't find any trace. I was very confident in my speed. Could it be that my brain was too nervous? No strange place was found in the villa, so he rushed to the hospital and called Chen Lin to ask her to investigate the surveillance. As soon as Zhang Bufang left the villa, there was a rustling sound in the bamboo forest in the courtyard of the villa, and the black figure flashed across the aisle, and the silence returned again. Basement of a residential area. With her hands and feet tied to the bench, Taylor looked at the unfamiliar environment around her with horror on her face. They were all shirtless and strong men with tattoos all over their backs, which looked very eye-catching. Especially the lewd eyes made her very scared. Brother, why are we arresting this itch? Are you so smart? She is the chairman of Taisher Group. She can ask for any amount of money as easily as she opens her mouth. You are trying to figure out how to transport her out. The bald man lying in the middle on the boss's chair cursed, saying that only he knew the ultimate goal. The fewer people who knew about things like this, the safer it would be. After all, there is no family or friendship in the face of absolute interests. Brother, what do you mean? We have been sneaking around for so long and finally caught this girl. Why should we take her away? Why don't we just give the old immortal money? The muscular man next to him asked doubtfully, didn't they come all the way here just for the money? And even those killers were left behind? It can be said that it was not easy. As long as I can take you out safely, I'll give you whatever you want. The bald man, known as the boss, patted his chest impatiently when he heard the chatter around him and promised that the best way to deal with these fools is money. Can't you just drive the truck out? Yes, I know many trails. Hearing the money, everyone came up with ideas and wanted to transport it out now. Taylor looked at them and looked like ruffians, with questions in his head. He took every precaution but fell into the hands of such a person. Go back and think about it carefully. If you have any opinions, report them at any time. The bald man waved his hand helplessly, not bothering to pay attention to these stupid guys. If they weren't still useful, they would all have collapsed one by one. Knowing how seriously the security guards take this matter, they will definitely block all exits now. Rushing out rashly will lead to self-destruction. They must find a perfect way. Brother, I heard that the killer was caught. Will he tell us? The big guy holding the chicken legs in his left and right hands muttered vaguely. The 1.9-meter tall guy weighs over 200 kilograms and is terrifyingly powerful. I must be filled with resentment after being humiliated like that by the security forces. I must be wishing that the situation would be even more chaotic. How can I escape from the most important thing at hand? The bald man waved his hands casually and said perfunctorily, but he didn't have anything to worry about, including whether security would find him soon. He attaches great importance to the big guy in front of him. Although he has some problems with his IQ, he is as strong as an ox. Thanks to him for catching that girl from the Thai group back this time. As long as a person like this is given enough food and is devoted to him, it can be said that there are not many treasures. I decided to take him with me this time to have a safety net from now on. Brother, I understand we are called rats crossing the street, and everyone is shouting to beat them. The big man grinned with oily lips and said with a silly smile. The fat all over his body was twitching for fear that the bench under his butt would collapse. There are also cuffed legs of lamb over there. The bald man watched him leave in a hurry with his back covered with black lines. He could be said to be speechless and choked on this rhetorical metaphor. He pretended to be serious and promised that another method should be adopted to deal with such a strong man with well-developed limbs and a simple mind. He was alone in the dark and damp basement. He leisurely lit a cigarette with an evil smile on his face and walked slowly not far away, step by step. You, what are you going to do? Taylor shuddered when he saw the other party's evil smile. He struggled with all his strength, but the thick hemp rope around him didn't move. Just give me as much money as you need to let me go. Taylor stuttered with fear on his face and said that all money will seem so insignificant in front of life. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. The bald man raised his head and laughed loudly. Maybe he would have been moved before, but now that he has mastered this beauty, he is still afraid of running out of money. He knew how despicable and shameless the gangsters under his command were, and he couldn't walk when he saw such a delicate and elegant beauty. In case her rare secrets were discovered, he had to protect her well. You will regret it if you don't stop. Taylor's cheeks leaked out with murderous intent, and he gritted his teeth and growled. He couldn't help but think of that boy's familiar face, hoping that he would appear in time. That fool whose surname you're talking about is Zhang. Don't have those useless dreams of spring and autumn. If you can find this place, I will walk backwards. The bald man snorted coldly. It could be said that he was full of confidence and not worried at all. He was in the most inconspicuous basement of a big shopping mall and was surrounded by informants. How could he find it? Security will catch a scum like you. Security? You guessed it right. They are busy with those killers. By the time they react, I will have already escaped. Taylor's expression dropped when he heard the aggressive words of the other party. The bright red and bloody marks on his wrists were very obvious, and he finally gave up the struggle. He looked very pitiful with tears in his eyes. The bald man checked her one last time, worried about insufficient oxygen supply, and opened the small window above his head. He took good care of her. This was her only chance to make a fortune. By the time Zhang Bufang arrived at the hospital, the old man had already entered the operating room. When he heard that it was the old chairman of the Taisher group who had just been promoted to president, he rushed over without stopping and took action himself. "Brother Fong, is there any news about Sister Taylor?" Guantong hurriedly came over and said with a worried look on his face. He knew that an accident had happened just now when he didn't see Sister Taylor's figure. Zhang Bufang frowned and shook his head expressionlessly. It was very uncomfortable to be helpless. Catching them would be like finding a needle in a haystack. "How's the situation?" At this moment, Chen Lin came from a short distance away with a solemn face. She didn't understand what Shenma meant. She was clearly focused on catching the killer, but she was immersed in joy, and suddenly this trouble appeared. After receiving his call and handing the matter over to Hade, Chun-He and others, they rushed over as quickly as possible. How could the chairman of Taisher Group be kidnapped in a villa community with such good security? "Have you got the surveillance video?" Zhang Bufang asked in a deep voice. "Now is not the time to talk and laugh. Taylor will die at any time, and he still doesn't know the other party's information." Chen Lin took out her mobile phone and opened the video she had copied. The camera captured the picture of a big man dashing into the villa with great strength, carrying Taylor out, stuffing him into a black unlicensed car, and slowly leaving. Because of the huge difference in strength, the security guard at the door tried his best to press the alarm, but failed in the end. Therefore, the other security guards did not get the news, and the big guy was also wearing a hood and could not see his face clearly. "Can you find the location of that car?" Guantong stepped forward and asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. As long as he could investigate the location of the car, he would find Sister Taylor. That method won't work. There are countless cars like this in the city, and it's impossible to start. If you check them one by one, the time is not enough. Chen Lin said that she could tell that the unlicensed black car was about to become scrap metal and was likely to be thrown directly into the garbage station. Moreover, even wearing gloves to investigate the car's location would be useless. Zhang Bufang fell into silence. Through the camera, it could be seen that there was only the big guy, and he could clearly see him leaving early. Then whose figure was noticed in the villa just now? The only explanation for the protruding veins on his arms is that other illegal organizations are watching. It seems that Taylor's allure has been underestimated. How many illegal organizations are hidden in small cities? We must find a way to deal with them as soon as possible. "Hello, are you still dozing off at this time?" Chen Lin looked at him and punched him. Taylor was in critical condition and her life or death was uncertain. She was still staring in confusion. "Brother Fong, please think of a solution quickly." Guantong clenched his hands and paced back and forth, his eyes turning red and ready to shed tears, like ants on a hot pot. "Seal all exits and guard them with top elite teams. There must be no mistakes." Zhang Bufang made arrangements with a hoarse voice, and the soldiers came to cover up the water and the earth. Since he couldn't grasp the clues, he could only control them first. Knowing the other party's purpose of arresting Taylor, they will never harm Taylor. They will definitely find ways to transport him out, even if they have to find a needle in a haystack. I'm worried that Sister Taylor will be in danger at this time. But this is the only way I can think of at the moment. I hope the old man can say something when he wakes up. Zhang Bufang murmured in reply. From the surveillance video, it can be seen that the strong man was very strong, but his speed was very lacking. Through the messy living room, he knew that he had fought before. I believe that the old man must have seen the relevant plot, and suddenly remembered that when he first entered the villa, he couldn't do it despite the stupidity of a strong man. But now is not the time to think about who it is. Bite. The red light in the operating room turned green. Zhang Bufang and the others approached with small steps. The director was sweating profusely and panting. He didn't know whether he was tired or frightened. "The old man is fine. He is just a bit old and bumped into the foot of the sofa, causing temporary shock. However, he still needs to stay in the hospital for observation." I breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no danger to my life. Otherwise, I would have been walking around without food. If the hospital's largest shareholder had problems, the economy would be disrupted. After hearing this, everyone raised their throats and their hearts dropped into their stomachs. Immediately after, the old man was pushed out. and he could clearly see his anxious look. I know what you mean. Let's go back to the ward and talk about anything, Zhang Bufang said quietly. Of course he knew the old man's inner thoughts at this time, and he was worried about any problems that might arise and came forward to comfort him. He was old and should avoid too much emotion. After returning to the ward, Guantong hurriedly handed over a cup of hot water. The old man waved his hand and sighed helplessly, his lips turning white and looking very haggard. My illness is not serious. The main problem is Taylor. Go and save her quickly. Thinking of that big man's fierce appearance, he was filled with worry. He was taken away from his eyes, but there was nothing he could do. Old man, now is not the time to be sad. The most important thing is to find a way to rescue Taylor. There is no clue yet. Can you describe the appearance of the enemy? Zhang Bufang stepped forward and patted his shoulders and said earnestly, the security side has professional relevant departments, and they only need to name the main features to restore the general appearance. By then, the search scope will be greatly reduced. The strong man was wearing a black mask with only his eyes and mouth exposed. About 1:30 in the night, the door was suddenly kicked open. The old man gradually calmed down and told what happened at that time in detail. After hearing this, Guantong's eyes narrowed in expectation, and he did not reveal the big man's appearance from beginning to end, which meant that he still did not get the relevant information. Zhang Bufang narrowed his eyes slightly and looked solemn. The development of the matter was even more difficult, and the only breakthrough was blocked. You must find a way. The old man warned anxiously that in the final analysis, it was all his fault for being too careless. If he hired some bodyguards at that time, this situation would not have happened. I'll take care of this matter. Just rest and recuperate, and let Xiaotong take care of you here. You can see the concern on the old man's brow, but he doesn't believe that the other party has been able to hold back all this time. Now he can only wait for them to show their skills and seize the opportunity. Good. The old man breathed a sigh of relief when he heard his promise. He was in a better mood than before. He knew what kind of secrets Taylor had and was worried that it would be extremely dangerous if the base of the illegal organization was hidden in this city. You all have a rest first, and we'll talk about anything in the morning. Then what are you going to do? Chun-Lin's head was filled with questions. Without any clues, she couldn't just run around like a headless fly. She might as well let her brain relax a little and think of another solution. Zhang Bufang didn't give an answer and turned around to leave. He knew that time was running out, and he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He wanted to go and survey various hidden places in the suburbs of the city. Brother, there is someone outside the door who wants to see you. Who? The bald man immediately asked with a serious look on his face, because he was in the basement of a large shopping mall. How could the entrance and exit be discovered in a hidden corner of the underground parking lot? Brother, I'm here to help you. Who are you? Looking at the young man in front of him who was covered in famous brands and took out the dagger from his pocket. He must have been following him since he came to the door. Introduce yourself, chairman of Rinshur Group. Ren Zitao said softly, facing the cold dagger without any panic, concluding that he did not dare to take action knowing that the other party was distressed. How do you know this place? There is no problem that money cannot solve. The bald man was so angry that his teeth itched after hearing this. It must have been a trick on the part of those people. As the saying goes, if you are not afraid of the other party having artillery, then you are worried that your teammates are scheming behind the scenes. If you have anything to say, just tell me. He put away the dagger and said with an expressionless expression. You could feel that there was no hostility in him, but he just wanted to see what kind of tricks he could pull off. It's very simple. Make a win-win deal. Ren Zitao folded his hands in front of him and smiled lightly. In fact, he knew everything about Zhang Bufang very thoroughly recently. I specially paid a high price to hire someone to follow me. The boy had a very fulfilling life these days, and it was fun to watch from the side. Whenever I wanted to drink wine to celebrate, the group of people would be useless. As time went by, it became clear that something was wrong. Apparently, those people were not targeting the bastard but Taylor. They concluded that there was an ulterior secret hidden in it, so they decided to take action at this time. If you fart quickly, let it go. The bald man cursed in a bad breath. He didn't take the so-called group master seriously at all. If he found out that he was up to no good, he would kill you with one knife. I heard that you arrested the chairman of Taisher Group. Fart. Don't spit on people here. Okay, in that case, I won't do any ink. I'll tell you straight to the point. First of all, I don't have any friendly relations with the Taisher group. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in the current situation. Secondly, all the exits of the city are guarded by elite teams. The security team is now trying to catch the enemy. I am confident enough to send you out, but I need to tell you the secret deep in my heart. As for what, I don't need to remind you. After all, you are surrounded by. There are so many people. I'll give you time to think about it and call me. You should know how dangerous the situation is now. Rin Zitao ignored the bald man, told everything in one breath, and threw out photos and business cards of the current status of the city's exits. You walked leisurely towards the door. All you need to do now is wait. The bald man also fell into silence. He suddenly felt a little shaken in his heart. He knew the current situation better than anyone else. With his stubbornness, he could easily take him out. When the time came, he would divide the money earned equally. What he was worried about was that he was being played. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the sky appears white. After staying up all night, Zhang Bufang looked determined and pressed the accelerator to the bottom. The roar of the Lamborghini engine broke the silence, and he sped to the security bureau. Chen Lin, who was just about to take a nap, suddenly became energetic when she heard the movement. She thought about it for a long time without any idea. Where are the yellow-haired brawny men and the others? He will be detained in the custody room at the back. Before he had time to deal with the accident, he was very curious when he saw his solemn expression and suddenly asked them what they meant. After Zhang Bufang got the position, he quickened his pace and rushed over. From a distance, he saw the sleepy Heidi, Chun He and others standing guard at the door. Brother Fong, open the door. Oh. The two of them were confused and didn't realize what was going on. They opened the door obediently when they noticed the murderous aura coming towards them. A clang sound. Haid and the others were stunned when they heard the loud slam of the door closing. They turned to look at Sister Chun. Meng Zhang Air could not touch the back of his head. Chen Lin turned around and returned to the office, wanting to see what was going on with the boy. Knowing what happened last night, she was also very worried, fearing that something unexpected would happen. To prevent them from doing anything inappropriate, they were specially separated for supervision. There was only the strong man with yellow hair in the detention room. He slowly woke up when he heard the noise outside the door, and the corners of his mouth were raised as if he expected him to come and was not afraid at all. Zhang Bufang suddenly raised the bench next to him and smashed it towards the camera in the upper corner. Chen Lin and the others heard harsh noises again and again. The three of them looked at each other. They had never seen each other so angry. They chose not to disturb each other. What's the matter? The burly man with yellow hair asked quietly with an expressionless face, as if he had taken life and death lightly, as all his killers had been eliminated without any chance of making a comeback. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't tell the truth, I'll kill you. Did you tell Taylor's secret? Full of anger, Zhang Bufang grabbed his neck and kicked him up. The timing was incredible. Something happened to the bastard right after he was caught. It was very likely that he had made a plan in advance. I don't understand what you are talking about. The strong man with yellow hair turned purple from suppressing his emotions and rolled his eyes upward from time to time. Even in the suffocating environment, he still gritted his teeth and spoke harshly. The hoarse voice was stammering, and with swollen veins, his hands tried their best to pull on the iron-like palms that tightly cuffed his arms, as if they were growing on them and had no effect no matter what. 3, 2, 1. I said. The strong man with yellow hair saw the ferocious and angry face in front of him, and his strong desire to survive finally made him relent. Zhang Bufang snorted coldly and threw him out with an expressionless face, staring intently at him as evil spirits burst out from his body, as if the god of death was coming, and even the temperature in the room dropped sharply. You also know the secret of the chairman of Taisher Group. As long as you understand it, you are obsessed with it. How can I tell others if I don't have a clue? The strong man with yellow hair gasped for air, greedily absorbing the fresh air, and said in a deep voice. The strength of the young man in front of him was very terrifying. Pretending to be confused with me? As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly approached with heavy steps and asked him if he deliberately spread the news in revenge after being arrested by the security bureau. When we were in the villa, all our mobile phones were destroyed by the 2 guys from the security bureau. The strong man with yellow hair said innocently that he could figure it out with his, but that I had nothing to do with the other party, and he was not stupid enough to sacrifice himself to benefit others. Tell me his location. Zhang Bufang asked in a low voice without saying a word and without giving the other party any chance to defend himself. He was sure that the bastard understood what was going on. Although we have nothing to do with each other, we do have a connection. Besides, why should I tell you? A snort of disdain came from his nostrils. He was the one who messed up his plan and was sent to the security bureau. He hated him so much in his heart that he had no reason to help him anymore. You're looking for death, aren't you? A murderous aura burst out from his pupils. From the tone of his voice, he knew that there was a connection between them. As expected, he guessed correctly, clenched his fist, and punched him in the abdomen. It has been 3 hours since Taylor was kidnapped, and there are no clues so far, so why not be anxious? There is no time to delay it any longer, and we must not let go of this final breakthrough. The strong man with yellow hair spat out blood violently. His face turned pale, and when he straightened his waist, he felt a burning pain like needles, but he did not show any sign of fear. Zhang Bufang's calf muscles exploded. He came to the opponent in the blink of an eye, grabbed his neck tightly, and lifted him up again. Even if you are stupid, I won't tell you. Ha ha ha. Having difficulty breathing, the strong man with yellow hair gave up his struggle and instead raised his head with a crazy smile. It was also a good choice to use a pillow on his back before dying. Then he felt his neck relax and couldn't help but breathe in the fresh air. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, knowing that he had won. I'll let you out after that. Zhang Bufang gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. Sounds pretty good, but I really like the environment here. Food and accommodation are included. What a great treatment. The burly man with yellow hair muttered angrily, as if he were a 3-year-old child. Even if he said it, his final fate would be the same, and he knew how terrifying the monster in front of him was. Besides, his subordinates have numerous injuries and disabilities and no fighting ability at all. Even if he returns to the killer organization and has no place to show his face, he is already ready to go to prison. With his strength, it will be easy for him to become a prison bully. What conditions? You tell me. Zhang Bufang suppressed the anger in his heart. He had to do this for Taylor's safety. It was definitely useless to be tough if he could see through the other person's mind. If it doesn't work, there must be obedient needles in the security bureau. The killer organization has special training that may not be effective. I am even more worried that it will be even more difficult for him to reveal the secrets about Taylor. He will choose this last resort as a last resort. What if I didn't say it? The burly man with yellow hair said in a sullen voice. He had taken the opportunity to vent his resentment. In fact, he had already expected that he would come over and question him. Die. Oh, I'm so scared. If you have the ability, just come over. Seeing that boy's arrogant and domineering expression, he felt very unhappy. He said extremely arrogantly and provocatively, just when I have lost my temper? You want me to say that it's not difficult to kneel down and shout Grandpa 3 times? Haven't you always wanted to know my identity? I do have close ties with the Black Hawk organization. I can tell you now, but I can't let it out. Zhang Bufang ignored his arrogant words and said expressionlessly, maybe this method can have unexpected results. Huh, your origins are none of my business. The burly man with yellow hair sneered. He was really curious before about how powerful he was and how he knew about the mysterious international killer organization. So far, he has not shown much interest. When he saw the words behind the gleaming gold-plated badge, he swallowed back the words. The boss, who was staring with eyes wide open, had an incredible expression on his cheeks, and his mouth opened wide in a funny way, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Now you know my identity. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Bufang put away the badge. Perhaps outsiders wouldn't find anything strange when they saw it. Those badges are just children's toys on road stalls, costing 2 or 3 yuan each. However, when you are in the Black Hawk organization, you know very clearly that assassins are also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels, and only top assassins are worthy of wearing badges. Thousands of killers only have 100 badges, and the most glorious one is surrounded by diamonds. There is only one badge in the organization, which is carried by the legendary man. It is said that his assassination skills are extremely proficient and his own strength is very terrifying. Although he has never seen his true face, there are quite a few fans and admirers in the organization, including the strong man with yellow hair as one of them. He is a godlike existence in his mind. Those great achievements are played on the screen of the organization platform in rotation, and every now and then, enviable commissions will come out. If I remember correctly, the badge the young man in front of me just took out was inlaid with diamonds. He was so surprised that he was speechless. The terrifying strength he had shown before could be explained clearly. You are. That's right. Zhang Bufang saw his excited expression without any emotion and interrupted. He expected this kind of behavior. God, yes, I'm sorry. I blame my blindness. I'm really sorry that you can punish me in any way you want. Without saying a word, the burly man with yellow hair knelt down and spoke incoherently with his legs weak. There was no trace of reluctance on his face, just like a crazy fan of a popular star. It is completely different from the previous sinister image, as if he has changed into a different person. He has a silly smile on his face, and he looks like a silly boy from the village. Who would have thought that he is a frightening killer? There's no need to make such a big fuss. Get up quickly and don't tell anyone about this. Zhang Bufang saw the sudden appearance of strange black lines all over his head. Hearing that supreme title, he felt a little embarrassed for a moment, which was very different from the smoke-filled atmosphere just now. He had no choice but to help the strong yellow-haired man up. As the saying goes, a good man has gold at his knees, which shows how high he is in the heart of the strong yellow-haired man. Don't worry, I won't say anything even if someone beats me to death. With a resolute look on his face, he patted his chest and said solemnly, his appearance at this time clearly showing the image of a itch. God, stop. My name is Zhang Bufang. Hearing that title, his scalp felt numb, and he hurriedly stopped him, fearing that God would go out and kill him after hearing this. Brother Fong, was it really the leader of the Black Hawk organization who called yesterday? The burly man with yellow hair could not help but ask. As a popular figure in the organization, perhaps he was the only one who had truly seen the true face of the leader. How about I give you another shot? Zhangbu took out his cell phone expressionlessly and asked quietly. It only took a few minutes to make a call with the old guy. No. He waved his hand hastily, knowing that the identity of the young man in front of him carries a lot of weight in Black Hawk's words. If he attracts the attention of the leader, he will be dead. What's your name? Tom. What the hell? Even the name is so foreign and pouty. From now on, you will be called Ergu. Everything is up to Brother Fong's arrangement. The burly man with yellow hair nodded and agreed, not feeling annoyed at all, but feeling very honored. Don't worry about this ink mark. Where's that guy's position? Zhang Bufang angrily scolded. The delay has been very long. Why don't you tell the truth as soon as possible? Brother Fong, that grandson is a drug lord from another city and probably got Taylor's secret by accident, so he came here regardless of life or death. I ignored him before when he asked me to cooperate. I had already guessed that the bastard had a child in his heart. He never expected that my efforts would make him a wedding dress. Erga told him without any secret from beginning to end that he never paid attention to that piece of trash. What happened now was just bad luck. He wanted to stir up a storm. He was a fool. Oh, Zhang Bufang raised his eyebrows after hearing the complaint. He never expected that the other party had such a background, so it would be much easier to deal with it. Brother Fong, I don't know his specific location, but I have the grandson's mobile phone number. Then I can come up with a plan to lure the snake out of the hole. Ergu had a serious look on his face and was very serious about his ideas. After knowing his identity, all the evil thoughts in his heart disappeared without a trace. Perhaps this is the charm of idols. Brother Fong, what's going on? Yes. Why haven't you come out after such a long time? In the office, Hyde and the others asked in confusion. Chenlin also frowned and couldn't figure out what trick he was playing. How the hell did you get out here? Seeing the handcuffs, the yellow-haired man's face suddenly changed, and he opened his mouth to yell. He casually took out a dagger and aimed it at his head. Knowing the opponent's strength, he still needed to be cautious. He can help us find Taylor's kidnapper. Zhang Bufang said softly. Some simple explanations were still needed. After all, things were changing so fast, I believe it would be difficult for them to accept it. I apologize to the elite team I hurt before and admit all previous charges. However, I did not kill innocent people indiscriminately and hope to get your forgiveness. What? Chun Lin and the others stood there in confusion, unable to figure out what was going on. They remembered that this old cunning thief was acting like an obedient rabbit now, and they rubbed their eyes and ears suspiciously. It was really unbelievable. Tell everyone your plan. Okay, Brother Fong. The other party is an unorganized and undisciplined gangster organization. I don't know his location now, but I can confidently make an appointment by calling. When we meet, I can quietly put the tracker on him. Urga nodded and said that of course this plan requires the cooperation of the security party. After all, the other party now knows that he is being locked up. Are you kidding yourself on the international stage? Do you think we are fools? Hyde responded unceremoniously. He had already guessed what the bastard was thinking. He just wanted to use this opportunity to slip away. After what happened before, he understood the speed of the killer. This was a typical example of letting the tiger go home. If you don't believe it, you can bind a time bomb to me. Urgu spread his hands and said seriously, not even the slightest bit joking, so he could understand their distrust. The other party will also be cautious. When the time comes, the search will be completely exposed, and the final breakthrough will be completely completed. Zhang Bufang responded quietly. His determination could be seen from the look and behavior of the strong yellow-haired man, and he was not worried that he would have other evil thoughts. Or you can send a few plainclothes security guards to follow you. Then you can be said to be my subordinates. I don't care if you decide the terms. It's easy to defeat them with your strength. Don't think I don't know. Hyde snorted coldly. No matter how sincere the yellow-haired brawny man was, he was just pretending, and there could be no trust. A warrant for arrest is issued. Sister Chun. He was also uneasy. The arrest warrant was for the major media to spread the news over a wide area of the city, and anyone with information would be rewarded with cash. Doing this is equivalent to agreeing with the yellow-haired brawny man's approach, fearing that the bastard will take the opportunity to escape and arrest him, which will be like finding a needle in a haystack. Chen Lin waved her hands indifferently, trusting the kid's judgment. Since he had released it, they must have talked before. What she was curious about was what exactly was said to make the yellow-haired brawny man change so much. This is the soul-eating pill that was developed. He did not take the antidote within 12 hours and died suddenly of bleeding from his 7 orifices. Zhang Bufang casually took out a calcium tablet from the table and said with a serious expression. His expression seemed to be real, which can be said to be an outstanding performance. No problem. Urgu gritted his teeth and took the calcium tablets without any hesitation and swallowed them. He did not do anything bad and was not afraid of ghosts knocking on his door. Now even if Brother Fong asked him to die, he would not blink. He hoped to make some contribution before going to prison. Even so, a small receiver must be installed. The last chance is to never dream of something going wrong. Don't do anything to prevent her from being discovered. Let her handle it by herself. When Hade and the others heard Brother Fong's instructions, they stopped being harsh and informed them obediently. Soon the streets and alleys were covered with notices, and the media reporters were already in a frenzy. A few hours later, you can make a call now. Zhang Bufang raised his eyebrows and said softly when he saw the headlines on his mobile phone. Urga nodded and took out his mobile phone. He exhaled loudly, and his tone returned to his original arrogant look. Hello, the number you dialed is not answered. Keep fighting. It seems that the other party has already learned the news that the burly man with yellow hair has escaped. As for not answering the phone, he is obviously still holding grudges about what happened before. Brother Fong, the grandson has not run away, because nothing can attract his attention at this time. Hyde asked. After all, Taylor didn't need to talk too much with other people in his hands. Just find a way to escape from the city, so the plan had ended in failure. It's impossible. All exits in the city are strictly guarded by elite teams, and they are 100% still hiding in a corner. Chen Lin said in a firm tone that the kidnapping of the chairman of Taisher Group had alerted the Provincial Public Security Bureau and sent hundreds of security guards. It is no exaggeration to say that not even a fly could escape. Sister Chun. Just when Hade was about to say something, he saw Brother Fong's murderous eyes and swallowed the rest of his words obediently. Urgu was instructed to continue dialing the number, just in case. He checked the phone number again, and there was absolutely no mistake. Because it was a hoarse male voice coming from the external receiver, everyone immediately became energetic and kept their mouths tightly closed for fear of accidentally leaking the truth. Give me that woman for a price. The strong man with yellow hair also responded in a deep voice. Zhang Bufang nodded secretly when he saw his expression and behavior, so he should maintain the same attitude as before. Wrong number? I don't understand what you're talking about. The bald man murmured in a calm tone, with a mixture of yin and yang aura, and it was obvious that he had already guessed the identity of the other party. Are you pretending to be cool with me? Brother is really awesome. He can escape from the heavily guarded security station. The killers are so rampant and dare to openly provoke the security guards. The bald man sneered in his heart. He could guess the little girl in the other person's heart with his butt. He clearly remembered how he looked at him when he first started licking his face to ask for cooperation. He finally caught the opportunity and exchanged his capital with profits. I have to thank you for being able to escape safely, Urgu said with an evil voice. He could clearly guess the grandson's thoughts. As the saying goes, good people have to bow their heads under the roof. Only by making the other party feel superior can they have a chance to take action. Then how can you thank me? Our transaction is the safest choice, because the secret can no longer be leaked. After all, we know that the more people there are, the worse it will be. Keep talking. The bald man responded softly. It sounded like a very good plan indeed. I had just heard the news making a lot of noise, and I never expected that he would actually be able to come up with it. In retrospect, there is no need to be too surprised by his strength. He has attracted all the attention of the security team, and it is not too difficult to escape with the killer's elusive speed. You should also know how serious security is now. You can't escape with your own strength. When the time comes, you can use your fugitive to attract the attention of security, and you can take the opportunity to escape. Urga told him seriously that he had already formed the entire planning process in his mind just now, so he didn't get stuck in compiling the reasons. What happens after it's done? The bald man's eyes rolled up and down, and he pondered for a long time and asked, It is indeed a good method. Wouldn't it be nice to cross the river and demolish the bridge then? Just give me a piece of the pie? All my men were arrested and sent to jail. It can be said that they are now the bear commanders. They want to make money and escape. If you are interested, we will meet at the coffee shop in an hour. I'll send you the address later. The bald man whispered, and hung up the phone as soon as he finished speaking. He raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled sinisterly. It was obvious that he had a new plan in mind. At this point, I have figured out that the so-called killer was just pretending to be tough at first, but now he is barely alive, otherwise he would not be able to talk down to him. He didn't worry too much. He was also a fugitive, so he couldn't think of anything else. He could also use that fool as a stepping stone to escape. Brother, the young master of the Rin group. Ignore it. The bald man waved his hands casually. So what if his reputation is ruined? I will leave here soon, so what does he care about? Besides, as that kid who really knows the secrets of the chairman of the Taisher group, how could he stand by and watch? Things would be even more difficult at that time. After careful consideration, he decided to cooperate with the killer. In short, it can be called taking advantage. Then he started looking for low-key negotiations. Now he can be said to be straight and not afraid of the other party. Brother Fong, my grandson sent me the location. It's at the coffee shop on the top floor of the bustling trade city in this city. Urga saw the address on his mobile phone and reported it as it was. The big fish had taken the bait and was waiting to reel in the line. Brother Fong, why don't we just kill him? We'll cause so much trouble before giving that kid a chance to escape. Hyde clenched his fists and made a squeaking sound, and said angrily that he knew the exact position. So what else could he do with the ink? It is impossible to escape directly with the elite team in a mighty siege. The only thing waiting for them is death. He's not that stupid yet. He must have left a guard station within a few hundred meters and escaped before the security arrived. Besides, the shopping mall is full of pedestrians, which greatly limits the efforts to arrest him. Urgu analyzed with an expressionless face that it seemed like the location was very dangerous, but in fact passers-by were the biggest guarantee, and the only safe way was to let him deal with it alone. I found out that you just want to be alone with the other person and then discuss ways to escape. Hyde angrily reprimanded him, seeing that he was very unhappy and always thought he was cheating, and he wanted to take out his dagger and kill him with one blow. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. The strong man with yellow hair spread his hands and blinked innocently. He did his duty for Brother Fong from the bottom of his heart and did not have any distracting thoughts. Do as he says, Zhang Bufang ordered without any emotion. He could see that the boy was sincere and could guarantee that there would be no accidents. I'm curious about what secrets you just told Taylor about. Chun-Lin frowned slightly and asked. From what she heard, the other party's purpose was not money, as if she contained some kind of treasure. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Bufang coughed softly, and his facial muscles twitched. He turned around and winked in a hurry to avoid being discovered. The thing is, there are rumors that Taylor still has a small treasury, so he wants to take the woman to other cities and interrogate her again. At that time, he will go to the old chairman of Tai Group to ask for a large amount of ransom. Ergu quickly paid attention to Brother Fong's eyes, and with his strong adaptability, he quickly found a suitable reason and stuffed it. He was calm from the beginning to the end, without any abnormality. Chun-Lin nodded calmly, frowning but not moving away. She always felt that there was something hidden in it. After thinking for a long time, she found nothing unusual. You should leave as soon as possible. After the mission is completed, you can secretly return to the security bureau. Remember not to be noticed by the other party. Zhang Bufang urged, to prevent that girl from asking any more tricky questions. It would be very difficult to handle if the secret is revealed. Brother Fong, don't worry. Ergus swore and patted his chest. The famous killer was still good at hiding himself. With his speed, it was impossible to be followed. Don't forget the poison you just took, or you may bleed from your orifices and die suddenly. Hyde looked at him with a cold snort and raised his voice, threatening that if Brother Fong hadn't stopped him, he would have installed the receiver. Do you need to send someone to follow? You have donkey hair stuffed in your ears. Shin-He really couldn't stand his nonsense, so he slapped him on the back of the head without saying anything, and would ask questions all day about whether he deserved a beating. Hyde felt the burning pain on the back of his head and grimaced. He raised his big sandbag fist and was about to swing it. When he noticed the change in Sister Chen's eyes, he scratched his head in embarrassment. How did you subdue him? Chun-Lin took 2 steps forward and asked, very curious in her heart. If I remember correctly, killers are often very determined. From the attitude of the blonde man just now, you can see how obedient he is to the boy. It is simply more effective than the obedience needle. It is caused by numbness of the nerves. The situation in front of me is obviously brainwashing. That's right, Brother Fong. Please pass on your knowledge as soon as possible. Then you will have a way to deal with stubborn and unruly prisoners when the time comes. Hyde and the others also came over with great expectations. It was simply unbelievable. They had seen how stubborn Huang Mao was, and they never expected to be conquered by a few minutes of conversation. A hard enough fist is the way to go. Zhang Bufang waved his hand nonchalantly and said perfunctorily. He leisurely sat down on the sofa and lit some loose flowers, quietly waiting for the news. You shouldn't, Brother Fong. Why were your bones still so hard when you were spanked in the first place? Who doesn't want to save face? Oh, I understand. That little brat managed to hold on at the beginning, but completely collapsed when he met Brother Fong alone. Hyde looked like he suddenly realized it, and Chun-Lin shook her head helplessly. It was obvious that she was cheating on a 3-year-old child, and this is how elites exist. Zhang Bufang waved his hands casually, then closed his eyes slightly and prepared to take a nap. After all, he was tired from not sleeping all night. Chun-He and the others also looked at him and didn't ask any more questions. In order to prevent the grandson from getting suspicious, he deliberately disguised himself and took a taxi to the designated shopping mall. He looked around to make sure there was no special situation and walked inside. Our boss is here. While the 2 dogs were looking around, a faint voice suddenly came from behind them, and they followed him away without any hesitation. The grandson was really cunning. If he changed his position temporarily and brought the security guard with him, he would be caught off guard. There was no expression on his face, but he was smiling evilly in his heart. After turning left and right, it took about 10 minutes to arrive at the KTV private room. I have to say that it is really hidden. Even if there is a location, you have to search for it. What does this mean? Erga's face suddenly darkened when he saw the strong man with a fierce look coming towards him. Could it be that he had noticed it? Brother, calm down. As the saying goes, good brothers still settle accounts. It's better to be careful under special circumstances. I'm sorry. Search carefully. The bald man raised the corners of his mouth and said sorry, then waved his hands casually, and the 2 strong men in front of him began to search him unscrupulously. Everyone carries a metal detector in their hand, and no matter how small the earpiece is, it will be detected. With a gloomy look, Ergu spread his hands carelessly, as if he was not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door if he did not do anything wrong. Brother, nothing was found. It's okay to not trust me before, but now let me notice the consequences of your suspicion. The strong man with yellow hair clenched his teeth and threatened in a low voice. Being searched in such an arrogant and domineering manner was a loss of face. If he had the same temper as before, he would have been destroyed long ago. Brother Fong's advice is always echoing in his mind. He must strike when the other party is not paying attention and only lower his vigilance when the grandson is in a happy mood. Just kidding. We will be good brothers from now on. The bald man put his arm around his shoulders and said enthusiastically, "After what happened just now, I was in a good mood. It seemed like there was no problem. Good brother?" Ergu let out a disdainful sneer from his nostrils. In the blink of an eye, before the grandson could react, he put the receiver under his collar. The light was dim, and he didn't notice it. "Come on, let's have a drink together. It was my fault just now. After all, I was worried that you were an undercover agent sent by security. If the collusion is successful, and there are so many signs posted outside, the bonus will be 1 million. Don't talk about those troublesome things. We will definitely make a fortune by joining forces in the future." The bald man raised his head and laughed loudly, and began to toast to each other as brothers. Only by gaining trust can we proceed with the next plan, laughing and chattering from beginning to end. Don't talk nonsense here. I'm still worried that you have some bad plans. I'll tell you the specific time for action and leave. Probably late at night. I will leak enough clues to let the security notice. Then I will call you, and we can take action. After the incident is completed, we will meet at the ruins of the city next door. If you dare to play any tricks, I will kill you." Ergu whispered in a hoarse voice, and finally took out a sharp dagger to threaten, and then walked out the door without any hesitation. "Brother, why is that kid so pretentious? Do you need brothers to teach you a lesson? That is our great benefactor who helps us in times of need. We must treat him well." The bald man looked at his back and muttered evilly, with murderous intent bursting out of his pupils. He would report him as a good citizen when the matter was done. This was perfect. I was wondering how to escape before, but God sent such a fool to me when I was desperate. I felt very comfortable and drank the red wine in one gulp. Inside the luxuriously decorated office on the top floor of Rinshire Group. Dongrun, I just received news that the kid who kidnapped Taylor met with the killer who just escaped from prison. He is probably planning something. In this case, he will probably not contact us. Prison break? Killer. Rin Zitao kept the necklace in his hand and muttered, realizing that something was wrong. Knowing how cunning the man named Luo was, it must have been a trap laid by him. Then let's implement enforcement measures now. No. In that case we have to stumble, completely destroy any records of our meetings with him. And even if we call him, we will pretend we don't know anything. Rin Zitao warned in a low voice. I believe that boy won't be able to dance around for too long, and he will be hurt if he continues to entangle himself. The young man in a suit and tie beside him nodded respectfully. Even though his head was full of questions, he didn't ask any more questions. Why did the plan suddenly be abandoned when it was clearly still in progress? Send someone to install the receiver in that basement immediately. The speed must be fast. But, believe me, money is everything. Rin Zitao interrupted in a low voice, knowing that all the people under his command were country bumpkins who had never seen money. As long as they took out enough banknotes to install a small receiver, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes? I feel more and more that Taylor is hiding a big little-known secret, and I try my best to find out. After everything is arranged, I leisurely cross my legs on the desk. No one would have thought that I still have this secret that I can hide in private. The tiger breaks out. Just now, the young man in a suit and leather tie finally bought one of them, Ma Zai, for 100,000 yuan. He didn't expect that he could solve the problem so easily. Before the bald man returns, he installs earphones the size of soybeans in every corner. It can be said that there is no blind spot for eavesdropping at 360 degrees. City Center Security Bureau. Brother Fong, how long has it been? Why hasn't my grandson come back yet? He may have run away. Hyde frowned and gritted his teeth and cursed. How could such a good opportunity not slip away? As for the poison in his body, he didn't care at all. Even if he died, it would not do them any good. Maybe then the enemy will be alerted, and the other party will definitely make all-out preparations to escape. It can be said that he has lost both his wife and his troops. Zhang Bu expressionlessly picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. He was not worried at all. He could only say that something unplanned had happened, and he believed that he could handle it well with his mind. Not far away, Chun-Lin was obviously a little restless. She was not as calm as that kid. If she ran away, there was really nothing she could do about him. Just as Hyde was cursing, the sound of the door opening sounded again, and a strong man with intact yellow hair walked towards him. Ouch! Are you really back? Ergu could hear the strangeness in the words and walked straight forward without paying attention. Chun-Lin also breathed a sigh of relief when she saw a familiar face. Zhang Bufang asked in a low voice. Looking at his calm demeanor, he could guess the result with his butt. He lit some loose flowers and threw them away. Ergu hurriedly took it. Although the cigarettes were cheap, they were the most precious cigarettes he had ever smoked. This was a gift from his idol. The grandson was very cunning. After arriving at the mall, he didn't meet at the original address at all. He took him to the KTV in the corner of the mall and specifically ordered Ma Zai to use a metal detector to detect it. Fortunately, I didn't make any preparations in advance. Otherwise, the secret would have been exposed, and I would have secretly put the receiver behind my collar. Ergu told everything in a serious manner, including the conversation, without concealing any specific points. The old man sells melons and boasts himself. Hyde snorted and muttered evilly beside him, saying directly that it would be fine if the task was completed, and he had to take credit here. Turn on the computer and locate the location. When Chun he heard Brother Fong's instructions, he took small steps to bring the designated laptop and quickly connected to the receiver. Huh? Why are you still in that mall? Hyde wondered. The location shown on the screen was the mall where they just met. Since he could no longer pinpoint the location, the only certainty was that he was in that building. Is it possible that they are hiding there? Ergu was also full of questions, as the grandson was still dealing with other matters and had not returned to his base. Have you been discovered? It's impossible. Remember to press the receiver under your collar, and you will never make such a serious mistake. They're hiding in underground parking garages, Zhang Bufang said softly. He never expected that they would choose such a place. It was indeed very difficult to detect. Chun-Lin kept zooming in and found that the small arrow was located under the first floor. So she came to the conclusion that she vaguely remembered that every garage had that kind of small room. Brother Fong, let's act quickly. I'm afraid something may happen if we continue to delay. Someone was following us just now, but I'm sure it's not the grandsons. Ergu said with a solemn expression. He could feel that the opponent's strength was very terrifying, so he spared his life for a long time just in case, and only came back after making sure it was safe. Zhang Bufang nodded in agreement to prevent long nights and nightmares. From what had just happened, he concluded that the other party was also a cunning old fox. The most important thing was to worry about Taylor's safety. Thank you for your help to the security team. I will take credit for you when the time comes. I don't need you for the rest. Come back to the old place as soon as possible. The corners of Hyde's lips curled up into an evil smile, as he liked this torture of giving the other person a taste of the sweetness and then giving him a slap on the head. What surprised him was that the strong man with yellow hair had no mood swings, and there seemed to be a smile on his face, as if he had completed some mission. Brother Fong, please tell me if you have anything else to do. The poison in your body. Those are calcium tablets. Have you watched too many palace fighting dramas? I really thought there was such a medicine in the world. You could hide with us in secret and take care of anything. Zhang Bufang waved his hand casually and explained that he also underestimated his own charm, and the performance of the strong man with yellow hair also surprised him. No problem. Ergu kept nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice and said excitedly. It could be seen that Brother Fong trusted him very much, and he vowed in his heart that he would never let him down. Brother Fong, this is not good, Hyde said anxiously. Without the restraint of poison, it is like a wild horse that cannot be stopped. Anyway, it is easy to catch him if he knows the location. It is too risky to do so. Get out of here. Get ready to go with me. Zhang Bufang slapped him on the back of the head without politeness and scolded him angrily. I'm going to prepare for the security guards to arrive soon. Chun-Lin said with a look. Let's send out security now. It is estimated that the other party will get the news before they arrive at the location. So let them control the situation first. Then you need to install a locator. Stop talking here. Chun-Hee scolded, and then a group of people drove an ordinary Grand Cherokee quietly in the designated direction. The bald man returned to the base in a happy mood and took out a bottle of fine red wine to celebrate. He no longer had to worry about how the girl would get out of the city. "Brother, are you happy?" His subordinate, Ma Zai, came up to ask, looking like a itch. "Tell the brothers that we will leave this hellish place tonight." "Really? That's great." Everyone cheered and cheered. Obviously, they had spent enough time in this place, and more importantly, they would get commissions soon. The bald man smiled evilly and told them to get excited for a while, and then they would die in the evening. At that time, they could use these gangsters and the killer to attract the attention of the security and escape. "Brother, what's the point of arresting that itch?" the big man asked vaguely while still chewing the meat in his mouth. The fat all over his body was trembling up and down and looked very greasy. "She is a big treasure, you will know later." The bald man responded perfunctorily with a smile on his face. The more he looked at the stupid man in front of him, the more pleasing he became. Thinking of the beautiful life in the future, he laughed loudly. Brother, according to the sentry by the brothers around the security bureau, several security vehicles just drove out in the direction right here." Suddenly, the red-haired ruffian rushed in, stumbling to report, with a restless expression on his face. The bald man stood up, his face turned red, and he couldn't figure out what the problem was, but now was not the time to think about it. Then he simply packed up and left in a hurry. As soon as he went out, he saw 3 figures, especially the young man in the middle whose face changed suddenly. "It's too late to run away now." Hyde let out a sound of disdain in his nostrils, and then took out the dagger and manager's ID he carried with him. After all, there were private cars around him. It would be really difficult to catch him if he really escaped. As long as he dared to make the slightest move, he would directly use his angry hand without hesitation. If you want to experience the feeling of using a dagger, just move as much as you want. Ma Jean threatened in a cold voice with a hoarse voice. Sensing that the gangsters were about to move, they certainly didn't have much fear when they saw that there were 3 of them. From beginning to end, Zhang Bufang said nothing, staring straight at the bald man in the front, clearly aware of his emotional changes when he saw him. As expected, it was what the strong man with yellow hair said. They were all local gangsters from other cities. Looking at them, they were all small hooligans who were not worth mentioning. "It turns out it's you. What's the matter?" The bald man's words suddenly changed, and he smiled and said flatteringly. The frightened mood just now disappeared without a trace. A new plan has emerged in his mind. The most important thing is not to panic first. "I'm glad I didn't take that girl out just now. I thought I'd drive the car over and put it in again, but it was a blessing in misfortune. Otherwise, all the previous efforts would have been wasted. Now I still have a chance to turn the tide. Where are you pretending to be the second uncle? Hurry up and hand over the chairman of Taisher Group." Hyde opened his mouth and cursed. When he saw the grandson pretending, he was so angry that he wanted to slap him twice. "I don't understand what you are talking about. What is the Taisher Group? We are traveling from other places, and we have to live here because our money was stolen," the bald man said with a serious face, not forgetting to pretend to be extremely pitiful. He would definitely not be able to do it forcefully, and he would have to resort to opportunism. Fart. Full of anger, Hyde rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush over. If Chun-Hee hadn't stopped him, he would have pounced on him. "Do you know me?" Zhang Bufang asked with a smile on his face. Who are you?" I don't know why the bald man felt a chill rise up his back and trembled all over when he saw that smile. He knew the identity and terrifying strength of the young man in front of him. "You've been observing me secretly for so long, and you still don't know me? It's true that noble people tend to forget things." Zhang Bufang taunted in a strange way, and suddenly saw a 1.9 meter tall idiot at the very back. If he saw it right, the surveillance camera really saw that bastard. "Come here. Master Manager, there is something wrong with his head. I'm afraid of hurting you. Do you have the right to speak?" Hyde interrupted coldly, and without saying a word, he raised the dagger and pointed it at the center of the opponent's eyebrow. If he stabbed it hard, he would kill him. The big fool walked forward in confusion, not caring about the bald man stopping his eyes, and walked over with high spirits. Let me ask you something. Did you go to the villa area in the city center to arrest someone last night? Brother won't let me talk. Dasha said seriously. His lips were oily and he looked like he had a mental problem. What's the meaning? I don't know. He had a car accident and has had mental problems since then. I hope all managers will forgive me. The bald man stumbled in response, pretending to be innocent, but with a stern look on his face. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. I'm going to kill you today. The 1.9-meter strong man suddenly became restless. His face turned red with suppressed emotions. He raised a sandbag and punched it with his big fist. From the blows of the fist, he could see how powerful the force was. Hyde and the others hurriedly reminded them when they saw the sudden attack. They didn't expect that they were so stupid just now and suddenly became like this. There was no way to take action at the first time, and when the grandson caught him, things would only become more difficult. The corners of Zhang Bufang's mouth raised slightly, and he faced the fist. The bald man smiled sinisterly. He knew how powerful the big man was, but that kid still dared to do this. Who gave him the confidence? Click. There was a crisp sound, and a violent scream came from above the underground garage. Surprisingly, it was a big man lying on the ground moaning in pain. I'm very sorry, we have to search inside now. Zhang Bufang clapped his hands casually and ignored the big fool and continued to ask questions. It was useless. It seemed that there was no other base, and Taylor must be hidden inside. No problem, but the location is too small. Otherwise, the other two managers will have to rest outside for a while. The bald man seemed to be very polite, but only he knew what he had in mind. Brother Fong, don't worry. Go in and leave it to us outside. Hyde probably guessed what the grandson was thinking. He just wanted to beat him with the 20 gangsters outside the door. He didn't need any weapons to deal with them. Zhang Bufang came to the back of the big house and pulled it down. He had a panoramic view and found no trace of Taylor at all. The manager believes it now. I am an honest and good citizen. The bald man said arrogantly. So what if he discovered the base area? Wouldn't he still be helpless? Taylor, who was locked behind the wall, heard the movement outside. His eyes flashed with light, and he kept struggling to make noise. I give you 3 seconds to open this wall. When Zhang Bufang heard the noise, his expression suddenly dropped. At this time, the sound of security vehicles echoed in the underground garage. The bald man's face became extremely ferocious. He pressed the red switch next to him, and a hissing sound came from above his head, as if air was leaking. In that case, I will die with you. That girl is indeed behind the wall. The switch just now was used to turn on methane gas. I believe she will die soon. Court death. Zhang Bufang's eyes turned blood red. He didn't expect that he would still use this move. His fists were clenched, and they made a crunching sound, which showed the anger in his heart. Come here again. I will light the fire directly. Then those girls will ascend directly to heaven. I also revealed her secret to the world. The bald man threw his head back and laughed completely crazy. The methane gas will only cause coma in a short period of time, but even if he can't die, it will be the same if he publishes the matter on the internet. This is the result of provoking me. Zhang Bufang was bursting with murderous intent, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Taylor's life had to be taken into consideration. If the secret was really revealed, the consequences would be disastrous. Taylor, the chairman of Taisher Group, has a huge secret in his body. I will tell you today. Before he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed in the air, and then blood spurted out from the bald man's wrist, and his cell phone and remote control all fell to the ground. The 2 dogs who were hiding in the dark at the critical moment took action, and a sure hit would put an end to the grandson's crazy behavior. It's you? I'm a ghost, and I won't let you go. The bald man gritted his teeth and roared, but at this time the roar seemed so weak, and he could only be seen struggling continuously. I will put that itch inside me. Zhang Bufang's eyes narrowed, and he threw a dagger violently to show that he knew the bald man's life. Even if there were only 3 of them in the basement, they still had to be careful to prevent the news from spreading. Brother Fong, what should we do with this wall? Biogas may not kill people, but it will affect their IQ and may cause them to become vegetative. Ergu said anxiously, constantly checking the switches on the wall. Unfortunately, the results were not satisfactory, and the wall was specially processed to be extremely thick. If it exploded, it would cause methane to burn. Moreover, She was in such a small space as an underground garage that a large shovel could not be driven in. She had to find a way as quickly as possible, as no one would worry about harming her as time ran out. Zhang Bufang frowned and squinted his eyes slightly as he scanned around, seeing nothing except the dark blue damp wall. "Brother Fong, what's going on?" Hyde and the others got rid of the gangster outside the door and hurried over. What they saw was the bald man lying motionless on the ground. It stands to reason that there should be a lot of joy when the goal is achieved. From the look on Brother Fong's face, he knew that things were not that simple. He looked around and found no trace of the chairman of Taisher Group. Chen Lin also followed with anxious steps, her face solemn, and she could probably guess what was going on. The hostages are locked behind this wall. It is impossible to open it with physical force. It is filled with methane gas. If you do it rashly, it will only cause an explosion. Ergu explained from the side that the only way is to find a mechanism to crack the code lock. Unfortunately, the chance is slim. The most troublesome thing is that there is not much time and energy to waste. Why do you want to kill the bald man? Can't you just ask him directly? Now is not the time to discuss this. Hurry up and find the agency. Chen Lin scolded. Then she chose a dark corner and began to slowly explore the protruding or concave structures on the wall. Zhang Bufang's eyes were like detectors. When he saw the pupil in the center shrink, the biceps of his arms suddenly burst out and veins burst out. Everyone noticed the overwhelming murderous aura behind them and couldn't help but turn around and pay attention. They felt the sudden drop in temperature around them, and their faces were dull. How much strength was needed to achieve such a terrifying state? A loud bang sound. He was forced to face the wall, and then he found Taylor lying on the ground with a pale face. He looked weak and had begun to lose consciousness. He hurried over in a flash, grabbed her in his arms, and pressed her down tightly to perform simple first aid. Taylor felt that broad mind lifted up in his throat, and his heart dropped into his stomach. He couldn't help but lay in the arms full of security and closed his eyes slightly, frowning and evacuating. Send to the hospital quickly. Chen Lin felt confused and uncomfortable when she saw the scene in front of her. She whispered and ordered Taylor to be taken to the ambulance. Don't worry, it's just a short-term shock. The treatment has been done just now. Just go back to the hospital and get some glucose. There is no big problem. Zhang Bufang waved his hands and said indifferently. He looked very different from the anxious look just now and resumed his previous carefree attitude. Brother Fong, how did you do it? Ergu murmured and asked, his mouth wide open. It was obvious that he had not recovered from the surprise. It was only normal for him to show his terrifying strength after knowing his identity. But as a killer, his greatest pride is his speed. What is the reason why he can burst out with such huge power? It is simply unbelievable. Yes, Brother Fong. Heidi Luojin and the others also had surprised looks in their eyes. They knew clearly that they were all solid concrete walls. Even if they took a sledgehammer, they would have to swing them for several minutes. But they were smashed into pieces with a simple fist, just like a person with supernatural powers on TV. Can you open your eyes and see what's going on? Zhang Bufang rolled his eyes angrily and cursed. Located in the center of the wall was a wooden door, which could be seen from the subtle color. If you really knocked down a 5-centimeter thick concrete wall with one punch, wouldn't it mean that there was a monster? It must be said that the bald man was well hidden. Ergu and his group came around and found pieces of wood on the ground. They suddenly realized it, but it was still scary. After all, the surface of the door was also covered with cement, so the hardness could be imagined. Brother Fong, how do you know this is the door? Eyes are a good thing, but it's a pity that you don't have them. Zhang Bufang shook his head helplessly and was too lazy to pay attention to these fools. Then he turned around and left to see how Taylor was doing. Where are those little ruffians? Bring them all back to the security bureau. Chen Lin responded quietly. Those lazy people showed no resistance in front of the security guards. Can you please go back and interrogate me to see if I can get any valuable clues? I will go back to the hospital first. After saying a few simple polite words, they drove off into the distance. Hyde and his party also briefly handled the scene and then headed back home to the security bureau. There is a Mercedes-Benz Maybach in the corner of the underground garage. Rin Zitao is sitting inside wearing a listening earphone. Everything that happened just now comes to his eyes, and he can also learn the content of the conversation through the earphone. What the hell? He suddenly threw his headphones onto the steering wheel of an expensive luxury car, and that bastard Zhang Bufang disrupted the situation. Otherwise, he would have known Taylor's secret by now. However, after just becoming more convinced of my guess, there is definitely a surprise in that woman, and it is definitely not because of her identity. As for the truth, it still needs to be explored slowly. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu if you are too impatient. In fact, you hid here long before they captured him, and you will do this after dealing with the scheming old fox. The client, Zhang Bufang, rushed to the central hospital without stopping. As soon as he arrived at the door, he was personally greeted by the dean. He knew the strength of the young man in front of him and was grateful to him for being able to become the full dean as he wished. How's Taylor doing? We have used various medical equipment to check and found no methane gas entering the body. As for the fainting, it was caused by the sudden relaxation of nerves that had been tense for a long time. Zhang Bufang wanted to give himself a slap in the face. He had just forgotten that Taylor's invincible antibodies would prevent him from being poisoned even if he stayed in a room filled with methane gas for a month. The bald man was also a fool, so he probably got carried away with anger and forgot about the matter. It was a good choice to create the situation in front of him. At least no one aroused suspicion. Did you draw blood? There is no need to draw blood in this case. If you are worried, you can arrange a physical examination now. Have you forgotten what the old chairman told you before? Zhang Bufang said in a deep voice, and the dean shivered when he felt the evil spirit filling the air. Although he didn't know the specific reason, sometimes being less curious would be a guarantee for his own safety. If there's nothing else, I'll go do other things first. If anything happens, please feel free to contact me. The dean nodded respectfully, already placing the young man in front of him in the same class as the old chairman. Immediately, Zhang Bufang walked into the elevator with his hands in his pockets and whistling leisurely. He was obviously in a very good mood. His only regret was that he did not lock Taylor for a while longer. The secret of Taylor is that she is immune to all poisons, which is what her grandfather told him that day. Anyway, since there is a King Kong that is indestructible and immune to all kinds of poisons, why were you so worried in the first place? You should find out the mechanism set up by the bald man. He shook his head with regret and then came to Taylor's independent ward. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Taylor and Xiaotong talking and laughing happily, not looking sick at all. Brother Fong, you are here. Guantong didn't have Sister Taylor's worry in her heart, and the smile appeared on her cheeks again, and she brought a cup of tea with a smile. Thank you more this time. Taylor said very sincerely that this time he was the one who got him involved. Especially when I saw the familiar figure of that boy at the last moment, my unruffled mood once again rippled, creating a strange feeling of admiration. This is what I should do. Besides, it won't matter if you save yourself for a while. What? Taylor's face suddenly darkened when he heard his muttering. He clearly heard the bastard cursing him, and the good feelings he had just had were completely shattered. If it doesn't work out, just give yourself to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Bufang tightly covered his mouth. His head was covered with black lines. He wanted to make a joke to cover up his slip of the tongue. He was very embarrassed for a moment. Would you believe me if I told you I was joking? He narrowed his eyes and said with a smile on his face to please him. That appearance could be said to be the reappearance of a eunuch. After all, he wanted to break the embarrassment. Let me thank you, right? Taylor gritted his teeth and growled, his voice forced out from between his teeth and making a creaking sound. Without saying a word, he casually dug up the prickly pear cactus on the balcony to freshen the air and smashed it over without hesitation. This was a complete explanation of why this bastard didn't have a roof over his head for a day. Zhang Bufang swore loudly and evaded with flexible movement. This woman was too cruel. After all, she was also her savior. She was simply ungrateful. We started fighting when we first met. Suddenly, a faint voice came from the door. When I turned around, I saw the energetic old man. I was completely relieved to know that Taylor was fine. Grandpa, are you okay? Taylor's sudden change of tone was very gentle, and he said, I just woke up and wanted to go to my grandpa's ward. I didn't disturb him when I was sleeping. I clearly remember that my grandfather was pushed down and hit on the sofa. Fortunately, he usually exercised regularly and didn't have any problems. What are you talking about, girl? I don't know how much Xiaofeng has put in so much effort for you. He didn't sleep all night last night. When Zhang Bufang heard the old man's praise, He couldn't help clearing his throat and pretending to cough, as if he was a great hero waiting for praise. I really can't commit myself to you. Puff. The water he just drank spurted out instantly. Why was this old man's head twitching? The important thing was to look serious. Grandfather. Taylor had no choice but to act coquettishly. Seeing the bastard's coquettish appearance made her teeth itch with anger. No one noticed that Guan Tong, who was standing next to him, looked downcast and peeled an apple to hide his emotion. As for the reason, perhaps only he himself knew. Old man, I have worked hard for you, going up mountains of swords and seas of fire. Stop, stop, stop. If you fart, hurry up and don't play idiom solitaire here. The old man interrupted angrily and said, You can use your, but to guess what Xiao Jiujio is in that brat's heart. I've been feeling very tasteless lately. I usually want to drink some tea to moisten my throat, but you also know that I'm young and don't have much money. Zhang Bufang raised his eyebrows slightly and said miserably, The drunkard's intention is not to drink, but the real purpose is to change the topic. Get out of here. I'll let Taylor bring it to you another day. When he opened his mouth, he cursed loudly. Knowing his identity, he was still crying. What kind of tea that boy wanted could happen in a matter of minutes. How shameless. Taylor cursed in a low voice, not even willing to buy tea, and would definitely give him tea leaves worth a few cents a bag when the time comes. Old man, since you are fine, go back as soon as possible. Does it have anything to do with you? We all paid for it ourselves. Grandpa will definitely need to stay in the hospital for observation as he gets older. Taylor heard the kid's unbelievable words and cursed. The cat is crying, and the mouse is not good-hearted. If his grandfather hadn't been there, he would have slapped him in the face. Zhang Bufang was also completely speechless and choked. After all, he couldn't control so many doctors in the hospital. To prevent the accident from the previous physical examination from happening again, it was better to leave this place as soon as possible. That's right, just pack up and go home. If you have nothing to do, don't get infected with the virus in the hospital. It will be more harm than good. With the old man's intelligence, he quickly understood the true meaning of his words, so he spoke seriously. Grandfather. Taylor watched them leave and reluctantly chose to accept his fate. He happened to need to return to the group early, and he was worried that someone would take advantage of him at this time. After Zhang Bufang said goodbye to the old man, he drove the Grand Cherokee straight towards the General Security Bureau in the city center. Suddenly, he remembered that Ergu had some matters that he had not yet dealt with. They are just ordinary hooligans from the city next door. There is nothing unusual about them. They will be taken away by the security team there for processing after a while. Chen Lin looked up and saw the figure of the boy explaining in a low voice. No matter how hard and soft he tried, those scoundrels were obviously not lying about what they said. Does the bald man have any special identity? Zhang Bufang asked quietly. Worrying that there were other conspiracies, it was better to be cautious. Without, he shook his head expressionlessly. The city security had sent all the information about the bald man, and there was nothing suspicious about it. Brother Fong. Hade and Chun, he came from not far away and shouted respectfully, and the two of them brought 2 glasses of hot water. Where's Ergu? Brother Fong. Don't worry, he will never escape. The 2 of us have personally escorted him to the guard room, and the warden will take him back later. What the hell? Before he finished speaking, the door of the room rang again, and a strong man wearing a dark green security uniform walked towards him. He stood there with murderous intent all over his body. He could be said to be the nemesis of all major criminals. Manager Chun. The warden extended his hand very politely. Zhang Bufang, who was standing next to him, seemed hesitant to speak. His demeanor fell into Chun Lin's eyes. Let's go and bring the prisoner here. You pour some fine tea for the warden, and I'll go and give you orders. Although Hade's head was full of questions, he still nodded obediently, wondering why Sister Chen did this. You must be the great hero, Mr. Zhang Bufang. Wherever there is. Just as I was about to follow him out, I was stopped by the warden. I was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, and I hurried to the security bureau for the most important thing. I never expected that this 200-pound strong man would turn out to be a talkative man, completely different from the mighty image he had at the beginning. In the end, he actually said that he was completely helpless when it came to discussing marriage. About 5 minutes later, Chen Lin pushed through the door with a group of handcuffed prisoners. The first thing that caught her eye was the group of killers under the strong man with yellow hair. Zhang Bufang looked around and did not see Ergu. There was a doubtful look in his eyes, which prevented the warden from choosing to remain silent. I'm really sorry to trouble you, Chen Lin said politely. After all, business politeness is indispensable in this situation. There is no mention of the strong man with yellow hair. As for where the person is, we will talk about it later. Captain Chen is out. Since there's nothing wrong, I'll go back first. A polite smile appeared on the warden's face. When he saw the style of the prisoners not far away suddenly changed, evil spirits burst out from head to toe. One can imagine how ferocious they are. Sister Chun, where is the grandson? Hyde raised his voice and asked doubtfully. He looked around and did not find the burly man with yellow hair. Logically speaking, he was the one who should be sent to prison. Chen He kept winking at the side and suddenly tugged on his back clothes. Is there something wrong with this guy? You can't tell what's going on. When the warden heard the noise behind him, his head was full of questions. Could it be possible to detain some prisoners? What he needs to do every day is to detain prisoners from the security bureaus of various cities. That case is still under review. Chen Lin whispered in a hoarse voice. The typical pig teammate seriously suspected that he had been kicked in the head by a donkey. He couldn't even react to such a small thing. But it turns out to be like this. Hyde noticed Sister Chen's angry eyes and had no choice but to change his words in a hurry, not understanding the reason for doing so. Then let me see you off. Zhang Bufang came over with a smile and hurriedly changed the subject, wishing he could slap the boy twice in the face. Okay. The warden nodded without hesitation. It was obvious that he had a great conversation with the hero in front of him, as if he had met a close friend once in a lifetime. Sister Chun, why don't you send that bastard who is endangering society to prison? Just as the door closed, Hyde couldn't wait to ask. A skinny camel was bigger than a horse. As a killer with such terrifying strength, he could escape if they were not paying attention. Your brain is caught in the door? Can't you see that Brother Fong wants to keep him here? Chen He scolded angrily. How can he be called a new generation of elite geniuses in the training world with his observation ability? From the beginning, he noticed that Brother Fong was not feeling right. Real. I'm sorry to scratch the back of my head. I was carried away by the grandson just now, but now that I think about it, it seems that this is really the case. He was so embarrassed that he smiled apologetically, almost ruining Brother Fong's plan. There must be a reason for keeping him here. Chen Lin also looked solemn and didn't say a word. There was indeed a risk in doing so. She had the same concern that if she let the killer escape, it would be equivalent to raising a tiger's head. Brother Fong, I'm sorry I didn't realize what happened. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Hyde lowered his head and muttered in a low voice. This kind of mistake is really too low. Thank you. Zhang Bufang didn't pay much attention to the boy. When he came to Chen Lin, he spoke sincerely, knowing the stakes involved. From the beginning to the end, she made decisions privately for herself. When caught by her superiors, it was a punishment of dismissal. She didn't expect that the other party would pay so much attention to her expression and behavior. Get lost. When I looked up, I saw that boy with a serious look and his mouth open to curse, which was not in line with his shameless temperament. However, hearing his sincere gratitude felt like honey in my heart. Brother Fong, why did you save that grandson? Hyde couldn't hold back his curiosity and stepped forward to ask. Even Chen Lin looked at her with expressions of incomprehension. After everything had been dealt with, there was nothing in his mind that needed the killer's help. I want to keep him by my side. I always feel that there are illegal organizations secretly watching the Taisher group. In the future, things will be easier to handle with the help of such a powerful killer. Zhang Bufang felt their gaze and whispered his plan, clearly remembering the dark shadow that flashed past the old man's villa last night. It is suspected that there are more terrorist organizations secretly at work. They are preparing for a powerful attack. Often the big boss is the last to take action. At that time, luck will seem so pale, so precautions must be taken in all aspects. Brother Fong, you must not do this. That grandson is a cold-blooded and ruthless killer. If you stab him in the back at the critical moment, you will be completely finished. Hyde frowned and reminded anxiously, what kind of international joke are you kidding? Taking over an ambitious killer as his younger brother will only provide him with the best opportunity to commit murder. This approach is indeed somewhat unsatisfactory. Even if there are illegal organizations, they can be protected by the elite team. That means there is no silver in this place. The other party will not be stupid enough to rush out when there is an elite team, and they have enough time to wait. Zhang Bufang responded softly that it was understandable for them to be suspicious because they did not know the true relationship between him and Ergu. But Lin was still worried a million times. After all, there was no way to restrain the killer. It could be said that he had to rely solely on his own consciousness. Don't worry. I have a very good relationship with the commander of his killer organization, and I will never dare to be cunning. Zhang Bufang patted his chest and interrupted with a vow. No matter how restless Hyde and the others were, they could not influence Brother Fong's decision. In desperation, they turned to the detention room and brought the burly man with yellow hair over. Brother Fong. When Ergu came to the office and saw a familiar figure, he was surprised and asked, maybe it was Brother Fong who didn't send him to prison. Are you aware of any other groups targeting Taylor? I really don't know this. He pondered for a long time and replied thoughtfully. Looking back on what happened before, he found nothing suspicious. Don't be so pretentious here, Grandma. If it weren't for Brother Fong, I would have put you in jail. Hyde pointed at his nose and cursed loudly. Brother Fong, if you have any orders, just tell me. No matter if you go up mountains of swords or go down into seas of fire, you will do whatever you want. Ergu said with a serious face, with absolute determination in his tone, serving his idol wholeheartedly without any complaints. The thing is very simple. The task of protecting Taylor is entrusted to you. If anything happens, I will ask you. Then I will report it to the leader of your organization. Ergu was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a firm look on his face, vowing in his heart that even if he died, he would protect the safety of the woman and never let down Brother Fong's trust. Lin's head was full of black threads. She was pulling the brat here and there just because he wanted to be lazy. She really felt relieved to let the former assassin protect her. I have to say that the determination of the strong man with yellow hair could be seen from his expression just now. Now he is very confused as to why the killer is so obedient to him. Is it really as simple as knowing the boss of the organization? Zhang Bufang nodded with great satisfaction. The original plan was to let Ergu take over the position of his bodyguard. He took advantage of this time to inspect every corner of the city. He was very uneasy if he didn't catch those bastards. Knowing the strength of Ergu, he is more than enough as a bodyguard. Even if there is any accident, he can deal with it. The most important thing is that there is a killer to protect him quietly, which may lead them to take action earlier. Brother Fong, I think it is still too risky. We must find a way to limit his actions. Is there still a 7-step death penalty? Hyde took 2 steps forward and muttered. The strong man with yellow hair felt his scalp numb when he heard it, and a chill rose up in his back. This grandma's legs were too harsh. Zhang Bufang rolled his eyes angrily. Did he really think he was a poisonous old man? Where did he get so many rare things? Anyway, I'm fine. Just follow him every day. With your little demeanor, people will kill you every minute. A disdainful chuckle erupted from Chunhe's nostrils. He actually didn't have too many worries and believed in all of Brother Fong's decisions. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.